Early one morning, just as everyone was arriving at school, a second-year male student was lying motionless in the schoolyard. His name was Park Dae-zoo. Although he and the student Kim Kyung-min had never spoken before, every student at the school knew Park Dae-zoo because his nickname was the Outcast. With a nickname like that, he could vaguely guess why the upperclassman had decided to do something so foolish. Kim Kyung-min was the first person to witness the senior's death with his own eyes. In the moment he faced the tragic corpse, he laughed. Do you think he's a psychopath? No. If Senior Dae-zoo was the outcast of the second years, then he was the outcast of the first years. Of course, at first, he didn't just sit back and take it. He reported it to a teacher. And his homeroom teacher understood the situation very well. He insisted that he would resolve everything smoothly. Of course, all the teacher did was scold them in front of all their classmates during homeroom. And from that day on, Kim Kyung-min became the outcast. You might ask if he knew this would be the result. Then why did he tell the teacher he had accidentally overheard a conversation between the teachers? Because of the law forbidding physical harm to students, the teachers were being walked all over by the students. Now they couldn't do anything to them. If they just ignored it, the parents would storm the school and raise hell. At most, they could only give them merits or demerits. The teachers told each other to just focus on teaching and not to interfere in the students' lives. So they ignored everything. Standing by the vending machine, Kim Kyung-min bitterly realized that the homeroom period that day was just an act on their part. The teacher's message to him was essentially this: don't come to me telling me about them anymore. No one was on his side. Now the only thing he cared about was whether he should transfer schools or endure it for 3 years. But now the situation had changed. The police had come to the school and started investigating the death of Senior Park Dae-zoo. Any student at the school knew how that senior was bullied. One day, the truth about the violence at this school would be exposed one by one. All the bullies who had tormented the senior would have to pay the price. The culture of ostracism at this school would disappear, and bullied students like him could confidently return to a happy school life. That's what Kim Kyung-min hoped anyway. He really thought so. However, when he heard the bullies talking, he learned that the police had concluded the case was a suicide due to academic pressure. For the past few days, the police had been coming and going investigating the second years, and the result was nothing at all. Not a single person confessed. The students had been told by the teachers to keep their mouths shut, and all the blame was placed on the victim. Kim Kyung-min fell into a pit of despair. The bullies took their anger out on him, beating him to a pulp. Then the guy ordered him to go buy him some spicy chicken. Desperate Kim Kyung-min went up to the rooftop and looked down, tears streaming down his face. He couldn't change a thing. This was perhaps the only way to make this place suffer, and at the same time, it was the easiest path for him. But just as he was about to do something stupid, someone stopped him. The person who stopped him was the main character, Nawajin. He was sitting casually on the roof smoking a cigarette. He told Kim Kyung-min, "Hey, don't do that in front of other people. Whoever's unlucky enough to witness this, how the hell are they supposed to sleep at night?" Kim Kyung-min asked if Nawajin was a teacher. "What are you doing up here?" With a cigarette in his hand, Nawajin didn't want to explain much, but said, "Well, you could call me a teacher." He said he came up here to witness the filthy true face of this school. Nawajin jumped down. He told Kim Kyung-min to jump tomorrow. "Today, take me to the teacher's office." Kim Kyung-min reluctantly complied. Nawajin walked while looking around. Suddenly, he turned and asked Kim Kyung-min, "Why do you want to jump? Are you being bullied or is it academic pressure? Why not just endure it until things get resolved?" Kim Kyung-min clenched his fists and lowered his head. He just needed to endure it for 3 more years and then he'd be fine. But right now he couldn't take it for even 1 more day. Kim Kyung-min screamed, "There's no one to help me! How the hell am I supposed to take it anymore?" Suddenly the guy who always bullies Kim Kyung-min appeared out of nowhere. He came flying at him and kneed him right in the stomach. Kim Kyung-min fell to the ground, covering his head. The bully kept stomping on him. He asked him where his chicken was. "Why the hell haven't you brought it back yet?" The bully beat Kim Kyung-min relentlessly. He couldn't fight back at all. Nawajin, with an icy gaze, grabbed the bully's hair. He raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face. The bully was slapped so hard his face swelled up and he went flying. Nawajin sneered contemptuously. "That screaming suits you. I guess I'll have to beat some sense into you all." The bully sat up, rubbing his chin. Kim Kyung-min also rubbed his eyes to see what was happening. How could a teacher dare to do that? Nawajin didn't feel like giving a long explanation about his identity. When the bully realized he was a teacher, he got cocky and challenged him. He dared him to hit him at school. As he spoke, he even made a disgusting face to provoke him. Nawajin, our main character, didn't back down. He gave a cold smile and slapped the bully across the face repeatedly. If he was asking for it, he might as well deliver. The bully couldn't believe Nawajin actually did it. He was slapped over and over his mouth, spewing threats at Nawajin. His brother was a YouTuber, and he would have his brother expose Nawajin online, but the main character wasn't scared. Even better, then I'll become a star. He struck all sorts of poses he considered the most handsome and elegant while slapping the bully. The students and teachers standing around relentlessly held up their phones and started recording. None of them liked the bully, so watching Nawajin beat him up was incredibly satisfying. The bully, beaten senseless, finally fought back and threw a punch at Naojin, but our hero tripped him, and before the bully could even lay a finger on him, he went sprawling to the ground. Nawajin then shoved the bully's head in between the doors. He pulled the sliding doors together. The bully screamed in agony, telling him to let go, but Nawajin didn't like that. He pulled out a long baton and whipped the bully on the butt. He said that when he was little and got disciplined by his teachers, he would bow his head and say thank you, unlike these ill-mannered brats. When Nawajin had beaten him to his heart's content, the bully passed out. Just then, the old vice principal arrived and demanded to know how he dared hit a student. Nawajin shook his tired arm, collapsed the baton, and put it away. He told the vice principal that he had just received his work assignment for this school. The vice principal had never heard anything about it. Nawajin pulled out an ID card, slapped it in the vice principal's face, and told the old man to read it. He was an inspector from the Ministry of Education, part of the Bureau for the Protection of Educational Authority. The vice principal finally understood who Nawajin was. He explained that it was all because of the incident 2 years ago when a teacher was beaten to death in class. A steering committee was established then, headed by the Minister of Education, which passed a revised bill to protect teachers' authority. In short, that was the Bureau of Educational Authority where Nawajin works. He told the vice principal that an official notice would arrive tomorrow. Basically, schools that harbor teachers who avoid student problems as well as those who bribe the police to evade responsibility like this one. They will be dealt with by a special agency. Trashy schools like this one will all be shut down. Nawajin stared threateningly at the vice principal. The vice principal slapped his hand away, insisting his school was always upright and honest. Go ahead and investigate if you want. Nawajin pulled out his baton again and swung it, cutting a single hair from the vice principal's bald head. He said that an officer of the educational authority like him has one very special power: he isn't limited by any educational method. This legitimate authority was granted by the government. Nawajin declared he would bring true educational reform to this school. Nawajin was formally invited into the principal's office. The two old men, the principal and vice principal, anxiously explained that it was all a misunderstanding. They said Park Jesus committed suicide due to academic pressure. Their school had never had any incidents of violence or ostracism. 3 years ago, their school was even honored by the Korea Scholarship Foundation as an outstanding school. The two old men took turns lavishing praise on the school. Their school has produced many elite students, for instance, Assemblyman Ji Kong Pin, the leader of the ruling party. The two men were hinting that Nawajin should put in a good word for them with the Ministry of Education. Nawajin watched the video clip of himself beating up the bully, silently stroking his beard. The principal signaled the vice principal to take something out. The vice principal pulled an envelope from his pocket, the meaning being for the hero to take it and shut his mouth. Nawajin propped his feet on the table right on top of the envelope. Only then did he speak. He said that although he's with the Ministry of Education, he isn't an inspector and doesn't have a teaching license. He doesn't have the ability or authority to evaluate this school, so giving him money is pointless. Nawajin stood up, cleaning out his ear, and told the two old men to stop their useless bribery attempts. You're both older than my father. Acting like this is pathetic as hell. The two old men were furious but couldn't say a word. Nawajin asked them which class the student who committed suicide, Park Desu, was in. The principal nervously scratched his chin and finally confessed he was in Year 2, Class 5. The students were running wild and the class was in total chaos. They were up to their usual bullying tricks. This guy, Kim Hockey, was holding alcohol and pouring it down Park Benson's throat, forcing him to drink it all. Park Benson choked on the liquid, coughed violently, and spat it out. Taking that as his cue, Park Haji started beating him. As he was beating the other student relentlessly, the guy in the floral shirt, Ji Sung-hyung, told Kim Hockey to stop. He reminded him the bell had rung. Kim Hockey was intimidated by this Ji Sung-hyung because he's the son of an assemblyman. What kind of blind teacher would dare to punish him? The video of Nawajin punching the bully had also spread widely, and the female students in class were buzzing about it. Suddenly, Nawajin threw the door open and strode into the class like a god. He wore a pair of glasses to look intellectual and started laughing cheerfully as soon as he entered. The students looked at him like, "What the hell is this?" Who is this lunatic? Nawanjin cheerfully introduced himself as the class's temporary homeroom teacher for the time being. Yesterday, this class's homeroom teacher came down with a bad cold and has taken a few weeks off. The students below didn't care what nonsense Nawanjin was spouting. They just continued doing their own thing, chattering loudly like it was a marketplace. Nawanjin smirked and pulled out the roll book. He announced he was taking attendance to learn their faces. He walked around reading each name one by one and looking at their faces. When he got to the name of the student who had died, Park Dae-soo, he deliberately played dumb, reading it out several times. He even looked around the class and asked, "Where is Park Dae-soo?" Hearing Nawanjin repeat that name over and over, Ji Jun-hyung finally looked up, his expression turning sour. Kim Haki smirked and kindly reminded Nawanjin, "There's no Park Dae-soo. He already took a nosedive." Nawanjin gave a humorless smile. He casually thanked Park Haki for letting him know and said he would take attendance again. He called out Park Bisu's name as he walked over to his desk. The boy looked dazed, not seeming fully conscious. Nawanjin kindly checked on him, and as he leaned in close to Park Bisu, he smelled something strange. Kim Haki shouted out an accusation. Park Bisu was drinking soju in class earlier. He burst out laughing, blaming it on Park Bisu being so stressed this morning that he chugged a whole bottle. Before he could finish, Nawanjin got right in Kim Haki's face, sniffing him like a bloodhound. He could smell alcohol on him. He played dumb and asked, "Were you two drinking together?" Kim Haki adamantly denied it, claiming the smell only rubbed off on him because he was sitting so close. But Nawanjin wasn't about to let it go that easily. He just smirked and said that the smell of alcohol on someone is completely different from the smell of someone who's actually been drinking it. He called him out on it, saying Kim Haki had obviously been drinking yesterday and still smelled of booze and was now trying to blame it on Park Bisu. Hitting a nerve, Kim Haki immediately got defensive. Nawanjin didn't stop. He took off his glasses, stared Kim Haki down, and asked if this was how he killed Park Dae-soo. Infuriated, Kim Haki immediately shot back with an insult about Nawanjin's parents. The words had barely left his mouth before Nawanjin grabbed him by the face, dragged him across the room, and threw him into a corner. He had planned on keeping things quiet today, but it seemed these brats were getting way out of line. Nawanjin told the class president to take Park Bisu to the nurse's office. Then he picked up the attendance book and brought it down hard on Kim Haki's head, knocking him out cold. He then announced that he'd been investigating this school since yesterday. Turns out this school has 3 garbage traditions. First, teachers getting involved in student business. Second, a school-wide culture of bullying. And third, complete indifference when a classmate dies. A school that callously neglects its students to the point where one commits suicide out of despair. It needs to be reformed. Nawanjin got up on the teacher's desk and reintroduced himself as a supervising inspector, an agent from the Bureau for the Protection of Educational Authority under the Ministry of Education, and this school has been selected as the first case for my bureau to handle. Wanjin told them if they were wondering why this beggar organization even exists, they should search for legitimate true education on YouTube. A few students did just that, and found a result with over 30,000 comments. A lot of people were in support of it. Nawanjin's expression darkened as he threatened the students. If you know what's good for you, you'll wise up. They had brought all of this on themselves. Nawanjin yelled, "If you understand the situation, get on your feet." The students all glanced at each other hesitantly. Nawanjin pointed to Kim Haki in the corner. "If you're not standing in 3 seconds, you'll end up just like him." The students started to get nervous. As Nawanjin began to count, they slowly got to their feet. But suddenly, a guy named Jisung-hyung at the back of the class yelled for everyone to sit back down. He looked enraged, and the students, terrified, ignored Nawanjin and sat back down. Jisung-hyung sat up, leaning back in his chair like he owned the place, and gave Nawanjin a defiant look. "Looks like they're more scared of me than they are of you." Nawanjin glanced at the class roster to see who this kid was. His face darkening, he called out, "Jisung-hyung, get up here!" But the guy was defiant. He didn't move a muscle. Nawanjin warned him, "It'll be a big problem if I have to come over there." Jisung-hyung still wasn't afraid, just turning away with his hands in his pockets. Nawanjin smiled and started walking down the aisle. The tension was palpable. He walked right past Jisung-hyung and kicked open the door at the back of the class. Slam! The principal and vice principal were caught peeking outside. He asked the 2 old men what the hell they were doing. They just laughed awkwardly and explained they wanted to learn his methods. Educational methods from someone who came from the Ministry of Education. The principal sidled up to Nawanjin and whispered that Jisung-hyung is the son of Assemblyman Ji Wang-pin. He warned him not to do anything foolish that could impact his career path. Just then, Jisung-hyung and his friends walked out of the classroom, chins held high with arrogance. Nawanjin just went, "Oh!" then suddenly put on an act pretending to be scared. "Wow, I almost made a huge mistake. If I touched the assemblyman's son, his father would get angry. I'd be reprimanded and you principal would get dragged down with me. Seeing Na's change in attitude, the principal was a little surprised. Pleased, he quickly agreed, reminding Na Wanjin to wrap up his investigation soon. Jisung Hyung was smirking victoriously when suddenly, Na Wanjin grabbed his face with one hand. Jisung Hyung cried out in pain but couldn't break free. Na Wanjin just squeezed harder. "So now I get it," he said. "This little brat is the king around here. Because high-ranking people at this school like the principal and vice principal have to kiss his ass all day long. That's why he gets to be so arrogant and treat teachers like dogs. And it's because this brat acts this way that the other students have zero respect for the teachers. That's the source of this school's garbage traditions. I have to eliminate them to restore any sense of educational authority." "Here," finished Na Wanjin, threw Jisung Hyung to the ground. He glared at the principal, teeth clenched, and threatened, "I'm going to have to educate the teachers here, too." Then, with his hands in his pockets, Na Wanjin walked off. He ordered the vice principal to gather all the teachers in the gymnasium. He had something to announce. Meanwhile, Jisung Hyung, humiliated on the ground, was seething with rage. Na Wanjin met the teachers in the gym, once again introducing himself as an inspector from the Bureau of Educational Authority. He got straight to the point. Even though he'd only been observing the school for 2 days, he'd seen far too many problems. He couldn't possibly handle all the students by himself, so he needed the teachers' cooperation. He announced that, for the time being, all teachers would have the same authority as him. Consequently, he would take full responsibility for any incidents that might occur. He guaranteed none of them would face any repercussions. Na Wanjin then opened his locker. Inside was a large collection of canes, rods, and bats of all kinds. He told the teachers to feel free to take their pick. Some of them were still a little hesitant. They couldn't bring themselves to hit a student. Even if a student was disobedient, they just couldn't do it. However, a few of the older teachers stepped forward without hesitation to pick out their weapons. One of them chose a bat that fit perfectly in his grip, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The Golden Age is about to make a comeback." Many other teachers came forward to arm themselves. A week after Na Wanjin's arrival, the school had changed drastically. The teachers over the age of 40 in particular were disciplining the unruly students with some very unique methods. It was as if they were competing to see who could come up with the most creative punishments. Some would line students up to be paddled, while others made them carry heavy logs. Of course, not all the students simply accepted this sudden change. A few of the more arrogant students continued to resist the teachers. Any of these rebels who defied a teacher's authority were personally re-educated by Na Wanjin in the special counseling room. Model. I don't know what happened, but after they came out of that room, every single one of them was like a completely different person. Jisung Hyung's class was no better than the students being tormented by that old hag of a teacher. She was riding them so hard they couldn't even lift their heads. During break, Jisung Hyung's crew gathered on the rooftop complaining that Kim Haki was the most pissed-off person in school. "It's not like this is a damn prison, but he hasn't even been able to go outside lately. Every time I sit in class, it feels like my ass is about to split open." Kim Haki told Jisung Hyung to hurry up and call his dad. He said to post this violent stuff online to deal with it. Jejun Hyung, taking a drag from his cigarette, cursed at Kim Haki for not knowing a damn thing. His dad's aide said this school was chosen by the Ministry of Education as the first pilot program. The Ministry of Education has definitely anticipated every possible scenario. Even if we leak the story, they've already prepared a script to deal with public opinion. The very same public opinion that Jejun Hyung's dad, a representative of the ruling party, directs and gets passed. 2 years ago, something similar was carried out very vaguely. This stuff is all over the internet now. Public opinion is all for beating up bullies, so at this point, there's no other way. Kim Haki got all fired up, asking, "So what are we just supposed to bow our heads and take it?" Of course, Jejun Hyung is pissed too. You think he's just going to sit back and do nothing? He's just biding his time for a bit. He's already prepared for every possibility. Suddenly, the rooftop door opened and a student Jejun Hyung had summoned appeared. Meanwhile, Kim Kyung-min was staring at a cup of noodles when he happened to run into Na Wanjin. The two of them sat on a bench and talked for a bit. Kim Kyung-min was much happier than before. He bought this cup of noodles himself and was now enjoying it. Na Wanjin sat next to him, smoking a cigarette. He asked him if this school was worth attending now. Not yet. Kim Kyung-min was truly grateful to Na Wanjin. Thanks to him, he wasn't getting bullied anymore. Lately, he'd finally gotten a taste of what school is supposed to feel like, even if it was just for a moment. Kim Kyung-min shared honestly that thanks to Na Wanjin, the bullies were behaving better, but there was no way. You could change their way of thinking. When Na Wanjin leaves, this school will go right back to how it was. After hearing that Na Wanjin slapped Kim Kyungmin on the back so hard he nearly coughed up a lung, telling him not to be so negative. "What, you think I'm an idiot? Of course I know that." He told him to be patient and things will work out. "Don't jump to conclusions. Just sit back and watch my plan." As the two were talking, a student who had been beaten black and blue came up to Na Wanjin begging for help. His face was beaten to a pulp, and he said he'd rather be dead. Na Wanjin dusted himself off and stood up. He told the student to follow him and explain everything. The student tense bit his lip. He thought about Jisung-hyung's plan. He had ordered the student to stab a teacher and then claim he couldn't take the punishment anymore. The student, trembling, shut his eyes and recklessly stabbed the knife into Na Wanjin's side. He turned, looking at the knife in his body with complete surprise. Blood dripped onto the ground. Kim Kyungmin was also terrified by the scene. The other student was panting and shaking. Na Wanjin grabbed the student's hand and twisted it back. The kid screamed in pain. Na Wanjin coolly pulled the knife from his side. "It didn't even go in 1 centimeter. If you're a man, you have to stab decisively." Na Wanjin dragged the student into the special counseling room. He threw him inside and told him to sit down. Na Wanjin took off his outer shirt. He took a kit from the drawer, tossed the student a mirror, and told him to hold it. Then he took a needle and started stitching up the wound himself. The student obediently did as he was told, not daring to utter a single word. Na Wanjin asked him who told him to do this. It was obvious the kid had no intention of killing anyone. He knew who was behind it, but he wanted him to say the name himself. The student was still stubborn, refusing to name the person behind it and insisting it was all his fault. Na Wanjin took the knife and stabbed it into the student's hand. He threatened him, "Do you want to rot in prison? Premeditated murder like this will land you in jail for a long time." Even after Na Wanjin's threat, the student kept his mouth shut. Having no other choice, he waved his hand and told the kid to get lost. "An opportunity comes your way and you don't even know how to take it. Even if I help kids like you, it won't change a thing." The student, his pride wounded, grew bitter. He cried out in frustration that if he talked, they would kill him. It happened to Park Desu before because he stood up to them. The student recalled bitterly. Park Desu was different from kids like him. Desu was smart and well-liked by everyone. On the other hand, Jisun-hyung was close with the upperclassmen, and because of that, he became the top bully in the entire school. Park Desu and Jisun-hyung had absolutely nothing to do with each other. Their interests and hobbies were different, so they never clashed. Until one day, Park Desu stood up and criticized Jisun-hyung for his insolent behavior and for getting physical with a teacher. After that, he even punched him. From that moment on, Jisun-hyung held a grudge and Park Desu's miserable life began. The ostracism started, and Park Desu was no longer treated like a human being. Not only that, his father's furniture business, which mainly dealt with civil servants, suddenly had all its deals fall through. The family went bankrupt and they even lost their house. After that, unable to take the pressure, Park Desu jumped off the roof. After he died, Jisun-hyung silenced all the teachers. The police didn't dare touch him either because he's the son of a national assemblyman. The student told his story filled with frustration and helplessness. But while he was pouring his heart out, Na Wanjin had already dozed off a few times. He hadn't heard a single word. When the student finished his story, he groggily woke up. Na Wanjin complained sleepily, "It's just a story about some insolent high school brat." "Why'd you have to make it so damn long?" That student snapped back irritably. "Or is it because you know you can't solve it?" Should Ji-sung-hyung just pretend he didn't hear that? Na Wanjin pulled out his phone, opened the news screen, and shoved it in the student's face, forcing him to look. Meanwhile, Ji-sung-hyung's group was on the rooftop, waiting for any activity, but the ambulance they were expecting never arrived. Ji-sung-hyung had already guessed that student wouldn't amount to anything. He already had 2 or 3 other guys lined up as backups. "We'll do it again tomorrow." The crowd that was standing around gawking suddenly saw Na Wanjin and the student open the rooftop door and walk out. Na Wanjin, with his arm chummily around the student's neck and a cheerful look on his face, pointed at Ji-sung-hyung and said sarcastically, "Look, a bunch of nobodies discussing matters of national importance on the rooftop." Ji-sung-hyung's group realized that the student had switched to Na Wanjin's side. They yelled threats at him. "Do you want to end up like Park Desu?" But this time the student wasn't scared anymore. Encouraged by Na Wanjin, he stepped forward and punched Ji-sung-hyung right in the face. The other two were stunned. They grabbed the student's collar, demanding an explanation. Na Wanjin backed him up from behind, grabbing the other two by their collars and throwing them to the ground. He praised the student. "Nice punch, you hit him right from the chin up and sent him sprawling to the ground. You've really got a knack for this." Jisun-hyung scrambled up from the ground, cursing. The student, no longer afraid of him, held up his phone to show him the news about Jisun-hyung's father. Assemblyman Ji Wong-bin was embroiled in a sex bribery and corruption scandal. Seeing the news, Ji-sun-hyung froze. Back to the beginning, the Minister of Education had picked out the target. The first was Assemblyman Ji Wang-bin's son. Nawan-jin had even complained, "Why is the first mission an assemblyman's son? The teachers are scared of his father, so they won't cooperate." The Minister of Education lit a cigarette and told him, "Stop complaining and just do it." He said he would handle all the minor details. Now the scandal of Assemblyman Ji Wang-bin, plastered all over social media, was also the handiwork of the Minister of Education. Ji Jun-hyung couldn't believe it. His father, how could he do something like this? Kim Ha-ki furiously grabbed Ji Jun-hyung's shirt and questioned him. At home, Jun-hyung was trash. He was just the shameful son of a regional assemblyman. But outside, it was a completely different story. With his father as a solid backer, everyone cowered before him. He had used his father's power to make sure that anyone bold enough to challenge his strength would never be able to get back on their feet. Seeing them suffer and squirm like a bunch of insects was his greatest pleasure. But then a problem arose. One of the insects he used to play with had committed suicide. He was trembling like a leaf when he entered the counseling room where the police were waiting. However, contrary to what he expected, even the police were fawning all over him because of his father. At that moment, he realized that no matter what crime he committed at school, he would be forgiven. He was the king of this school, but now the tables had completely turned. This pathetic person, soaked like a drowned rat, looking wretched and miserable, was none other than Ji-sun-hyung. When his father fell, he fell with him. He was bitten back by Kim Ha-ki's group. The more they had served him before, the more they bullied him now. Ji Jun-hyung still refused to give up and fought back. He had faith that his father wouldn't be taken down so easily. In 3 or 4 months, this will all blow over and I'll be back on top. Kim Ha-ki scornfully spat in his face. He didn't even see him as a threat anymore. Ji Jun-hyung sat in a heap in the bathroom. He held a grudge in his heart, muttering curses. Just then, Na-wan-jin came out of a stall. He had just gone to relieve himself, and he happened to walk into a dog-eat-dog scene. He leisurely washed his hands. When Ji-sun-hyung saw him, he screamed, demanding to know why he hadn't stopped the bullies. Na-wan-jin turned off the water, flicked his hands dry, and calmly said, "That's not my job. As of today, my work at this school is finished. The education authority's mission is over. From now on, there will be no more unreasonable punishments. Everything will go back to normal. After this incident, the students should know their place and listen to the teachers to prevent this from happening again." Na-wan-jin left the school, and just as predicted, the culture of ostracism returned. And this time, the bully's target had shifted to Ji-sun-hyung. But this wasn't over yet. The video of Ji-sun-hyung insulting teachers and committing school violence was spread widely across the media. All the bad things he had done were exposed. His father beat him without missing a single blow. While hitting him, he berated him and even wished that he were dead. At night, Ji-sun-hyung lay in bed, unable to sleep. He was like a soulless person, constantly muttering, "Kill, kill, kill." He brought several cans of gasoline to the school, planning to burn the whole place down. As he was pouring this gasoline, Na-wan-jin appeared out of nowhere and kicked him hard. The gas can tipped over, dousing him. Na-wan-jin lit a cigarette and asked Ji-sun-hyung if he was insane. "Even at this point, you still don't realize your mistake. If you haven't, then I'll have to give this brat a proper education myself." Ji Jun-hyung was startled to see Na-wan-jin, and even more startled to see him waving a lit lighter. Na-wan-jin smirked, looking down at him from above. Then he threw the lighter straight into the pool of gasoline. Ji Jun-hyung screamed as the flames erupted. He shrieked like a pig being slaughtered and scrambled to get away, but he tripped after just a few steps. He fell flat on the ground as the fire spread toward him. With no escape route, he covered his head in despair, crying for help. Na-wan-jin watched bored before finally grabbing a fire extinguisher. After putting out the fire, Ji-sun-hyung still hadn't collected himself. He was trembling uncontrollably. After extinguishing the flames, Na-wan-jin warned him, "Don't play with fire. If you play with fire, you're going to get burned." He sat down in front of Ji-sun-hyung and sincerely lectured him, saying this was the first real-life lesson he had to experience with his own body, not just with empty words. That principle is true education. Na-wan-jin grabbed Ji-sun-hyung by the collar, growling in his face. "Bullying others with your cronies, oppressing people with your power. Because of things like that, a normal person's life is suddenly turned into a living hell. And when you finally realize what you've done, that's when you face the same kind of retribution. You must take responsibility for your own actions. That is the true education I'm pursuing." Na-wan-jin released Ji-sun-hyung's collar. He stood up and dusted off his pants. But even if Ji-sun-hyung were to take responsibility now, the student Park Desu could never be brought back to life. But at the very least, this will force him to face the court of his own conscience for the rest of his life. Ji-sun-hyung sat there in silence. He collapsed, sobbing in despair. The next morning, Na Won-jin appeared on the news. He clearly stated his official position within the Ministry of Education. He had been gathering evidence of Ji-sun-hyung's crimes. Immediately, the police began arresting the bullies who had tormented Park Dae-soo, including Ji-sun-hyung himself. After that day, news that Ji-sun-hyung's father had been ousted from the political scene spread everywhere. Unable to withstand the public pressure, the man held a press conference to announce his resignation from his position in the National Assembly. But because of this incident, the entire country learned of Na Won-jin's educational methods. Across all media, public opinion fiercely criticized the very existence of the educational authority. The use of corporal punishment sparked heated debates online, but despite it all, there was nothing Kim Kyu-min could do. He could only silently pray that Na Won-jin would be all right. In a car leaving the chairman's office, a secretary was reporting to a man about the questions for the press conference. They were mainly aggressive questions targeting the educational authority. The man listened to half of it before waving it away. There's no need to anticipate and draft up petty scripts like that. Facing it head-on is more effective. The secretary was already quite used to this man Choi Kong-soo's way of working. Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes. Some lunatic had just stepped out in front of their car. That guy was Assemblyman Ji Wong-pin. The secretary started to get out, but Choi Kong-soo told her to just stay put. He got out of the car himself. Ji Wong-pin and this old man apparently knew each other. He demanded to know why Choi Kang-soo would do this to him. Weren't they supposed to be on the same side? It was Choi Kang-soo himself who had leaked his scandal to the press. Choi Kang-soo coldly lit a cigar. He took a puff, then pressed it into Assemblyman Ji Wong-pin's shirt. He said he had no close ties to Ji Wong-pin whatsoever, with all the trash about him spreading rampantly online, and he still has time to come here. Choi Kang-soo growled, telling Assemblyman Ji Wong-pin to go and raise that son of his properly. Choi Kang-soo, 26 years in politics, a 6-term member of the National Assembly, a former representative of the ruling party. Currently, he is the Minister of Education. Choi Kang-soo is now 69 years old. He first stepped into the world of politics when he was 43. His political style is to have no regard for things like face, and to speak bluntly and viciously to anyone regardless of who they are. But unlike other politicians, he isn't two-faced and doesn't go against the will of the people. He's a politician with such a strong support base that he's even been called the next presidential candidate. At the same time, he is also the politician that reporters are most eager to grill. Right now, he is answering questions at a press conference. Reporter Choi Shin-gu from the Guerrilla Times is the first to raise his hand. After beating around the bush for a moment, he asks Choi Kang-soo if it's true that he was the one who proposed the bill supporting corporal punishment. Without showing him any respect, Choi Kang-soo fired back, asking the reporter why he was asking that. What a stupid question. Go do some homework. The bill to amend the Education Rights Act was passed 2 years ago. What the hell is the point of asking about it now? The reporter was silenced. Choi Kang-soo continued mockingly. 2 years ago, you people were all too busy chasing celebrity scandals, weren't you? Didn't study when you were young, so you grew up to be a reporter. All you do is look for clickbait stories. Choi Kang-soo stated firmly that he does not support corporal punishment, but that the Educational Authority is an organization meant to correct severely compromised schools. They only provide instruction for the most extreme cases. Schools that cannot be improved by ordinary teachers. Although it is implemented nationwide, it is not an abolishment of the law banning corporal punishment. Another reporter from Channel Y posed a question. Does that mean you believe children have to be beaten to listen? Doesn't that stem from an outdated way of thinking? Choi Kang-soo laughed coldly and shot back. But isn't it true that after the punishment, the atmosphere in the schools improved drastically? Reporter Jun Jin-soo of the Enlightenment Times raised her hand next. She held up the results of a physical investigation of students who were taught by the Educational Authority. She directed her question to Choi Kang-soo, asking what he thought about this kind of human rights violation. Is it possible for something like this to happen in 21st century education? Choi Kang-soo, annoyed, retorted to the reporter. Whose human rights are you talking about? While the law banning corporal punishment was enacted in the name of protecting students' human rights, the reality of education was neglected, and a student ended up losing their life. All students have the right to be educated in a safe environment. We must immediately correct the educational reality that has been compromised by a few ignorant students and teachers. The duty of education is to protect the well-behaved students who listen to their teachers. Choi Kang-soo then cursed out the reporters who had only been asking the same questions over and over. If you're reporters, then ask a diverse range of questions from a reporter's perspective. Choi Kang-soo then declared forcefully that as the Minister of Education, regardless of the opposition, he would push forward with the Educational Authority's activities. So all you parents stop calling me in a panic if I get one more related phone call, and if he's going to the education authorities, don't be surprised he's acting so tame. Nawanjin, watching the video stream online, marveled, "This old geezer is completely insane. He said he was going to explain things, and now he's declared fucking war. How the hell did a guy like this get elected as a congressman 6 times?" As he was muttering curses, Choi Kong-soo had already appeared behind him. It was his father, and he landed a solid kick on Nawanjin without missing. A moment later, Choi Kong-soo was complaining about some cheap candy he was eating, while Nawanjin knelt by a grave pulling weeds. He asked, "Is everything okay with what the education authorities are doing? It looks like the reporters and parents have completely become our enemies." Choi Kong-soo licked his fingers, not worried in the slightest. "If I say we can do it, then we can all do it." After he finished pulling the weeds, Nawanjin stood up. The two of them stared at the tombstone of a person named Gazu. He asked, "You think he'd like what we're doing?" Choi Kang-soo fell into a somber silence. "We're not doing this for revenge for the dead, but so that the living don't have to suffer anymore." Not wanting to talk about it further, Choi Kong-soo turned and walked away. Nawanjin told him to go on ahead, saying he had something else to do. Choi Kong-soo asked where the next school was. He replied, "Gogan-tu Teko in Ansan. The principal there personally requested my instruction. Normally, if a problem happens at a school, they naturally try to cover it up. But for the principal to make a direct request, it must mean that place has gotten really dark." Nawanjin headed to that school. As soon as he went up the stairs, he saw 2 guys beating each other up. They were fighting viciously. The other students seemed to be used to this already, so they all scurried away to avoid getting caught up in it. This school has 2 gangster factions that hate each other's guts. The second they run into each other, an all-out brawl breaks out. Nawanjin chuckled. "It's time for me to end this battle." Ever since he was a little boy, Kim Hui-do had been obsessed with cars. He didn't care about toys like robots. His eyes were always fixed on automobiles and nothing else. He chose his future dream earlier than anyone else. Because he wanted to become an automotive engineer, he came to this school. But here, there were fights every single day. He was forced to fight, but he couldn't beat anyone. Every time he threw a punch, he got hit back 10 times harder. Kim Hui-do was sad enough to cry. Every single day was the same, and it was truly exhausting. He collapsed onto the ground with no desire to get up. This tech school is a real garbage dump. If only there was a time machine to go back to the past. He wanted to scream at his past self. Stop liking cars. On the first day of school, there was a fight for the class ranking. A week later, a fight for the school ranking. A month later, another one to decide the top of the grade. In the 2nd and 3rd years, the ranking battles between departments officially began. A weak little shrimp like Kim Hui-do was, of course, ranked dead last in the automotive department for 3 years straight. And yet he somehow endured it. By his 3rd year, even though he was beaten black and blue, he held on because the department's hands-on classes were genuinely interesting. He thought that once the new semester started, all this fighting would finally end. But no. That bastard Lee Ho-sung, the moron with the lowest IQ in the automotive department, was the ringleader. He declared that before graduation, he would definitely climb to the top of the department. For 3 straight years, Kim Hui-do was that guy's loyal gopher. He was beaten mercilessly by him. Lee Ho-sung thought he was completely useless. "You can't even fight back against anyone, can you?" Lee Ho-sung grabbed Kim Hui-do by the hair and screamed in his face. The long history of this tech school was built on fists. How the hell did a useless punk like you get into this school? Nawanjin, having finished his meeting in the principal's office, arrived at the gym just in time to hear these words. "In all my years of living, this is the first time I've ever heard such bullshit logic. A school is a place for learning, not for brawling." Seeing Nawanjin, Lee Ho-sung puffed out his chest, completely unafraid. With his hands in his pockets, he approached him and asked, "Who are you?" Nawanjin introduced himself. "I'm from the Bureau of Educational Rights under the Ministry of Education." That's what he said. But Lee Ho-sung was the type who never watched the news, so he had no damn idea. Without saying a word, he threw a punch at Nawanjin. With a smirk, Nawanjin swiftly swung his hand and smacked Lee Ho-sung across the face. He knocked him to the ground. The other guy's jaws dropped. Nawanjin beckoned Kim Hui-do over. Meanwhile, in the electronics department, these were the guys who had just been fighting with the auto department students. Their leader, Jo Hong-ki, was planning a strategy to ambush the auto department. As they were excitedly discussing their tactics, an announcement blared over the loudspeaker. "This is Kim!" Kyungju, the lowest-ranked student in the auto department. "For punks like you, I'm more than enough to handle it. I'm calling you out for a fight in the gym." After hearing this, Jo Hong-ki and the electronics department crew were furious. They stormed out and headed for the gym. The moment they aggressively pushed the door open, Nawan-jin whacked them on the head with a stick. He ordered them to sit down. The auto department guys, having already been disciplined, were sitting quietly in place. Nawan-jin combined the electronics and auto departments for his lesson. The name of this subject is mental education. Any of you got a problem with that, take off your insignia and come up here for a one-on-one. The electronics guys, not having been taught a lesson yet, were still acting cocky. Nawan-jin also briefly introduced himself to them. This Jo Hong-ki kid was a bit more aware. He watched the news, so he knew who Nawan-jin was, but he wasn't scared either. As he turned his back to leave the gym, Nawan-jin threw the stick at his head. Jo Hong-ki saw red. He picked up the stick Nawan-jin had just thrown and pointed it at his face. "I've had enough of your shit. Don't provoke me." With his hands still in his pockets, Nawan-jin told him, "Go ahead, take off your insignia and come at me for that one-on-one." "I was hoping you'd do just that." Mental Education Lesson 1. The title is Know Your Place in This World. Jo Hong-ki exploded. He swung the stick intending to smash Nawan-jin, but with a single move he was sent flying. Nawan-jin retrieved his stick with his foot and clicked his tongue. "Still so green." The panicked electronics students rushed to check on Jo Hong-ki. He was knocked out cold and didn't know what hit him. The number 2 from the electronics department, John Kwan, clearly didn't learn his lesson. He and the rest of his crew charged at Nawan-jin all at once. Lee Ho-sung and the guys from the automotive department could only sigh from their seats. Talk about fresh meat. 30 minutes ago they did the exact same thing, and the result was Nawan-jin giving each of them a whack on the ass. The electronics department wasn't going to escape that fate either. Every single one of them was holding their ass, screaming in pain. Nawan-jin slung the stick over his shoulder and looked at John Kwan, asking him why he wasn't joining in. John Kwan was finally scared. He nervously backed away. Nawan-jin didn't let him off the hook. He grabbed him by the collar, lifted him up, and didn't hold back on the insults. "You really look like the disgrace of the electronics department, John Kwan. When a war breaks out, the commander has to take responsibility, right?" Nawan-jin swung his stick and landed a few blows on John Kwan's ass. After he was done, the guy was just lying there with his butt in the air from the pain. Nawan-jin turned back with a cheerful smile and asked the electronics students, "Anyone else? If there's no one else, then sit obediently at your desks." The others were terrified, so they sat down. Nawan-jin handed them a stack of test papers to distribute among themselves, then put his hands in his pockets to begin his lesson. "School is a place for studying, not for fighting." He demanded that they do it carefully. Their fates were to be decided by this very exam. Kim Kyung-ju read the questions. They were all standard for their school, but being good at this here was nothing glorious, so he couldn't tell anyone about his academic skills. He was actually the top student in the entire school. Kim Kyung-ju quickly finished his paper and turned it in while the others were still scratching their heads. The next day, those with an average score of 0 to 59 were designated by Nawan-jin as slaves. He forced them to run around the school pulling car tires while constantly repeating, "School is a place for learning, and not for fighting." Those with an average score of 60 to 90 were nobles who got to sit on a platform. An average score of 100 meant you sat on a high plush throne and were called the emperor. After the slaves finished running 20 laps, they had to kneel subserviently before the emperor to report. Kim Kyung-ju was the emperor. He gloatingly ordered them to run another 10 laps. Elsewhere, a suspended student had just finished a fight. He had taken down everyone there. This guy was an acquaintance of Jo Hong-ki. Suddenly, he received a Kakao Talk message saying his suspension had been lifted. At first, the school had suspended him indefinitely, but they lifted it after only 2 weeks. He is Jang Won-yu, a third year from the electronics department, and ranked number 1 in the entire school. After hearing the news from Jo Hong-ki, his face darkened with anger, and he snapped his cigarette in two. Back in the combined classroom for the electronics and automotive departments, new rules had been established. First rank in the class is determined by academic performance. Second, you can challenge the proctor at any time. Third, there will be absolutely no tolerance for acts of defiance against one's superiors. All matters, even meals and such, were subject to discrimination. The higher your rank, the better you ate. Low ranks got jack squat. Many students resisted and went looking for Nawan-jin to challenge him one-on-one, but the outcome was always failure. Some insolent guys even tried to attack the Emperor Kim Kyung-ju. However, Nawan-jin put every one of them back in their place. They were punished by being forced to crawl on the ground while shouting loudly. "Studying is the only way to raise my status. I will absolutely not defy the Emperor." Kim Kyung-ju talked a big game, but he was terrified. If Na Wanjin were to leave the school, he'd be a dead man. He tugged on Na Wanjin's pants, begging him, "Please don't make me be the emperor anymore. I've already gritted my teeth and endured this for 3 years. I can't go down like this." Na Wanjin patted his shoulder comfortingly. "We're the same age and we wear the same uniform. There's no reason to be this scared. Once this education course is over, this tech school will just go back to the way it was. Even if I take down their top guy, nothing here will change." Na Wanjin asked Kim Kyung-ju if he knew who created the ranking system of this school. The next day, Jang Won-yu arrived at school and he did not look pleased. Jo Hong-ki's and Lee Ho-sung's crews were eagerly awaiting his return because they thought that as long as Jang Won-yu was here, Na Wanjin's days were numbered. The door to the gym was smashed to pieces. Jang Won-yu strode in arrogantly holding a hammer and looking like he wasn't afraid of a single soul. Kim Kyung-ju was scared out of his wits when he saw him. Jang Won-yu looked at the rules on the board and the situation around him. Na Wanjin, stick in hand, greeted him enthusiastically. He'd heard from the principal that this was the mastermind who created this whole mess. It was Na Wanjin who had lifted Jang Won-yu's suspension. He showed no respect from the moment they met. "It's your first day back and you're already late. That calls for a punishment." Na Wanjin told him to put down the hammer, lie on his stomach, and stick his ass out. Jang Won-yu tossed the hammer aside, dropped his bag, and threw a punch straight at Na Wanjin's face. But a punch like that was never going to be enough to take down Na Wanjin. He raised his hand and blocked it. His expression changed completely, a bit of blood now at the corner of his mouth. With the force of that punch, Jang Won-yu's shoulder couldn't have fared much better. Na Wanjin switched into serious mode. He smiled. "Now this is starting to feel like a proper lesson." Na Wanjin tossed his stick to the ground and lunged. Jang Won-yu laid out his condition: if he won the fight, Na Wanjin had to leave the school. He readily agreed. Jang Won-yu swung his fist at Na Wanjin. Na Wanjin was a step ahead, punching Jang Won-yu in the face. But he wasn't just some pushover either. He used his momentum to slam Na Wanjin's head into the floor. Na Wanjin lay still, not moving. The first time Jang Won-yu had entered the ring was during the battle to become the top first year. Back then, he beat Jo Hong-ki to a pulp. Gradually, Jang Won-yu became the new legend of this tech high school. Before long, Jang Won-yu defeated all the second and third years. For the first time in 8 years, a first year held the top spot in the entire school. The influence of Jang Won-yu didn't stop at the school walls. He quickly earned the title of #1 in the entire region. 8 years ago, their school was still Gusan Industrial High School. Back then, the upperclassmen were called the Gusan Mongols, and they were furious about being called that. But Jang Won-yu had far surpassed even the legends of Gusan Industrial High from 8 years prior. After he knocked Na Wanjin to the ground, the lackeys were so happy they started jumping up and down. They cheered for Jang Won-yu endlessly. Of course, the most terrified person right now was Kim Kyung-ju. He trembled and broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "My life is so fucking over." Out of nowhere, Kang Won-yuk punched Lee Ho-sung and grabbed Jo Hong-ki by the throat, his expression grim. "Are you fucking kidding me? The teacher tells you punks to take off your badges, and you just do it. How many of you were there? You couldn't even beat one old guy and got your asses handed to you." Kang Won-yuk, furious, kicked each of them. The other two didn't dare fight back. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it. He declared he would lead them to reclaim their territory. 2 years ago, he had dominated this area. But now more and more wannabes are trying to challenge their school's position. This time, they would crush them completely and re-establish Gun-Hi's dominance. The recent ranking battles within the school were just combat training for this rematch. Kang Won-yuk's ambition was to completely erase the legends of the past. He called the upperclassmen from 8 years ago Mongolian invaders. Na Wanjin, lying on the ground, heard Kang Won-yuk's plan and started shaking with laughter. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. A bunch of brats want to become legends and dominate the area. What the fuck? Nah, Wanjin stood up and snatched the cigarette from Kang Won-yuk's mouth. "This reckless punk. You must be a growing boy, huh?" Na Wanjin sneered. "If you become the king of this area, is your mommy going to buy you some ice cream or what?" Hearing this, Kang Won-yuk went berserk and swung his fist again, but this time Na Wanjin didn't go easy on him like before. With a light push, he heard the crack of ribs. Kang Won-yuk screamed in pain, collapsing and clutching his stomach. Na Wanjin remained calm. Taking a drag from the cigarette, he said, "From the sound of it, you've probably broken a few ribs." According to Newton's third law of motion, for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Kang Won-yuk's attack was too powerful, which is why it backfired on him like this. You don't even know such a basic law, go back and study. Na Wanjin approached Kang Won-yuk and educated him on the fundamental truth of the world. If you use money, you get paid back with money. If you use power, you get power back. If you use strength, you get hit back with strength. That's the very principle of true education. Nawanjin crouched down cheerfully, poking Kang Won-yuk to see which bone was broken. The guy was in pain but couldn't fight back. Na Wanjin turned to Kim Kyung-ju and told him that from now on, Kang Won-yuk would be the king's personal eunuch, getting to experience the lowest level of the ranking system. Let's see how fun this'll be. Meanwhile, at some restaurant, the group opposing Gun High School was discussing how Kang Won-yuk had wiped the floor with the guys from Sorok High a few days ago. They predicted that Kang Won-yuk wouldn't stop at Sorok High. They suggested teaming up to strike Gun High first, but the others seemed scared. They were terrified of Kang Won-yuk. He alone could defeat 20 guys from Sorok without breaking a sweat. They had to come up with a plan to take down Kang Won-yuk first. As they were intensely discussing, the number one from Sorok High, who had been beaten by Kang Won-yuk a few days prior, walked in. He had also tried to plot against Kang Won-yuk, and in the end, he got his ass kicked. The guy from Sorok told the group to pool their money and hire some gangsters to take care of it. With money, anything is possible. The following days, the scene at Gun High was unbelievable. Kim Kyung-ju was being served by the school's strongest fighter, Kang Won-yuk. Of course, at first, he didn't comply willingly. He was planning to beat Kim Kyung-ju to a pulp, but after being educated by Na Wanjin again, he resigned himself to his fate. He gave Kim Kyung-ju a feather duster. Just a little wave would make Kang Won-yuk sneeze, and sneezing would aggravate his 3 cracked ribs, which was absolute agony. Kang Won-yuk had also tried to rally his boys to jump Na Wanjin, but none of them dared. After being disciplined for so long, they had become much more obedient and even challenged, Kang Won-yuk saying, "If you're so tough, you do it." He gradually lost his power and could no longer intimidate others as he used to. And it wasn't just Kang Won-yuk who changed. Thugs like Jo Hong-ki and Lee Ho Sung also started studying diligently. Instead of brawling, they exchanged knowledge. This new hierarchy had been in place for over 2 weeks. The line between the electronics and automotive departments had almost disappeared. In this situation, even if Na Wanjin left, everything would be fine. The principal was also very pleased. He thanked Na Wanjin profusely. Kang Won-yuk had also become much more docile. For an educator like him, seeing his students turn over a new leaf was his greatest wish. In contrast to the principal's positivity, Na Wanjin didn't believe for a second that Kang Won-yuk had truly changed. On their way home, Kim Kyung-ju tremblingly told Kang Won-yuk he didn't need to walk him home, but the guy insisted on doing so, because that was the current rule at school. Kim Kyung-ju felt both happy and scared. After being educated, Kang Won-yuk really had changed a lot. He was now ignored by all the followers who used to trail him. Kang Won-yuk touched his ribs. It had been 2 weeks and his bones were almost healed. He had never endured such humiliation in his entire life. Na Wanjin's face even appeared in his dreams. He was determined to defeat him tomorrow. After Na Wanjin, he would deal with the rest of the traitors. While escorting Kim Kyung-ju home, they ran into the Sorok gang that Kang Won-yuk had beaten up before. They mocked him for having to carry a bookworm's bag. Today, they were here for revenge. Kang Won-yuk paid them no mind. 30 guys couldn't do anything to him, let alone 3. But the Sorok leader's confidence wasn't without reason. Today, he had called in 3 gangsters to teach Kang Won-yuk a lesson. These 3 were from a bully cleanup enterprise nicknamed the Scary 7 Uncles. Before Kang Won-yuk could even be scared, Kim Kyung-ju was already trembling in fear. The 3 uncles looked down on their target, a high school kid. While they were still rambling on, one of them was punched in the face by Kang Won-yuk, drawing blood from his mouth. After taking down one guy, he turned to the next. But Kang Won-yuk's punch was easily caught by the other uncle. Model. For someone that arrogant to be number 1 in the region? That old guy is no slouch. He landed one punch to Kang Won-yuk's side, who coughed up blood and collapsed. The man casually smoked his cigarette. He didn't want to beat up a kid, but since he'd already been paid, he had to do it. He really didn't want to fight a junior from his own school either. He used to attend Gun Technical High School too, having graduated 8 years ago. Back then, the kids in this area used to call Gun Tech the Mongol Army, and he was the one they revered as the Great Khan. This guy was the number 1 fighter at Gun Technical High School 8 years ago. Hearing that title, Kang Won-yuk found it interesting. The Great Khan. The man who cleaned out this entire area 8 years ago. What a coincidence to meet him now. Wanting to see who was stronger, Kang Won-yuk charged in again. The Great Khan casually tossed his cigarette and without even looking threw a kick that sent Kang Won-yuk flying. The Great Khan scorned the trash talkers. "Let me teach you punks a lesson." He swung his fist, striking Kang Won-yuk hard in the throat. The guy gasped in pain, struggling to breathe. Kang Won-yuk, his violent tendencies started back in the 1st grade. Back then, a group of rude kids insulted him and his family. Jang Won-yuk didn't hesitate and went all out fighting them, even though his mother had to apologize to the other kid's family afterward, because he'd beaten that kid to a pulp. That was when Jang Won-yuk realized that as long as he was good at fighting, he would never be inferior to anyone. Not to those who looked down on others for having no money. Not to those who looked down on others for being uneducated. He made them all scared shitless. No one could ever take him down because he was always at the top. That's how it used to be. But this was the first time Jang Won-yuk had ever experienced something like this. His punches couldn't hit the Great Khan. He was getting beaten so badly his head was spinning. For the first time, he felt fear. He was forced to beg the Great Khan to stop to not hit him anymore. He pathetically begged the Great Khan to stop. He promised he would never touch anyone again, that he'd never fight again. Seeing this, the Great Khan stopped hitting him. He turned to his clients and asked what they wanted next. The Soros guys happily told him to stop saying they were quite satisfied. However, the Great Khan didn't think so. He knew that a guy like Jang Won-yuk would never repent. If he recovered, he would definitely cause trouble again. The Great Khan coaxed the Soros guys into giving him more money. He would guarantee a clean solution that would last until graduation. Jang Won-yuk was dragged to a construction site. Kim Kyung-ju was dragged along too to prevent him from snitching. Another guy held Jang Won-yuk's arms. Despite him crying and begging for his life, the Great Khan ignored him. Kim Kyung-ju, sitting to the side, was pale with fear. Before this happened, he had never even spoken to Jang Won-yuk. Because of the ranking system that guy created, he had suffered for 3 straight years, all because he couldn't fight. He had to live a life worse than a dog's. He had always resented and cursed Jang Won-yuk, but seeing this, Kim Kyung-ju couldn't bear it. He summoned all his courage and rushed forward to shield Jang Won-yuk, begging the Great Khan to spare him. Kim Kyung-ju took a kick, coughed up blood, and choked, no matter how much he hated Jang Won-yuk. He didn't want to see him end up like this. Kim Kyung-ju was trembling violently, but he kept begging the Great Khan to spare Jang Won-yuk. But the Great Khan was a man who took his job seriously. He looked Kim Kyung-ju up and down. Jang Won-yuk couldn't understand why the kid was sticking up for him. They had no relationship, so why was he doing this? The Great Khan beat Kim Kyung-ju to a pulp. His heart rate soared. The watch on his wrist sent an alert to Nawon-jin's phone at home. After beating him relentlessly, Kim Kyung-ju was still stubborn as a mule and refused to give up. The Great Khan was getting tired. He asked why Kim Kyung-ju was doing this. He tormented you, and you don't hate him for it. Kim Kyung-ju lay on the ground, struggling to breathe. It was true he hated Jang Won-yuk, but he didn't deserve this. Nawon-jin arrived just in time. The look on his face was not good. He took in the scene and told Kim Kyung-ju to explain. He quickly summarized it for him. They were the Uncle Service hired thugs who take money to deal with people. The bullies are a gang of thugs. After hearing this, Nawon-jin let out a laugh. A bunch of old guys bullying kids. They were easily triggered by being called old. We're in our 20s. How is that old? Nawon-jin sized him up. Your face is so saggy it looks like it's been soaked in acid and you're claiming to be under 21. The enraged thug threatened Nawon-jin with a knife, but in the blink of an eye, he had already broken the hand holding it. The guy fell to the ground, screaming. Nawon-jin slammed his head into the floor, drawing blood. Perfect timing. I've been so stressed lately, my hands have been itching for a fight. Bring it on! I'm not a student, so don't hold back. This Uncle Service group. Nawon-jin had seen them on the news a few times. It said there was a gang of thugs who took money to punish kids. In reality, what they were doing was similar to what he did. The difference was Nawon-jin was nationally recognized while they were just a bunch of thugs. Seeing Nawon-jin's lightning-fast takedown, the Great Khan felt a bit intimidated. To move that fast, take someone down, and still look so calm, reason told him. Told the Great Khan that Nawon-jin was no ordinary person. He pulled out a knife, preparing to attack. Nawon-jin kindly warned the Great Khan, "Put the knife down. I was just planning to rough you up a bit like a couple of neighborhood dogs scrapping. But if you're holding that, then I'll have to get serious." The Great Khan ignored the warning and charged. Nawon-jin assumed a calm stance and struck the Great Khan's knife-wielding wrist. He felt something was wrong but stubbornly continued his attack. The Khan kept thrusting his knife at Nawon-jin, but he parried every single blow. The Khan started to get tense. Damn it, I've messed with the wrong guy. When he first joined the organization, he'd heard his boss mention that if an opponent uses this stance, you should avoid fighting them, even if you have a knife. That stance was a combat technique specifically for knife fights. Soon, the Khan's knife was knocked away, and Nawon-jin punched him square in the face. Now the Khan was starting to understand. That technique is a method of defense and attack without any restrictions or influences from anything else. The Special Forces combat technique, Krav Maga. Nawanjin beat the Khan like a rag doll. He wasn't having fun. He grabbed the Khan's hair and told him to get up and keep running his mouth. He told him he'd fight with everything he had and that this would only end when one of them was dead. Nawanjin beat the Khan relentlessly. Kim Kyung-ju, the weakling Jang, and the other guy could only watch their faces pale. The Khan saw the murderous intent in Nawanjin's eyes. He didn't want to die, so he frantically grabbed Nawanjin's leg, begging for his life. But Nawanjin didn't listen. He swung his leg and kicked the Khan in the face again. The Khan went flying towards Kim Kyung-ju. Thinking fast, he clasped his hands and begged him to stop Nawanjin. The Khan was now as pathetic as a dog willing to do anything to live. Nawanjin took out a cigarette and lit it, finally stopping his assault. He looked at the Khan with contempt. If you want to beg for forgiveness, you don't beg the person who's beating you. You're supposed to beg the person you beat up. That's the right way to do it. Nawanjin told him to get lost. The Khan didn't dare hesitate. The three of them helped each other up and left. Nawanjin approached Jang Won-yuk, his gaze sharp, and asked if he had a good look. This is exactly what you've been doing to others all this time. The next day, Nawanjin left the school. And just as expected, Kim Kyung-ju was cornered by Lee Ho-sung's and Jo Hong-ki's gang. They teamed up, planning to beat him up for revenge. Kim Kyung-ju's mouth was covered and he was trembling uncontrollably. Just then, Jang Won-yuk kicked the door open. He declared that anyone who dared to touch Kim Kyung-ju would have to answer to him. Lee Ho-sung's and Jo Hong-ki's gang was chased out. Jang Won-yuk untied Kim Kyung-ju. He laughed, haha, and thanked him, but even as he laughed, inside Kim Kyung-ju was still scared to death, afraid that Jang Won-yuk would deal with him himself. Yesterday, Jang Won-yuk had been thoroughly educated by Nawanjin. If you attack someone weaker than you just to humiliate them, blatantly trampling on someone's self-respect by creating a hierarchy, if you've never experienced that feeling yourself, then you'll never understand. Nawanjin raised his foot to stomp between Jang Won-yuk's hands, startling him. You could say you're pretty lucky. If those punks hadn't shown up today, I was planning on educating you the same way. Also, you were lucky thanks to Kim Kyung-ju's character in that situation. He could have just stood by and watched your hands get crushed or even gloated as the person who turned his school life upside down was getting beaten. But Kim Kyung-ju chose to risk himself to save his enemy. You Jang Won-yuk, if the roles were reversed, you definitely wouldn't have done the same thing. A person's rank isn't determined by their strength, but by their character. People who live their lives without knowing this will eventually have to learn a proper lesson. After being taught his lesson, Jang Won-yuk finally got it. He told Kim Kyung-ju that he didn't save him because Nawanjin had threatened him. It's just that you were really cool yesterday. Hearing that, Kim Kyung-ju was very happy. After that, he was no longer bullied and graduated smoothly. As for Jang Won-yuk, for the rest of his high school years, he didn't get into any more fights. He practiced diligently and planned for his future. After graduation, the two went their separate ways. 15 years later, they both ended up working at the same electric car company. As soon as Nawanjin returned, the Minister of Education dumped the next case on him. The man didn't even have the decency to spare him a huge pile of informational documents and just told him to study up. Choi Kang-soo complained that he took too long, spending 2 to 3 weeks on a single case. Nawanjin was getting annoyed too. He wasn't some hired thug. If he could, he would have just beaten them all to a pulp to get it over with. But the number of incoming cases kept growing, and Nawanjin couldn't handle them all by himself. Choi Kang-soo said that new personnel would be arriving soon. Nawanjin read the information from one school, his eyes widening in shock. He couldn't believe these things were all happening in the same school. Nawanjin looked at the name again. It was an all-girls high school. He turned to Choi Kang-soo to complain. He could handle other cases, but an all-girls school was a bit sensitive. Choi Kang-soo told him not to worry. He had already recruited a very capable female employee. Just then, the new employee arrived. As soon as she walked in, she raised her hand in a salute and introduced herself. I am Sergeant Lim Han-jim from Special Task Force 7XX. Hearing this, Nawanjin's jaw dropped. At first, she just looked kind of familiar, but now he recognized her. He asked her what she was doing here. Lim Han-jim laughed. Haha, I'm here to catch a deserter. Nawanjin was a captain and also her team leader. At Sozeon Girls High School, a group of girls were ganging up on a male teacher. Their leader was Han Jae-ri. She was holding a pair of clippers trying to cut her teacher's hair. The teacher grabbed her wrist, telling her she shouldn't do that, and that she couldn't joke around with a teacher like that. Han Jae-ri, gasping for breath, she retorted, By what right do you touch a female student? The teacher, flustered, quickly let go of her hand. When that teacher returned to the teacher's room, his head had been completely shaved bald. The other teachers could only sympathize. They just sighed, not knowing what to do with those insolent kids. If things keep going on like this, so they don't know if they can continue teaching. Dung Sanjong is the homeroom teacher of that unruly Year 2 Class 4. She silently prepared her materials before heading to class. The previous victim, Mr. Nam, went to Australia, but he was still lucky. With his kind of jokes, those kids still treated him like a human being. But with her, they treated her like a ghost. Dung Sanjong entered the classroom, but no one paid any attention. The students just ignored her and did their own thing. Nawanjin and Lim Hanjin were riding in the same car to Sojeon Girls' School. Lim Hanjin was annoyed that Nawanjin didn't recognize her, his old buddy who he'd been through thick and thin with. She said that, but he just sighed. It'd be weird if a normal person did recognize you. Just grab anyone off the street and ask. 2 years ago, Lim Hanjin was just some lady with her black hair in a bun. 2 years later, she's completely transformed with her hair down and dyed an ashy color. Only God would recognize her now. Lim Hanjin touched her hair and said she had dyed it back in high school, and now she was doing it again to deal with these kids. So I want to get that feeling back. Na Wanjin cupped his chin, looking at her scornfully. Are you dreaming? Annoyed, Lim Hanjin asked him, so what's with your long hair? Nawanjin said he was in mourning. Lim Hanjin stopped joking around. Nawanjin told her to drop him off here. He reminded her, for now just take the position of student teacher. Until I get there, you have to keep the atmosphere positive. Lim Hanjin replied, yes, sir, roger that. After the car left, Na Wanjin went into the police station. Lim Hanjin arrived at Sojeon School as a student teacher. The principal asked Ms. Dung Sanjong to help Lim Hanjin out. Lim Hanjin warmly greeted Ms. Sanjong. Sanjong then led the student teacher, Hanjin, to class. Contrary to Sanjong's worried expression, Hanjin was in a great mood, looking all around. It had been 7 years since she'd returned to the school. She used to be a student at this girl's school, too. Before entering the class, Sanjong reminded Hanjin not to act rashly. Inside Year 2, Class 4. It was the same familiar scene. The female students were all doing their own thing, completely ignoring the teacher. The homeroom teacher, Sanjong, brought Hanjin in and introduced her to the class. Obviously, no one cared. Helpless Sanjong told the students to be quiet for a moment, but none of them bothered to listen. Lim Hanjin could see what these brats were up to with just a glance. The invisibility game. No words, no actions, no overt bullying. This vicious method is meant to isolate someone, treating them like they're thin air. The scary thing about this invisibility game is that anyone who dares to break the rule and talk to the isolated person becomes the next target. If one of them dared to talk to Lim Hanjin now, it would be obvious that person is the ringleader. Lim Hanjin cheerfully asked the students a question, and that Han Jerry girl raised her hand, complimenting, "Your hair color is so pretty." She asked where Hanjin got it done, and for the detailed address. Lim Hanjin, still playing dumb, told her the salon's address. "If you need it, I'll give you their business card." Han Jerry then asked Lim Hanjin how old she was. She replied that she was 26. Then they asked if she had a boyfriend. Lim Hanjin still answered politely, "Not yet." The girls looked at each other and snickered, obviously up to no good. They asked how much money Lim Hanjin spent to fix her face. They were openly body-shaming her. Lim Hanjin didn't flinch at all. She burst out laughing and said she had indeed had surgery. "But it was a breast reduction. My hobby is sports, and I got the reduction because moving around was too inconvenient. Unlike some people who don't even have boobs to reduce. If anything, you'd probably need to get them inflated." After hearing that, the girls' expressions soured. They swore, calling her a jinx. Lim Hanjin asked, "Who just said that?" A student in the class spoke up, saying she was just watching YouTube and some ridiculous streamer made her curse. That streamer dyed her hair red like a crazy woman. Lim Hanjin didn't hold back at all, sneering as she shot back. "This little brat is so disrespectful." Hearing that the students were startled, the girl who was just insulted immediately shot up from her seat and screamed. Lim Hanjin calmly said, "I wasn't talking about you. A guilty conscience, perhaps." Suddenly, the bell for break rang. Lim Hanjin said she'd see the students next period and walked out. Han Jerry let out a cold laugh. She found Lim Hanjin very interesting. She would definitely give her a taste of real education. Outside, Sanjong snapped, "Lim Hanjin, didn't you hear a word I said? I told you not to act so rashly." Lim Hanjin didn't seem to care much. She just found these kids to be a bit too cunning. "I can't believe they treat their teachers like this. I used to go to a girls' school, so I know." A frustrated Sanjong yelled, "You don't know anything. Kids these days are monsters." As the two were talking, suddenly a flower pot fell from above. Lim Hanjin pulled teacher Sanjong out of the way. Sanjong was so scared she was trembling, unable to speak. The ones who threw the pot were Han Jerry's gang. They weren't scared at all. In fact, they were laughing their heads off. Lim Hanjin leaned into Sanjang's ear and said, "I'm an inspector from the Educational Authority Protection Bureau. I was dispatched here because of this. Tell me why this school has become like this." Originally, the homeroom teacher for the second years was Mr. Go Yangsu, who taught Korean history. He used to say that there are no bad students in the world and always treated them with warmth and kindness. He was a model teacher that a third-year teacher like me should look up to. Mr. Go Yangsu's misfortune began when he became Han Jerry's homeroom teacher. He had gently reminded Han Jerry not to smoke, and then the unthinkable happened. The principal burst in announcing that he had just received a call from the Minister of Education. An anonymous letter accusing Mr. Go Yangsu of harassing Jerry had been sent to the Department of Education. The department and the school processed it and dismissed Mr. Go Yangsu. He appealed, insisting he was innocent, but he was worried it would affect the accusing student, so he didn't pursue an investigation. He received so much criticism and scornful looks. But more than that, he was devastated by the betrayal of the very students he had trusted. In the end, Mr. Go Yangsu committed suicide. The police opened an investigation and questioned the students involved in the incident. Han Jerry's friends said that they were standing outside the counseling room that day and heard Han Jerry say she was sexually harassed by Teacher Go. But Han Jerry flipped the story, saying it was just a joke. I never expected my own friend to report it like that. It was all a scheme by those schoolgirls if something were to happen. They would just deny it and say it was a misunderstanding even after hearing that Teacher Gu Yangsu had passed away. Han Jerry remained completely indifferent. Well, I guess I feel sorry for the teacher. But don't other people just die in traffic accidents too? It has nothing to do with me. Nawan Jin finished watching the investigation video of those two students. He was silent at a loss for words. Lim Hanjin walked into the classroom, and as soon as she opened the door, they shot off party poppers in celebration, and even had a cake ready to welcome her to Sojuan High School. They surrounded her, pretending to be sorry and saying that what happened earlier was just a joke. Lim Hanjin was all too familiar with this type of scum. Even though she came under the authority of the Bureau of Educational Rights Protection, getting these kids wasn't going to be easy. The ringleader Han Jerry never did anything herself. That bitch was still sitting in a corner holding her phone. The other students urged Lim Hanjin to blow out the candles. She bent down to blow, and the student holding the cake smirked coldly, planning to smash it right in her face. But who would have thought that in a split second the cake was on Han Jerry's head? Lim Hanjin lowered her foot and said with a bright smile that she was sorry her leg had just moved on reflex. Who knew it would fly in that direction? The cream cake falling on her head made Han Jerry's head bleed. That bitch was furious. Lim Hanjin acted worried and went to check on her. Han Jerry gritted her teeth and asked Lim Hanjin how she planned to take responsibility. That bitch looked at her defiantly. How dare you hit a student? But unfortunately for you, you messed with the wrong person. Lim Hanjin grabbed Han Jerry's head and slammed it hard onto the table. They had hidden a bunch of box cutters inside the cake. She confronted them. Why would a cake falling on someone's head make them bleed? Were you planning to slash my face with this? Han Jerry struggled and screamed that she didn't know. Lim Hanjin laughed coldly. She reintroduced herself as a field inspector for the Bureau of Educational Rights Protection. You kids are always on your phones, so you must know about me. You must have seen on YouTube how Wan Jin disciplined those other guys, right? But too bad for you. I'm not nearly as nice as he is. Lim Hanjin went to train to blow off some steam. Wan Jin brought her a drink and asked her if something happened at school because she looked so tense. She took the can and said nothing happened. She asked him if he'd seen the investigation video from the police station yet. Wan Jin opened a can of his own. He'd seen it, and he thought that girl's way of thinking was beyond anything he could imagine. Even though someone died, she was nonchalantly giggling as if nothing had happened. On top of that, she seems to be quite smart, quick-witted when it comes to malicious things like this false accusation. She pushed the responsibility of accusing Teacher Go onto her underlings, and created a perfect safety net for herself this time. They needed to seriously rethink their methods of education. The usual ways wouldn't be enough to make those kids feel any remorse. Lim Hanjin told Nawanjin to leave it all to her this time. No matter how evil the opponent is, he's not the type of person who can be cruel to women. Besides, she graduated from an all-girls school. She knew exactly what she had to do to deal with types like this. Nawanjin shivered a little watching Lim Hanjin pound the punching bag. She even challenged him to a one-on-one match, but he refused. The schoolgirls, after hearing that Lim Hanjin was from the Bureau of Educational Authority, were also a bit scared. The son of a national assemblyman had also been sent to prison. But Han Jerry was still calm. She told her friends to just act normal. According to what she'd looked up, the Bureau of Educational Rights working period is only 2 weeks. During that time, they should just ignore her and see what she does. Just as she finished her sentence, Lim Hanjin was suddenly standing behind Hanjeri. Who told you the Bureau of Educational Authority's working period is 2 weeks? The Bureau's working period lasts until the school returns to normal. Lim Hanjin snatched Hanjeri's phone. It's just that Teacher Nawanjin is so skilled that he resolves his cases within 2 weeks. I'm not that experienced. I might be here until you graduate. Hanjeri jumped up, demanding her phone back. Lim Hanjin slammed a rattan cane down on the desk, causing the students to shrink back in fear. Lim Hanjin stared daggers at her. Hanjeri broke out in a sweat, not daring to make another peep, forced to bite her lip and endure it. Hanjeri pointed and ordered the other students to put all their phones in their bags. She announced that during the Education Authority Bureau's work period, all students in the school were forbidden from using their phones. The students seemed to protest, but Lim Hanjin just smiled and told them to check the bulletin board by the school gate after class to confirm the announcement. In the following classes, the teachers relentlessly called Hanjeri to the board to solve problems. After being called on so many times, she got angry and slammed her desk, yelling that she didn't know the answer, and why the hell was everyone picking on her? She had barely run her mouth when Lim Hanjin slammed a cane against the locker behind her, unleashing a torrent of abuse on the girl. What's there to be so proud of when you don't know the answer? The teachers keep giving you a pass. And so time and time again, all you know how to do is scream that you don't know. Don't you know how to read a textbook? Then Lim Hanjin ordered Hanjeri to kneel and raise her hands. The girl's face twisted in a scowl. She tossed her hair and stepped closer to Lim Hanjin, asking, "What proof do you have that I've been harassing the teachers?" But Lim Hanjin didn't bother listening to her nonsense. She kicked the back of her knee, forcing Hanjeri to the ground. She then pressed her thigh down on both of the girl's knees and used one hand to restrain both of Hanjeri's hands above her head. Hanjeri squealed like a stuck pig. Lim Hanjin glared down at her. "You want proof, huh? Every single teacher has evidence proving that you've been harassing them, you know. They didn't just fly into a rage like some rabid dog because of a baseless suspicion." Lim Hanjin turned to the homeroom teacher. "From now on, I'm adding a new rule. If even one student shows a thuggish attitude during class, then all the other students will be punished along with them." Lim Hanjin ordered the entire class to kneel and raise their hands. By break time, a group of female students had gathered in the bathroom, cursing out Lim Hanjin. "What the hell did we do to be treated like dogs?" Hanjeri was just as furious. She took a drag from her e-cigarette, then suddenly flew into a rage and slapped her subordinate So Young. The slap made So Young's nose bleed. Hanjeri had come up with a new plan. So Young was hit by that crazy lady from the Education Bureau, so her cheek is swollen and she's bleeding. She ordered So Young to go, and used the public phone across from the school to make a call. A short while later, the PTA president stormed into the school. She burst into the classroom, demanding to know who dared to hit her daughter. The moment she saw Lim Hanjin in the classroom, the woman flew at her, slapped her across the face, and started screaming at her. She said, "You should just stick to being a teacher. How dare you hit my daughter?" It wasn't long ago that I was the one who got that pervert of a teacher kicked out of here. Before the woman could finish her sentence, Lim Hanjin slapped her so hard her face went numb. The students in the class stared with their mouths wide open. The teacher in the room also broke into a sweat, warning Lim Hanjin. She's the school's PTA president. Lim Hanjin didn't even know how to write the word fear. She looked at the woman with contempt. "Even if you're the PTA president, you have no damn right to lay a hand on a teacher when you don't even know the situation. If you feel so wronged, then call the Minister of Education to sort this out." The PTA president screamed, "Don't think I won't do it." Lim Hanjin gave a cold smile, challenging her. "Go ahead, do it. Do everything you possibly can. But the more you do, the more miserable you'll become." Hanjeri sat in her seat, anxiously biting her nails, wondering what to do next. The Bureau of Educational Rights had been working here for 10 days. Hanjeri had truly changed. Of course, at first she refused to give in. After the PTA president's visit, she continued to plan her next move. Since they couldn't use their phones, they resorted to passing notes. But just as the note was being passed, Lim Hanjin snatched it. The note read, "Starting tomorrow, no student is to come to school." Lim Hanjin let out a cold laugh and ordered all second-year students to assemble in the gym. All of her plans had been thwarted by her. The entire second year was punished. In the end, all the students in the school placed the blame squarely on Hanjeri. Hanjeri, their former queen, had been dethroned. But even those who blamed Hanjeri had no right to be proud. Weren't they all her accomplices? Now Hanjeri knew her place. She studied obediently in class, not daring to make a peep. At the Hanjin Sports Center, she and Na Wanjin were sparring. He asked, "So has that Hanjeri kid learned her lesson yet?" She told him that the girl was much more obedient now. She's completely isolated now. After they finished sparring, the two of them bowed to each other and stopped. Lim Hanjin took a towel to wipe herself down. Once leadership is lost, it's hard to get it back. Even if the bureau leaves the school, Hanjeri won't be able to pull the strings and manipulate the others like before. Na Wanjin suddenly threw a surprise punch, but Lim Hanjin raised her arm and blocked it. He warned her, "Don't let your guard down. If that kid was someone who would submit so easily, then we wouldn't have needed to come here in the first place. The very reason the Bureau of Educational Rights exists is because of perverse monsters like her." Teacher Sun clenched her teeth as she walked home. Currently, no teachers were being ignored and classes had become more relaxed. But for some reason, she felt so restless. Before, Hanjeri was a heartless and cruel kid. As a teacher, she shouldn't think this way about a student, but that girl truly was a demon that no one could discipline. But today she was acting so weak. She felt there was something wrong with her own prejudiced views. They had neglected Hanjeri. This could lead to something beyond their control. Teacher Sun went up the stairs and saw Hanjeri sitting there hugging her knees and crying. She asked her what was wrong. The girl, sobbing, said that all the students and teachers were blaming her. They thought the Bureau of Educational Rights only came to the school because of her. They all treated her like an insect. She said she knew it was her fault, and that she was reflecting on her actions, but she didn't know how to apologize. She didn't know what to do to make everyone forgive her. Teacher Sun Young recalled Teacher Gu Yangsu's words, "There are no bad students in this world. When they do bad things, there's always a reason. Understand that reason and guide them. It's a teacher's duty to lead students down the right path." Teacher Sun Young's heart softened. She helped Hanjeri up and invited her inside to talk. As she turned to enter the code to open the door, after it opened, Hanjeri revealed her true colors. She shoved Teacher Sun Young down and covered her mouth. On the website for the Bureau of Teachers' Rights Protection, there's a section for anonymous reporting. What that means is the Bureau of Teachers' Rights is a place anyone can go to report wrongdoing. Hanjeri assumed Teacher Sun Young was the one who had done it. She screamed that it was all just a joke. "So how dare you do this?" With her mouth covered, Teacher Sun Young could only cry. Both she and Teacher Gu Yangsu had been wrong. These children, they can't possibly be human. They're monsters. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The neighbor complained about why Teacher Sun Young was being so noisy. Annoyed, Hanjeri yelled for the person outside to shut up and get lost. Everything is about to end. Lim Han-jim was outside telling Hanjeri to open the door. If she counted to 3 and the door wasn't open, she shouldn't blame her for what happened next. Hearing Lim Han-jim's voice, Hanjeri was terrified. Outside, Lim Han-jim began to count. Backtracking a bit, when Teacher Sun Young had opened her door, she'd realized Lim Han-jim lived right next door. She was living there temporarily because it was close to the school. Nawan Jin had also reminded Lim Han-jin that human psychology is fascinating. When people realize they can't deal with the target of their resentment, they naturally redirect all that anger onto an unrelated target. Nawan Jin was dead certain that Hanjeri would find a way to make things difficult for Lim Han-jin. Her next step would be to find the person who reported her to the Bureau of Teachers' Rights. She'll surely think the informant is the person she bullies the most. Nawan Jin reminded Lim Han-jin to figure out who Hanjeri's next target would be, and reality proved Nawan Jin right. Outside, Lim Han-jin was counting. Inside, Teacher Sun Young softly tried to persuade Hanjeri to open the door. "Lim Han-jin is here to give advice. She won't do anything. I'll help talk to her for you." But Hanjeri absolutely refused to listen. She snatched a box cutter from her friend's hand and raised it, about to stab down. But So Hyung, who was next to her, stopped her. Initially, they only came here to threaten Teacher Sun Young and to make the inspector from the Bureau of Teachers' Rights back off. Hanjeri yanked her arm free, slashing So Hyung's hand with the box cutter. So Hyung cried out, clutching her bleeding hand. Teacher Sun Young rushed over to check the wound. Seeing how crazy Hanjeri was, the other friend quickly opened the door. Lim Han-jim entered, her face as dark as thunder. "You've gone too far." Hanjeri shrank back in fear, hurriedly opening the balcony door and jumping down to escape. Lim Han-jim chased after her. Hanjeri ran out to the main street and saw 2 police officers on patrol. There, she put on a pathetic act, crying and calling for help, claiming Lim Han-jim wanted to kill her. The 2 men, seeing how pitiful Hanjeri looked, moved to protect her. Lim Han-jim tried to explain that she was her teacher, but they didn't believe her and demanded to see her ID. Unfortunately, she didn't have her wallet or phone with her. Hanjeri smirked triumphantly and ran off. Lim Han-jim knew she couldn't wait any longer. So, using a special technique, she quickly slipped past the 2 men. She told them she was from the Bureau of Teachers' Rights Protection and would come to talk tomorrow. With that, she ran off. Teacher Sun Young bandaged So Hyung's wound. Looking at the school records, she saw that So Hyung and Han Jae-ri went to the same middle school. She asked if Han Jae-ri was like this back then. So Hyung said that in middle school, Han Jae-ri wasn't like this at all. She was pretty and had a friendly personality, so she was very well liked. Han Jae-ri was also smart and did so well in her studies she could have gone to an international school if she wanted. But then, something happened. It made Han Jae-ri completely change for the worse. Han Jae-ri was cornered. She tried to run to the rooftop and close the door, but it was too late. Lim Han Jim had caught up, kicking the door right into her face. Pushed to the edge, Han Jae-ri burst out laughing like a maniac. "If I do this, then both Lim Han Jim and that damn bureau will be finished." Without hesitation, Han Jae-ri jumped off the rooftop. Han Jae-ri and So Hyung's middle school homeroom teacher was named John Sang-eon. That bastard did something terrible that changed Han Jae-ri's personality. After Han Jae-ri jumped off the roof, Lim Han Jim jumped after her. She caught her grabbing onto an air conditioning unit. But Han Jae-ri was a crazy bitch. She was determined to struggle, causing them both to fall. Lim Han Jim's one hand couldn't support both their weights, so they fell. That bitch Han Jae-ri even intentionally positioned Lim Han Jim underneath to cushion her fall. Lim Han Jim hit the ground and coughed up blood, hacking violently. Han Jae-ri got up, laughing hysterically. Like a madwoman, she relentlessly beat Lim Han Jim in the face. Teacher Sun Young and the two students who had come looking for them witnessed Han Jae-ri beating Lim Han Jim. The bitch was even about to smash a brick over her head. But Teacher Sun Young stopped her. The girl struggled, yelling, "Let go!" Teacher Sun Young tried to reason with Han Jae-ri. "I heard everything from So Hyung. What that man did was truly disgusting. But what you're doing right now isn't right either." But regardless of what Teacher Sun Young said, it was like Han Jae-ri was born deaf. She wouldn't listen. She picked up the brick, intending to throw it at Teacher Sun Young, whom she despised, thinking she was a phony. Just as she was about to throw the brick, Lim Han Jim regained consciousness and grabbed her hand. She punched her in the face, knocking her to the ground. Terrified, Han Jae-ri backed away and quickly knelt, begging Lim Han Jim for forgiveness. She promised that from now on she would stop treating teachers like they were air and would listen. Just then, the two patrol officers from earlier caught up. As if grabbing a lifeline, Han Jae-ri rushed over to them for help, pulling the same old trick of accusing Lim Han Jin of assault. Lim Han Jin turned back to snap Teacher Sun Young out of it. Han Jae-ri is a lost cause. Teacher Sun Young made her decision. She went to talk to the police. She told them everything from Han Jae-ri illegally breaking into her home and threatening her, to how the kids were ostracizing teachers at school. Afterwards, the truth about the false accusation against teacher Gu Yang-soo was found on Han Jae-ri's phone. So Hyung was also investigated as an accomplice in the case, falsely accusing teacher Gu Yang-soo, ordering other kids to ostracize teachers being behind the school violence, illegal entry, and making threats. Currently, Han Jae-ri is awaiting the court's verdict at a juvenile classification home. Right now, she's sitting in a detention cell meeting with Lim Han Jim. Lim Han Jim hands her a stack of papers explaining the question that she had always wondered about. All this time, there had been 62 reports about Han Jae-ri's behavior sent to the Bureau of Teachers' Rights. Most of them were from students who were angry about Teacher Go's death. Teacher Sun Young hadn't sent a single one. After reading it, Han Jae-ri bluntly tore it all up. She scoffed, "Such a good little phony." She then directly told Lim Han Jim to get the hell out, saying she didn't want to see her anymore. Lim Han Jim's face darkened as she mentioned the name Han Jae-ri would remember for the rest of her life, John Sang-eon. That teacher was the one who helped turn Han Jae-ri into the vicious person she is today. She also understood why Han Jae-ri's life became so twisted. A person's character is often formed during high school and going through something like that. It's understandable. But even so, she couldn't bring herself to sympathize with Han Jae-ri. There's no law saying all evil people are criminals. After saying that, Lim Han Jim stood up and left. But don't worry. That piece of trash, John Sang-eon, will get some special care from Na Wan-jin. John Sang-eon wiped his hand on the windowsill, and seeing it was still dusty, he turned to question the student Choi Hyun-wong. "Why is this cleaning so shitty?" The old man shoved his dusty finger into the student's mouth. Choi Hyun-wong choked and coughed violently. John Sang-eon asked him why he was spitting it out. It was dusty because he didn't clean properly. You have to eat all of it. He stood in the middle of the class berating Choi Hyun-wong for his shoddy work, saying it was no wonder he'd always be called trash. During the break, John Sang-eon was in the teacher's lounge when a female student approached and gave him a gift. The girl thanked him for the counseling session last time. She expressed her satisfaction and happiness after their talk. She was truly grateful to him. John Sang-eon took the pink letter from the top of the gift box. He said he would only accept the letter. He told the student to go back to class. He would counsel her more in the future, and she didn't need to bring any more gifts. The other teachers saw John Sangyeon receiving a gift from a student. They admired him, flattering him. As John Sangyeon was talking to another teacher, he opened the letter. Inside was money, not a letter at all. Suddenly there was a commotion outside. Nawanjin stormed in, ignoring the vice principal who was trying to block his way. The vice principal guaranteed that there were no problem students at his school. Nawanjin said he'd received a tip and came to verify it. If there really wasn't a problem here, he would leave quickly. Nawanjin introduced himself to the teachers. He was from the Bureau for the Protection of Educational Rights, here to investigate. In Choi Hyun-wong's classroom, he was sitting and doing his work. Then a kid with blonde hair slammed his foot on his notebook. He peered over to see what he was doing and urged him to get up and start cleaning. The next period was their homeroom teacher John Sangyeon's class. Despite the other guys yapping, Choi Hyun-wong calmly and softly told him to get his foot off. But that guy was stubborn as a leech. He dragged his foot, tearing a page in Choi Hyun-wong's book. He clicked his tongue, sneering at him. Why would a poor piece of trash like you go to college? He even insulted Choi Hyun-wong's grandfather, calling him a garbage collector. He can't even stand up straight, that's why his back is always in pain. Hearing the bully insult his grandfather, Choi Hyun-wong couldn't take it anymore. Nawanjin entered the classroom with that bastard John Sangyeon. On the way, he asked the old man about the school's problems. The old man thought for a moment, then said that in this world, every school has problem students. He said that out of 100 students at his school, maybe only one has a problem. Nawanjin smirked. He told John Sangyeon he had misunderstood. The targets he deals with aren't just students. John Sangyeon turned back. To him, students who don't understand how the world works are like trash scattered on the ground. And that kind of trash needs to be beaten to its senses. Nawanjin was shocked to hear the old man spew such nonsense. The two of them opened the door and entered the classroom. Inside, Choi Hyun-wong and the blonde kid were fighting. Of course, Choi Hyun-wong was getting the crap beaten out of him. Sangyeon shouted, "Stop!" He asked the blonde kid what he was doing. The blonde kid's name was Kim Kang-shik. He stood up, apologized to John Sangyeon, and explained that he had reminded Choi Hyun-wong to clean up. But he attacked him instead. Choi Hyun-wong shot back, saying he couldn't just let it slide. He insulted my grandfather first. But John Sangyeon wouldn't even listen, telling him to kneel before Kang-shik and apologize. But Choi Hyun-wong refused to back down. John Sangyeon patted his shoulder and said, "Violating instructions and now fighting a classmate. Trash will always be trash." He let out a cold, contemptuous laugh. Those who make a living picking up trash, what can they produce other than more trash? Choi Hyun-wong couldn't take it anymore. He angrily grabbed John Sangyeon's shirt, ready to punch him. He yelled in frustration, demanding to know why he was being treated this way. "You don't treat the other kids like this. So why are you only doing this to me?" John Sangyeon sneered. He scowled accusingly. "A student speaking so informally and grabbing a teacher's collar. Are you trying to destroy a teacher's authority?" Nawanjin grabbed Choi Hyun-wong's raised hand. The students in the class recognized him. They had all seen the news online, so they knew he was from the Educational Rights Bureau. Every single one of them thought Choi Hyun-wong was screwed. Nawanjin, with a serious face, told John Sangyeon that he would hold on to Hyun-wong for a moment. The old man let out a huff and adjusted his jacket. "What bad luck, fucking trash." Nawanjin gripped Hyun-wong's wrist, telling him to make a tight fist. Then he guided Hyun-wong's wrist and punched John Sangyeon right in the face. The old man was completely stunned by the hit. The students in the class were also gaping. Nawanjin looked at John Sangyeon with a challenging smile. "I have to beat some sense into this scum. A teacher of all people, calling students trash. How are you any different from trash yourself?" Lim Han-jin showed Nawanjin Hanjeri's birth certificate and report cards. In middle school, Hanjeri was a very good student right up until John Sangyeon became her homeroom teacher. She was always in the top 10 of the entire school. Nawanjin asked about Hanjeri's family. Lim Han-jin said that Hanjeri's parents divorced when she was in the 1st grade. She's currently living with her father. For some reason, her father's business suddenly took a nosedive, so he no longer cared about his daughter's life at school. After hearing that Nawanjin's expression became serious, Hanjeri's circumstances were very similar to the student that John Sangyeon was targeting, Cho Hyun-gwang. That boy was an excellent student, always ranked 3rd or 4th in the entire school. His parents are dead, so he lives a very difficult life with his elderly grandfather. Lim Han-jin was getting annoyed. What the hell is with that? Old bastard. Does John Sangyeon have a problem with smart students who are orphans? She doesn't have a mother either. That crazy? While they were talking, another old teacher over there was scolding 2 students. The two of them tried to explain that they weren't skipping class, they just snuck out of school to buy teokbokki to eat. But that old teacher wouldn't listen. He swung his hand and slapped one of the students across the face, then grabbed the boy's hair and beat him relentlessly, all while cursing nonstop that leaving school grounds was a violation of the rules. You want to take a video? Go ahead, film it, let's see you try. The Bureau of Educational Rights is here to legally punish students, Nawanjin sighed. The teachers at this school were completely misunderstanding this visit from the Bureau of Educational Rights. Before I can catch John Sanjian, I have to change their trashy way of thinking first. After meeting Nawanjin, John Songyeon was scared shitless. The old man had no idea what was happening. John Songyeon had never been asked for his name, but he knew it and was dragging him all over the place. He suspected Cho Hyun-gwang had snitched, but the boy said it wasn't him. He had only just started getting physical with Cho Hyun-gwang. He hadn't done anything outrageous enough for the Bureau to have to come here. John Sanjian saw a group of students peeking into a classroom. Inside, a female teacher was cornering a male student, forcing him to solve a problem on the board. If you can't solve it, the class doesn't get a break. That student was so nervous he had no idea how to do the problem. That hag of a teacher flew into a rage, took a book, and beat the boy over the head with it relentlessly, calling him an idiot. You've learned all of this and you still can't solve it. When I was teaching, you weren't even paying attention. If you're not going to listen in class, then just drop out and go work on a construction site. John Sanjian scoffed. This Ms. Kang Hae-suk must be stressed because she hasn't had lunch yet. That's why she's taking it out on the students. John Sanjaeon mumbled, the other teachers are just as trashy, so why is Nawanjin only targeting me? But he had no idea that Nawanjin was standing behind him recording everything. Back on the athletic field, a male teacher was questioning a female student about why she dared to dye her hair. Are you planning to go to a club and seduce men? The teacher poked the female student in the chest with a stick. The girl startled, flinched, and covered her chest with her hands. The teacher acted as if nothing had happened casually, saying he was just being careless. What are you going to accuse me of harassment or something? The teacher challenged the female student. If you've got the guts, go ahead and report me. I'll hang myself in front of your house. The female student was so scared she covered her face and sobbed. The teacher just stood beside her, mocking her. Na Guanjin was still standing off to the side, taking notes. From top to bottom, the teachers at this school were complete assholes competing to yell, curse at, and beat the students. When lunchtime arrived and the teachers were getting ready to eat, they received an announcement from the school's speakers. It was from the Bureau of Educational Rights. Nawanjin announced that the teachers whose names he was about to call should gather at the athletic field. He read out a list of teachers' names which included John Sanjian's. Those teachers quickly gathered in one spot. Nawanjin handed each of them a set of clothes. He said, yesterday I inspected the school and saw that the teaching methods here are problematic. Therefore, during this time I am asking all of you to set aside your positions as teachers and stand in the shoes of a student to feel what it's like. The teachers, of course, did not agree. They argued back, no way, the midterms are coming up, what kind of stupid game is this? The teacher, Kang Hyun-suk, pointed her finger directly in Nawanjin's face and criticized him. What is the duty of the Bureau for the Protection of Educational Rights? Isn't it supposed to be a place that protects teachers' rights? Your actions right now are damaging the dignity of teachers. Nawanjin cornered her. He said educational rights are the rights of teachers to educate and the rights of parents to educate. But they are also the students' right to learn. As for ignorant teachers who violate the students' right to learn and infringe upon educational rights, you will be dealt with as well. Nawanjin laughed and told the other teachers, if you're so dissatisfied, then don't wear them. Instead, tomorrow a disciplinary notice with the seal of the Minister of Education will be placed on each of your desks. Hearing this, the teachers were furious, but they couldn't do a damn thing about it. The next day, they were forced to put on school uniforms, cosplaying as students. John Sanjian was so embarrassed he didn't know where to hide his face. He stood in front of the class and introduced himself as John Sanjian, the new transfer student. Nawanjin stood beside him and told the class that John Sanjian was just like any other student. Like a friend, so you don't need to be formal, just act comfortably. The students below covered their mouths, shaking as they tried to hold back their laughter. They took out their phones and openly took pictures. Standing in one spot laughing and mocking him only made John Sanjian more ashamed. Cho Hyun-gwang put a rag in front of John Sanjian and told him to hurry up and wipe the windows. During Korean history class, the teacher turned to the class and asked, who can name for me about 3 documents that recognize Dokdo Island as Korean territory? Can this be passed down in Japan? This week it was John Sanjian's turn to answer, but no teacher dared to call on that old man. She turned to the class and asked if anyone else could answer. Cho Hyun-gwang raised his hand. He answered fluently, and in detail even including the year. The history teacher praised him, saying he was so good he'd definitely get a perfect score in Korean history. This time that old geezer, John San-jeon, kept staring at Cho Hyun-gwang relentlessly. Even during lunch, he sat near him. While Cho Hyun-gwang ate and studied new English words, John San-geon just poked at his food, not eating. Na Won-jin came over to his table and sat down, saying sarcastically, "It looks like your eyes are shooting lasers, huh?" He sat across from the old man and while eating said that Cho Hyun-gwang is a model student. Even though he comes from a difficult background, he's a much better student than the kids who go to cram schools. The boy is also very friendly with the teachers. Na Won-jin asked John San-jeon, "Why is it that the homeroom teacher of all people is the only one who doesn't see that, and why do you seem so annoyed by it?" John San-jeon pulled back his chair and stood up. He claimed he doesn't discriminate against students. After saying that, he left immediately, not wanting to listen to Na Won-jin for another second. Meanwhile, in a corner of the school, 2 students were secretly smoking while having another keep watch for an inspector. But no inspector showed up. Instead, they saw the old man, John San-jeon. They jumped when they saw him. John San-jeon told the kids to give him a cigarette and he joined their smoking group. John San-jeon asked the student Kim Kwang-sik why he hadn't properly done the job he was given. Why was Cho Hyun-gwang still able to walk around with his head held high? You have to break his spirit before the midterm exam. Kim Kwang-sik sighed, saying that Cho Hyun-gwang's spirit is too strong. More importantly, Na Won-jin is at the school now, so he didn't dare to do anything. John San-jeon told them, "Who said you had to do it at school? There are plenty of other ways. You could just drag him somewhere after school." Kim Kwang-sik refused, saying he wouldn't do it. If the old man wanted it done, he should do it himself. John San-jeon pulled Kim Kwang-sik closer and told him to just do it, and he would be rewarded. Kim Kwang-sik tried to refuse again, but John San-jeon threatened him, whispering something in his ear. It made him jump. The whole time the two were whispering, Na Won-jin was watching them from the rooftop. Cho Hyun-gwang's grandfather was out collecting trash. Today someone helped him, so he was in a great mood, thinking to himself, "Tonight I'll buy 1/2 kilogram of meat to make soup for Hyun-gwang." He pulled his trash cart step by step, unaware that 3 masked punks were following him. Meanwhile, John San-jeon and a student's parent were sitting together in a cafe. She heard from her daughter about what was happening at school, that the inspector from the Education Authority Protection Bureau was putting pressure on John San-jeon. She asked if he was okay. She was worried about her daughter, Iwan. John San-jeon took a sip of coffee and told her not to worry. He had already prepared for everything. But the parent was still uneasy. Cho Hyun-gwang kept getting into fights, yet his grades were still high, which worried her. John San-jeon just smirked contemptuously. He swore and guaranteed that this midterm exam, Cho Hyun-gwang would be completely ruined. This wasn't a time he could possibly focus on his studies. Elsewhere, something had happened. Cho Hyun-gwang's grandfather's trash cart was being vandalized by 3 men dressed in black. They kicked it over and destroyed the items on the cart. Cho Hyun-gwang's grandfather grabbed one of their sleeves, telling them to stop, but they ruthlessly punched him. One of the men dusted off his sleeve. "Don't touch me. Do you know how expensive this outfit is? Even if you gathered a dozen carts like this, it wouldn't be enough to cover the compensation." The man in black raised his foot and kicked Cho Hyun-gwang's grandfather. On his way home from school, Cho Hyun-gwang saw his grandfather pulling the cart down the street. He happily ran over to help him. But his grandfather refused, afraid that his friends might see and he'd be embarrassed. Cho Hyun-gwang didn't care about that. He wanted to help his grandfather. It was then that he noticed the wound on his grandfather's face and worriedly asked who had hit him. Cho Hyun-gwang's grandfather reassured him not to worry, saying things like this happen sometimes. He didn't want to talk about it and instead bragged about how lucky he was today. A young man passing by had beaten the pulp out of the guys who attacked him and chased them away. Hyun-gwang's grandfather taught him that no matter what bad things happen, you shouldn't get angry, or you'll be the only one who suffers. In this world, there are bad things, but there are also good things. Those 3 guys had been beaten to a pulp by Na Won-jin. He made them kneel in silence. Na Won-jin interrogated Kim Kwang-sik, asking what John San-jeon had given him to make him do something so shameless and disgraceful. Meanwhile, John San-jeon gave the parent a USB drive as insurance in case something went wrong. He told her to remind her daughter Iwan that if she watched it, she must watch it alone, and she was not to let anyone else know what was on it. The parent asked what it was. What else could it be but the midterm exam questions? John San-jeon also gave Kim's group a similar USB drive. They confessed everything to Na Won-jin. He smirked. The goal was to make Cho Hyun-gwang's grades plummet, right? The main targets were students from disadvantaged families. and so the school couldn't investigate if a problem arose. Nawan-jin clenched his fists. Not bad. So it was all about academic performance. Everything was clear now, and he had the evidence. Now let the real education begin. Nawan-jin went to Lim Han-jin's training center. As they trained, they talked. She held the USB drive and remarked on how John Sanjian was bullying students from difficult circumstances. All for the sake of rankings. How could they dare to leak the exam questions if they handed this over to the police? Jo Sang-yeon would be finished for good. Na Wan-jin said no. If that happens, Jo Sang-yeon will only be guilty of leaking the exam questions. I'm definitely going to teach that old man a lesson. I've had it. The teachers forced to dress up as students turned pale when they received the midterm exam. The simple midterm had only 5 questions. Question 1. Clean the classroom 2 points per day. Question 2. Help prepare group meals 2 points per day. Question 3. Greet the students in a friendly manner 0.1 points per person. Question 4. Read the entire student human rights code aloud 2 points per day. The final question worth 50 points apologized to the students listed below. The teachers asked Nawan-jin what on earth this was. He announced that from now on, they would begin their midterm exam. The deadline is 9 a.m. next week. Within 1 week, any student who doesn't score over 60 points will be immediately expelled, and being expelled also means being dismissed from their position. Hearing this, the teachers panicked and broke into a sweat. Nawan-jin looked at them and smirked, telling them to remember. Pay special attention to the last question. Even if you do well on the others, it's all useless if you can't complete the last one. The first teacher gave it a try. He apologized to the female student he had bullied the other day. The moment the word sorry left his mouth, he was held back by a group of students who poked him in the chest with a stick. That female student had been holding a grudge, and now she finally had a chance to get back at him. That teacher's face turned red with anger, and tears welled up from the pain of being poked. But he couldn't do a thing. He was even mocked by the students. Truly nothing is more vicious. The female students didn't give up and continued to poke the teacher. Seeing this, Jo Sang-yeon gritted his teeth in frustration. What the hell is this? Does he have to bow his head and apologize to a piece of trash like Cho Hyun-gwang? He opened the exam to take a look. He'd deal with that later. The special thing was among the group of students he had to apologize to was Kim Kang-shik. He decided to start with the easy one first. Jo Sang-yeon arrogantly went to see Kim Kang-shik and demanded, "Sign here." He asked Kim Kang-shik if he had dealt with Cho Hyun-gwang's old man yet. His attitude was anything but pleasant. Just looking at him made you want to punch him. Of course, Kim Kang-shik felt the same way. He stood up and punched Jo Sang-yeon straight in the face. He kept punching Jo Sang-yeon in the face to let out his anger. That geezer ordered him to beat Cho Hyun-gwang's father until he was hospitalized. But what kind of scumbag does that? The kind of teacher who orders a student to do such a thing. Kim Kang-shik kicked Jo Sang-yeon, knocking him to the ground, then snatched the paper from him and read it. He laughed, full of sarcasm, then took his cigarette and pressed it onto his signature spot. He tossed the paper back to him. Jo Sang-yeon scrambled to his feet. Nawan-jin, who had been watching the whole time, added his own sarcastic remarks. So Jo Sang-yeon knows how to go around asking for signatures too, huh? He congratulated the old man, saying there was only one person left. Keep it up. Nawan-jin looked at Jo Sang-yeon with contempt. Just 2 signatures and it looks like such hard work. Jo Sang-yeon went off to earn his points. He found it strange how Kim Kang-shik's attitude had changed like that. He suspected that his leaking of the exam had been exposed. Then he thought this isn't necessarily the worst-case scenario. Nawan-jin can't do anything to him. The file he gave him was from last year's exam. Just as the teachers had painstakingly finished cleaning up the trash around the school, students from the upper floors started throwing more trash down. They laughed gleefully, thrilled to hear that these teachers would be fired. If they didn't get enough points, so they threw trash even more enthusiastically. They ignored the teachers who told them to stop, and the students didn't listen. In the end, one of them, Kang Hyun-suk, submitted her resignation. She had realized that not a single student wanted her to stay. That was the price she had to pay after causing them so much pain. She said that whether she resigned or not, she would still apologize to the students. But a teacher who doesn't receive the respect of her students no longer has the right to stand at the front of the classroom. Not anymore. Kang Hyun-suk bowed her head and thanked Nawan-jin for helping her realize this important lesson. Nawan-jin pulled out Kang Hyun-suk's exam paper and told her to wait. This morning, 2 of her students had already signed it. Although she sometimes lost her temper and yelled at students, she didn't necessarily have to resign like this. Kang Hyun-suk had scored 62 points, so she had passed the exam. Nawan-jin told her to take off the student uniform and return to the lectern. Hearing this, Kang Hyun-suk was too moved to speak. Nawanjin turned to the remaining teachers and said, "Keep up the good work. The students at this school all stand on the side of justice. As long as the teachers sincerely apologize, they will forgive you. How sincere you are, though, is another matter." Jo Sang-yeon gritted his teeth and knelt to apologize to Cho Hyun-gwang. He told the boy that if he had any resentment, he should take it all out on him right here and now. He put on a pathetic act, saying that if Cho Hyun-gwang told him to quit his job, he would do it immediately. Jo Sang-yeon said that with his mouth but in his heart, he thought Cho Hyun-gwang wouldn't actually dare to say it. Cho Hyun-gwang was silent, ignoring him. Tense, Jo Sang-yeon repeated his apology again. He said it was because he couldn't control his anger, that he had grabbed him by the collar. Cho Hyun-gwang still showed no expression. As he wrote, he said that if Nawanjin hadn't shown up and dealt with Jo Sang-yeon that day, his life would have probably been over. He told the old man, "If you want to quit, then just quit. You shouldn't bother with people like him. It's just a waste of your time." He would never do anything to jeopardize his future just for someone like John Sang-yoon. The next day, John Sang-yoon was tailing him. Hyun-gwang bought him some food. That old geezer stood in front of him offering a hamburger, thinking he probably doesn't get to eat things like this normally. That's why he dangled it in his face. Choi Hyun-gwang ignored John Sang-yoon. He put on his headphones and did his work while listening to music. John Sang-yoon was furious. He threw the bag with the hamburger on the ground. He was incredibly irritated that Choi Hyun-gwang dared to be so arrogant with him. Nawanjin picked up the bag of food that was just thrown on the ground and told John Sang-yoon that wasting food isn't a good thing. The other day, he'd already thrown away a piece of tonkatsu. Nawanjin took the hamburger out of the bag and while eating held up John Sang-yoon's test paper. At this point, only he, a teacher named John, and the gym teacher hadn't passed the test yet, and the deadline is tomorrow morning. Annoyed, John Sang-yoon went home. He opened his room door and flopped onto the bed. Suddenly, he got a call from his daughter. John Sang-yoon excitedly answered. His daughter bragged that she was at Christina's birthday party. It was a lot of fun. She said she was going camping next week, too. John Sang-yoon was very happy to hear his daughter talk and wished her a good time. His daughter said over the phone that her mom needed some money, about $2,000, and asked him to send it tomorrow. The smile vanished from John Sang-yoon's face. He just cursed his wife for thinking she was more important than their own child. Even so, he still promised his daughter he would send the money tomorrow. After the call ended, John Sang-yoon made up his mind. He staked out in front of Choi Hyun-gwang's house, waiting. He had just returned from the city library. When Choi Hyun-gwang saw the old man, he didn't react at all. John Sang-yoon confided that when he was young, he had also lived like Choi Hyun-gwang, looked down on and all that, but now thinking back, he saw those negative things as a source of motivation for him at times like that. He was determined to study hard to show others what he was made of. Choi Hyun-gwang ignored John Sang-yoon's nonsense. He walked right past him without a care. John Sang-yoon held out a yellow USB in front of him. He was pulling the same old trick again. Proposing a deal, he said this was the file for this midterm exam. John Sang-yoon guaranteed that from now until graduation, he would take care of all his achievements and rankings. He was dead certain that someone as smart as Choi Hyun-gwang would know just how advantageous this was. Choi Hyun-gwang's face darkened. He snatched the USB from John Sang-yoon's hand, threw it right in the old man's face, and walked away. He despised the man's actions. Thanks to him, he now knew just how important studying was. And right then he realized that in this life, he could never live like John Sang-yoon. When being soft didn't work, the old man started playing dirty. John Sang-yoon grabbed Choi Hyun-gwang and pinned him to the ground. He pulled out a red ink stamp. He grabbed his hand and stamped his test paper. John Sang-yoon looked at Choi Hyun-gwang with contempt, thinking that what he was enduring was nothing, compared to the girl he tormented 2 years ago. He then challenged Choi Hyun-gwang, telling him to go ahead and snitch to Wanjin if he wanted to. At worst, he'd get fired, but in exchange, Choi Hyun-gwang's family wouldn't be left in peace. He threatened to do the exact same thing to Choi Hyun-gwang's grandfather. Too bad for him, everything he had just done was witnessed by Nawan-jin. He had been squatting on the porch ledge the whole time. Nawan-jin leaped down and kicked John Sang-yoon straight in the face. "Students who cheat get a 0, you know." He turned to Choi Hyun-gwang and said, "You must feel like you're wasting your time on trash like this. I'll handle him." Nawan-jin told him to go home and study. John Sang-yoon saw his hopes dashed. He lunged forward, hugged Nawan-jin's leg, and begged for forgiveness. He pleaded with him not to get him fired, saying he had an 8-year-old daughter. "Without this job, my family can't survive." Nawanjin took a drag from his cigarette and exhaled. There it is again, the job and family excuse. He told the man that if he wanted forgiveness, he should state clearly what he did wrong. Why is it that someone who harms others like you only thinks about his own situation and never about his victims? In the end, he wasn't begging for forgiveness because he was thinking of the person he harmed, but only for his own sake. Nawanjin cleaned out his ear. This is my job, so this is what I have to do. But no matter how you put it, taking away the job of a family's breadwinner. I do feel a bit bad about that. So I'll give John Sang-yoon a chance. The man acted as if he'd struck gold, promising he would definitely be serious from now on. Nawanjin smirked. He would give him a chance to return to the classroom. He brought Hanjeri to stand in front of him and asked, "Do you remember her thanks to your excellent teaching?" Hanjeri's character was destroyed, and she became a criminal. John Sang-yoon was shocked to see his former student. Hanjeri's hands were still in cuffs. She glared at him. John Sang-yoon saw Hanjeri, and although he was incredibly nervous, he still had to pretend to be cheerful, greeting her and asking how she was. Hanjeri didn't say a single word. She just lifted her leg and kicked him in the face. Nawanjin didn't stop her. Hanjeri kicked John Sang-yoon relentlessly. He begged her for forgiveness, but Hanjeri couldn't care less. How could she forget how he had treated her back then? She had also begged for forgiveness, but he didn't give a damn. He made her clean the floor the day right before the midterm exam, and wouldn't let her go home. John Sang-yoon was so cruel he even made her clean it so thoroughly that not a single speck of dust was left. Hanjeri was bullied by the other female students. They even cut her hair, and all of this was John Sang-yeon's masterpiece, finding fault with students aiding the bullying, deliberately docking her points. At the time, Hanjeri didn't understand why John Sang-yeon would bully her to such an extent. After receiving the notification that she had failed the entrance exam for the foreign language high school, Hanjeri was devastated. The older girls at her part-time job tried to comfort her. Holding back her tears, Hanjeri brought water out to a customer, and as she did, she saw someone at an outside table. That bastard John Sang-yeon was sitting and eating with two other students. A female student handed him an envelope thanking him because, with his help, she was able to pass the foreign language school exam. The two female students sitting with John Sang-yeon were the twins. Until 9th grade, their scores were still lower than Hanjeri's. They were overjoyed when they heard Hanjeri had failed and John Sang-yeon joined in their celebration. In that moment, Hanjeri realized she was just a puppet he used to boost other people's scores. Right then, she made a vow that she would never let him use her again. Back in the present, Hanjeri picks up a rock from the ground, intending to smash it on John Sang-yeon. She screams in hatred that it was all his fault, that he was the one who ruined her life. Just as the rock is about to fall, Nawanjin steps in to stop her. He asks if she's planning on becoming a murderer. "So you want to spend the rest of your life in a prison cell?" Nawanjin throws his cigarette on the ground and tells Hanjeri that if she wants to do it, she should just go ahead. "You'll just have to live with the consequences." Hearing that Hanjeri obviously didn't dare to go through with it, John Sang-yeon took that opportunity to run for his life down the stairs, but he slipped and tumbled all the way down. Nawanjin asks Hanjeri if she really wants to. Ruin her own life for someone like that. Hanjeri screams that her life is already a complete mess. She already has a criminal record. What can I even do now? Nawanjin tells her it doesn't matter whether she has a record or not. What matters is whether there's still a glimmer of hope in her heart. Teacher Go Young-soo died because of Hanjeri. Surely she, more than anyone, should understand what it feels like to suffer an injustice. However, the injustice you've had to endure can't even compare to his. His family is grieving many times more than you are. Nawanjin puts his hands in his pockets and turns away. It's not even about having a criminal record or not. There are people who indirectly took someone else's life, yet they're still out there living just fine. This life is already full of mistakes and injustice. Those kinds of scumbags are everywhere. But if you, Hanjeri, have the will to start over now, then go and beg for forgiveness from teacher Go Young-soo's family. Hanjeri says nothing, standing there in silence. The next day, a news report came over the broadcast. An anonymous teacher C from Jukmyeong High School accepted bribes from parents and leaked exam questions. During the midterms today, the police quickly arrived at the school and arrested him. Teacher C's dirty deeds were exposed by an inspector from the Educational Authority Protection Bureau. According to the inspector's report, over the past 15 years, Teacher C accepted bribes from many students and boosted their academic performance. To do that, C leaked exam questions and discriminated during the evaluation process. Not only that, Teacher C also committed shameless acts like oppression and deliberately lowering the academic performance of students from difficult backgrounds. Recently, a student H is believed to be a victim of Teacher C. She is currently serving time in a juvenile detention center for the crime of causing an innocent teacher to commit suicide. Because of teacher C, student H had to endure great injustice which ultimately led her to commit such a crime. Currently, she is repenting for her actions and writes letters to the victim's family every day. This incident has served as a warning to everyone that the wrongful education from a teacher can push a student's life to a dead end at any moment. Nawanjin and Lim Hanjin are sitting in a room drinking tea. Watching the news, Lim Hanjin expressed his admiration for him for making Hanjeri repent. Nawanjin sips his tea. He says that people can learn from mistakes, not just from good things. In the end, that scumbag John Sangjeon is finally receiving a proper education. 3 months later, Hanjeri is still persistently writing letters. One day, she receives a letter from teacher Go Youngsu's wife. After reading it, Hanjeri breaks down sobbing. Finally, his wife sent her words, hoping that she would live well and be a good person. Hanjeri had never felt so relieved. End. She wails like a child. The scene shifts to a new story arc on a bus. A group of students who look like delinquents are sitting and talking loudly with no regard for anyone else. They're swearing and cursing, laughing like a bunch of lunatics, taking pleasure in bullying another student by shoving a keyboard in their mouth. The other people on the bus look at them too, fed up to say anything. An old man, unable to take it anymore, speaks up and reminds them to stand up and give their seats to the elderly. Stop swearing in public. Weren't you taught any manners at home? One of the students gets up from his seat. In one breath, he starts to say sorry, and in the next, he kicks the old man's knee, knocking him to the floor. That student then snatches the old man's cane. With an arrogant, cocky attitude, he curses at the old man. Are you trying to pick a fight with us? And what the hell do our parents have to do with it? The arrogant student asks the old man, You've been drinking, haven't you? If you've been drinking, you should shut your mouth. His attitude was completely defiant, fearing no one. The people around them just whispered to each other. They told each other to report this student to the police, but he's stubborn as a mule. He's not scared at all and even dares them, Go ahead, call the cops if you've got the guts. He's not even 14 yet, so he dares anyone to touch him. Nawanjin walks Lim Hanjin to her car. She was supposed to return to her unit today. She was only here on assignment at the all-girls high school. But you never know what life has in store. The other day, Lieutenant General Lai Dak-an from the Special Command Unit went to meet the Minister of Education Choi Kang-sok. The two of them had gone to high school together, so they hit it off right away, drinking together like long-lost brothers. And with just a few words, the Lieutenant General transferred Lim Hanjin to the Minister. This morning, before she had even properly woken up, she got a call from the Lieutenant General. He told her she'd be staying here until the Minister of Education retires. So from now on, Lim Hanjin will be working with Na Wanjin. A video of a student bullying an old man on a bus was posted on social media and got over 1 million views. The main person in the video is John Hyunchin. The one who posted it was his lackey. Right now, John Hyunchin is beating the crap out of him for daring to post the video online. He's landing punch after punch on the kid. After beating him to his heart's content, he takes off his gloves and says, The endurance training session is over. John Hyunchin shakes the underling he just beat up. His name is Park Sehun. He keeps shaking him, but the kid doesn't wake up. John Hyunchin scoffs at him for being so weak, unable to take even a light beating. John Hyunchin and his friends don't care and just leave. One of them seems a little worried since Park Si-hoon appears to be unconscious, and he wonders if something's wrong. But John Hyunchin doesn't give a damn. Since when do people die that easily? Even if he accidentally killed him, he wouldn't be scared. He was wearing boxing gloves after all. No one would ever find out. At worst, he'd be sentenced under Article 8 of probation and sent to a juvenile detention center for just 1 month. After hearing John Hyunchin's explanation, the other guy isn't scared anymore. This is their last chance to kill someone. Apparently, Article 10 is the most severe punishment, but even that is only 2 years in a detention center, and you don't even get a criminal record. They walk away laughing their heads off. John Hyunchin asks where they should go for fun now. The girl with them is scrolling through her phone, then holds it up and demands they go to the beach. She saw someone on social media who skipped school to travel abroad and wants to do the same. She's super excited about going to Donghae to see the sea and sky. The other guy in the group calls her an idiot. What time is it and where are they going to get the money? While those two morons are arguing suddenly, John Hyunchin spots a man frantically getting out of his car to look for a restroom. He gets a bold idea. Nawanjin and Lim Hanjin are on their way to the next location. The next school they have to handle is a sports club. According to the files, the place is completely chaotic, undisciplined, and ridiculous. There's even bribery and all sorts of other stuff. It's rotten from top to bottom. Lim Hanjin sighs. Because of kids like them, the entire sports world gets dragged through the mud. As the two of them are driving a car, suddenly zooms past them. Nawanjin saw the 3 kids driving that car. It was none other than John Hyunshin's crew. Lim Hanjin mutters a curse about the crazy driver. Nawanjin tells her to follow that car quick. He recognized the driver was a middle schooler, exactly the kind of kid he needs to educate. Juvenile offenders, according to Article 4, Section 1, Paragraph 2 of the Juvenile Act. Minors between 10 and 14 years old who commit illegal acts are subject to juvenile probation. This means that as long as you're under 14, no matter what crime you commit, you won't face criminal punishment. No matter what they do, it won't leave a criminal record, not even for murder. The car driven by John Hyunshin's crew is flying down the road, not afraid of anything nearly crashing into someone else. They don't even care. John Hyunshin gets more and more reckless, slamming the gas pedal and accelerating to over 160 kilometers per hour. His friends in the back are enthusiastically cheering him on. At this speed, they'll reach Gangwon in another hour. As they're driving, a car suddenly pulls out in front of them. John Hyunshin can't brake in time and can only yank the steering wheel to avoid it. As a result, their car crashes straight into a telephone pole. The other car also gets its front end scraped. The person inside is a middle-aged man. John Hyunshin's crew knows they've just caused trouble, so they scramble out of the car and make a run for it. As he's running, John Hyunshin yells back, cursing out the man he just hit, saying he drives like a dick. While they're running, another car blocks their path. John Hyunshin starts banging on the car window, telling it to get out of the way. Nawanjin pushes the door open from the inside. It swings out and smacks John Hyunshin right in the face, knocking him to the ground. The other two kids act all tough, wanting to start a fight and demanding compensation money. Lim Hanjin grabs them from behind. She asks Nawanjin how he wants to deal with them. Should we take them to the police station? Hearing that, the girl laughs smugly and dares the two of them to take them to the police station. Their birthdays haven't passed yet, so they won't get punished even if they go. Nawanjin knows they're right. If he takes them to the police station, they'll be released right away. Nawanjin takes a cigarette out of his pack and asks them what school they attend. News about John Hyunshin's crew reached their friends. They're sitting around eating and gossiping about how John Hyunshin was dragged into the teacher's office and then completely disappeared. Minji Wong has been fidgeting with his keychain. He's been silent, not saying a word, just listening to his friends talk about the inspection bureau. He suddenly cuts into the conversation asking, "Is the inspection bureau really that scary? I mean, they're only 13 years old. Can't we just take care of the inspector?" Hearing him say that, Minji's friends are horrified. "What the hell are you talking about?" they ask. The Tech High School is one of the top 3 public schools, and yet it's being completely torn apart by inspectors. The papers say one inspector is taking on 300 of them. There are only a few inspectors. How could they possibly win? Suddenly, a girl sitting at the dining table shouted, "I saw the newest Big Hunter shoes and my heart started pounding. Let's all chip in and buy them. The shoes are dirt cheap." Her friends were speechless. They were in the middle of a serious conversation and she was looking at shoes. Unbelievable. After they finished eating, they got up and left. That girl kept staring at the shoes, unable to look away. As she walked, she sighed, complaining that her dad only gave her 300 for allowance, not enough to buy the shoes. They walked past a small closed supermarket. Min Guang gave a sly grin. He walked up to the store's glass door, twirled his keychain, and then smashed the glass. The others were horrified, having no idea what Minju was planning to do. He pulled his hood and mask up to cover his face and turned back to his friends, telling them he wanted those new shoes too. The students went into the supermarket and started grabbing things. Minju directed them to take all the medicine, which they would then sell for 4,000 won. One of them was eating while grabbing items. He found a phone on the ground. He held it up and asked Minju if he wanted it. When Minju saw the phone, something must have clicked in his head because he frantically told his friends to drop everything and get the hell out. But just as Minju stepped out of the store, he was blocked by a huge man. The man looked at them, boiling with rage. He was the owner of this supermarket. He'd been hitting the gym for over 25 years. He had only forgotten his phone and had come back to get it. Who would have thought this would happen? Minju swung his keychain and smashed it into the owner's face. Who knows what was on that keychain, but it seemed heavy enough to make the owner's face contort in pain. But this was a man with 25 years of gym experience. He threw a punch that sent a shockwave of pain straight to Minju's brain, knocking him to the ground. The owner, purple with rage, threatened to make the whole lot of them rot in prison. But Minju wasn't scared at all. When the owner dragged Minji Hyung and his crew to the police station, they were still completely nonchalant. They sat there taking pictures and checking in. The officers there were getting a headache just looking at them, since this was far from the first time they'd been hauled in. The officer in charge told his subordinate, "They to call their guardian Park Sang-gyo. Once the guardian arrived, the police would release them." Hearing this, the supermarket owner obviously disagreed, but of course there was nothing else the police could do. Because Minji's crew were all still minors. The police asked the owner if he was the one who hit Min Ji-hyung. If so, a report would have to be filed against him. The owner was so mad he could barely see straight. He started cursing that the country's laws were crap. You get a report filed for legitimate self-defense while the thieves get to go home. While the owner and the police were arguing, Na Won-jin walked in. He looked at the kids with a smile and asked what kind of trouble they'd caused this time. A little while later, Na Won-jin was the one who bailed them out. They were surprisingly well-behaved, lining up in front of him and thanking him in unison. They were about to head home when they were called back by Na Won-jin, who told them to follow him. Min Ji-hyung didn't like that. He stuck out his tongue and defiantly gave him the middle finger. The rest of the group ignored him too and ran off. Na Won-jin thought to himself that these kids were truly shameless. He ran after them, and as he peeked around a corner, Min Ji-won was already there with a knife ready to stab him. But Na Won-jin swiftly dodged. Holding the knife, he looked at him defiantly and asked, "Have you ever stabbed anyone before? Because I'm not afraid to." Min Ji-hyung threatened Na Won-jin, "If you don't want to die, then get the hell out of this school." Na Won-jin scoffed defiantly. "You psycho! You act as if you've actually stabbed someone before." Provoked like that, Min Ji-hyung of course couldn't hold back. He lunged with the knife toward Na Won-jin, but the man pulled out handcuffs. With a single basic move, he had both of the kid's hands cuffed behind his back. Na Won-jin easily subdued Min Ji-woo. He struggled with all his might, but he couldn't break free. "You shouldn't act so proud when you haven't even stabbed anyone, kiddo." Na Won-jin pulled out a frog-themed blindfold and tied it over Min Ji-woo's face. He couldn't avoid it, so he could only grit his teeth and struggle. Seeing what happened to their friend, the rest of the group didn't dare act tough anymore. It was every man for himself as they ran off, not giving a damn about Min Ji-woo, who was still screaming behind them. But they had just run a short distance before they were stopped by Lim Han-jin. She blocked their path and took each of them down with a single move. She then told Na Won-jin that the prisoner transport vehicle would arrive in 5 minutes. He looked at Min Ji-hyung and coldly declared, "You and 4 others are under arrest for theft and attempted murder." Since Min Ji-hyung was blindfolded, he had no idea what was happening. He also had no idea where Na Won-jin was taking him. After a while, the vehicle stopped. Lim Han-jin got out with the girls, and then the vehicle continued on. When it stopped again, Nagu-jin told Officer Lee to take off Min Ji-woo's blindfold. Only then could he see his surroundings. In front of them was a crowd of people. They were penned in behind an iron fence. Min Ji-woo and the others were lined up and led away. This place was the Gimcheon Juvenile Reformatory. Min Ji-woo was put in the same room as John Hyun-cheon, who had gone missing a few days ago. John Hyun-cheon wasn't having a good time here either. He was being kept down by another group of people unable to even lift his head. That group didn't look too happy to see Min Ji-woo. One of them arrogantly demanded that the 3 new inmates, including Min Ji-woo, state their names, ages, and the crimes that got them sent here. The other 2 were scared out of their wits and carefully complied. Min Ji-woo's face hardened. He gritted his teeth, thinking this was all just an act. He hadn't been sentenced, so he couldn't be locked in a cell. He was sure Na Won-jin was just trying to teach him a proper lesson to scare him. After questioning the other 2 guys, that guy turned to Min Ji-woo. But Min Ji-woo wasn't about to follow his orders. The fat ass got annoyed, stood up, and got in Min Ji-woo's face, threatening, "Don't get smart with me. He buried a guy out there just the other day." But despite the fat ass standing there spitting as he talked, Min Ji-woo couldn't care less. In his eyes, this whole crew was just someone's errand boys. He was sure the fat ass wouldn't dare touch him because he wasn't an official inmate. But he didn't get to feel smug for long before someone else punched him. This guy was pissed off by Min Ji-woo's attitude, so he had no problem beating him to a pulp. The other guy grabbed Min Ji-woo by the throat and slammed him against the wall. Min Ji-woo felt like he couldn't breathe. The guy looked familiar. Before he could figure out who it was, Min Ji-woo got a knee to the gut. The searing pain made Min Ji-woo clutch his stomach and collapse. The guy squatted down in front of Min Ji-woo. He said the discipline at this juvenile detention center is extremely strict and sentences get extended based on the crimes inmates commit inside. But even if he shanked Min Ji-woo right now, his own sentence wouldn't change. Just then, Min Ji-woo remembered who was in front of him. He had appeared on the news around this time last year. A guy with multiple personality disorder who stabbed 7 people yet still claimed he was innocent and smiled calmly. He was 19 years old. He was serving the maximum sentence for a juvenile, a 25-year prison term. Magyeon looked at Min Ji-woo with a contemptuous smile. "It's a lot different in here than it is out there. Nobody's got your back in here." Min Ji-woo froze, not daring to make a peep. Meanwhile, at the female correctional facility, the female students were enjoying themselves with Hanjuri. In the past, Min Ji-woong had been sent to a reformatory a few times, but to him the reformatory was a fucking blast because it didn't leave you with a criminal record. And there were lots of interesting people, too. However, this was a juvenile prison. Everything in this prison was completely different. Min Ji-woong was getting special treatment from the 19- and 20-year-old seniors. The inmates here weren't even human. This was a gathering of the absolute dregs of society, a living hell. Every day, Min Ji-woong had to eat his rice seasoned with tears. 8 a.m. is the start of a new day. Rule number 1, don't stand in front of the boss or he'll shove a pen up your ass. 3 p.m. is exercise time. Today's sport is takraw, and the target is Jeon Hyunchin. Rule number 2, you become the target if you look like an idiot. 4 p.m. is shower time. Rule number 3, don't bend over to pick up the soap. 7 p.m. is free time. Rule number 4, sit up straight and place your hands neatly on your knees. Because the guy running this place is more brutal than the military free time is the most terrifying part of the day for the new guys. If you make even the slightest movement, you'll get beaten with a plastic bottle full of water because it doesn't leave marks. Min Ji-woong noticed the prison guard standing outside watching, but he didn't react at all. Min Ji-woong realized that this was the worst prison in all of Korea, a juvenile prison. When a minor commits a crime, they'll most likely just be sent to a reformatory. But he was specially sent to this place. All the inmates here are the most vicious and brutal criminals imaginable, far beyond what an ordinary person could fathom. Today was Min Ji-woong's 5th day here. He was in despair with no idea how long he'd have to stay here. He was just a juvenile offender after all. As Min Ji-woong was lying down, Majin stepped on his face as he walked by. Later, Majin woke up needing to pee. Just as he pulled down his pants to relieve himself, Min Ji-woong pressed a pen to his neck, threatening him. Majin didn't seem scared at all. He asked Min Ji-woong what he planned to do with that thing. Min Ji-woong asked him how long he had to stay here. He was sure Majin had heard something from Na Won-jin. He threatened him, "Tell me now if you don't want to die." Majin just scoffed contemptuously. With one shove, he sent Min Ji-woong flying. Majin calmly pulled up his pants. A piece of trash like Min Ji-woong could never do anything to him. He used to be on a whole other level. Majin walked over and stomped on Min Ji-woong's head. He thought for a moment before remembering the guy Min Ji-woong was talking about was Na Won-jin. Suddenly, Na Won-jin was outside yelling, "What the hell are you guys doing during sleeping hours?" He saw the situation. He had no intention of stopping it, just smirked and said, "Looks like these kids still need to be taught a lesson." Na Won-jin opened the cell door and walked in. When Min Ji-woong saw him, he rushed forward and grabbed his shirt. He demanded to know when he'd be released. He threatened to sue him for daring to bring him to this prison. Na Won-jin raised his hand, shushing him to be quiet, then brought a baton straight down on Min Ji-woong's head. He collapsed to the floor. Na Won-jin leaned on his baton and lectured him. "Who the hell taught you to scream while other people are sleeping, huh?" He turned and asked Majin what happened here. Majin said that nothing at all had happened. To think a guard would come to quell a disturbance in the middle of the night. There aren't even any signs here. This is definitely the punishment cell. After getting hit, Min Ji-woong's head was spinning. He started to remember the past. There used to be a really ugly cat. He didn't know if it was in heat or fighting with another cat, but every day around 4 p.m., without fail, he would hear the cat yowling as if it were trying to pierce his eardrums. He was so annoyed. That day, even though his older brother's team managed to kill Roshan, they still got pushed back into their base, so he was in a really bad mood. Min Ji-woong was about to throw an ashtray at the cat, but he ended up cracking a random passerby on the head instead. He was called down to the police station. Back then, he was terrified, his hands and feet trembling. He was sure he was going to get the death penalty. However, Min Ji-woong was allowed to go home afterward. He went back. The law saved him. According to juvenile law, minors between the ages of 10 and 14 are not subject to criminal liability. Minors under the age of 10 who commit a crime are considered too young, so they aren't subject to any legal regulations. They just need to be disciplined by their guardian. Back then, when Min Ji-woong was in the 3rd grade, he already completely understood what this meant. The people who created this law must have thought kids were a bunch of idiots. Ever since then, he had used that law to run wild everywhere, and there was absolutely no chance he would be punished by it. Min Ji-woong woke up to find himself in a very cramped space. He had been taken to solitary confinement. At first, he found it quite peaceful without those garbage thugs bothering him anymore, but after having about 5 or 6 meals, he started to realize something was wrong. He had no idea how long he'd been in here. What time was it anyway? He started to go crazy, frantically banging on the door, demanding to be let out, begging to be put in a regular cell. Nawanjin opened the door and asked Minji-woong, "You want to go back to that hellhole and give up the peace and quiet you have here?" He gave him a pen and paper and told him to think carefully about why he had brought him to this detention center and to write it down right here. If he answered correctly, he would get to go home. Hearing that, Minji-woong's eyes lit up and he asked again just to be sure. Nawanjin gave him a firm guarantee and then left. He said he would come check once a day, and if the answers got worse, his sentence would be extended. Minji-woong chuckled happily. He thought this was a piece of cake. Criticize himself harshly, then act a little pathetic and he'd be done. Minji-woong picked up the pen and started writing, trying to sound as pathetic and subservient as possible. The next day, Nawanjin read the heartfelt letter Minji-woong had written. He crumpled it into a ball, threw it away, and told him to write it again. He also had 1 day added to his sentence. Minji-woong froze. He couldn't fucking believe it. He had poured his heart and soul into writing a perfect self-reflection paper for over 8 hours, only to have it rejected. He figured he wasn't being pathetic enough, so he picked up his pen and continued writing. The next day, the day after, and for many days after that, Nawanjin would read it, rip it all up, and demand he rewrite it. Minji-woong couldn't take it anymore and started spewing profanities. He told Nawanjin to cut the crap. He asked him what he wanted. Nawanjin took out a pair of handcuffs and cuffed both of Minji-woong's hands, warning him not to cause trouble in this punishment cell. He told him he didn't need to write anything today, just to sit like this. After saying that, Nawanjin left. Minji-woong lay alone in the room. His hands were cuffed behind his back, which was fucking uncomfortable. He was about to lose his damn mind. On the outside, he was considered a kid, but in here, there was no mercy. This detention center was a shithole. This was no place for a human being. Gimcheon Juvenile Correctional Facility. Day 8 in solitary confinement. Minji-woong wrote again, and Nawanjin again made him rewrite it. He was now so exhausted, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Nawanjin bent down and picked up a few of the draft papers that Minji-woong had thrown away. He opened them, read them, and burst out laughing. He told him he had already written the correct answer. "So why did you keep giving me all those crappy, idiotic answers?" Nawanjin held the paper out in front of Minji-woong. After looking at it, his eyes welled up with tears. Minji-woong's crew finally got to change their clothes and go home. They were moved to tears. Nawanjin opened the door and asked them if they were all done. As obedient as puppies, they all shouted in unison, "Yes, sir!" He walked ahead, leading them out. Before leaving, Magion called out to Minji-woong. He said he'd be here for another 4 years and that he would see Minji-woong here again. In the afternoon, during exercise time, Magion was diligently lifting weights. Nawanjin walked over, offered him a cigarette, and praised his hard work. Magion said he didn't smoke and asked for a can of Coke instead. The two of them sat on a bench and talked. Magion asked him if those kids had woken up yet. Nawanjin took a drag from his cigarette and looked up at the sky. Minji-hyung's crew was put on a vehicle to go back. John Hyun-cheon mumbled curses at Magion, saying that murderer had ruined his mood. He wasn't crazy enough to meet that crew again. Ever since getting on the bus, Minji-hyung had remained silent. The answer he wrote on the paper that Nawanjin deemed correct was, "If I ever get sent here again, I'll kill myself." He had asked Nawanjin why that was the answer. He replied that he had no desire to see his act of self-reflection. 1 or 2 weeks can't change a person's nature. What Nawanjin wanted to show Minji-woong was his own future. Most of the inmates here were just like him. They looked down on the juvenile law and couldn't grasp the seriousness of their crimes. That's why they ended up in prison as if it were a daily routine. Committing crimes is just like that. Once you touch it, it's as hard to quit as alcohol and cigarettes. Before, Minji-woong thought he was smart, exploiting legal loopholes to run wild everywhere, but that wasn't it. That was the point when he had already become addicted to crime. Nawanjin tossed the paper to Minji-woong. He told him to live a good life, that in South Korea, this is the only juvenile correctional facility. When you come back to this place, half of the guys you met here will still be around. This whole thing was a practice run, and also a warning from Nawanjin to Minji-woong. Everything in the future depended entirely on his actions. Minji clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, and no one knew what he was planning. Mario was confiding in Nawanjin. He'd heard the story from Ju Jun-hyung and thought it was a real shame. If only someone like Nawanjin had come to his school back then, he wouldn't have ended up on this path. He could have lived before he stabbed those 7 monsters. If the Educational Authority Protection Bureau had shown up back then, no one would have had to die. Mario stood up and asked him, "Will things get better from now on?" With people like Nawanjin around, kids who are bullied into a corner and monsters who kill 7 people without an ounce of guilt, people like him won't exist anymore, right? Nawanjin flicked the ash from his cigarette, then pulled out his lighter to light another. He sighed, lamenting, "This burden is just too heavy." As he was sitting there, someone came to call for Na Wanjin, saying the Major General had granted him permission to see the inmate. The person leading him there reminded him that the inmate had just come out of solitary confinement, so he might be a little sensitive. He asked what the guy's name was and how old he was. The guard replied his name was Yoki Ucheon, 20 years old. His crimes were assault robbery group, sexual assault, forming a violent gang, and more. Yoki Ucheon asked Na Wanjin if he remembered Choi Gun. After asking, he suddenly burst out laughing like a madman. He was the one who had brutally beaten Choi Gun to death. He spoke about it with a sense of pride. Jokyu-chan recounted that it was May, and it was so hot his back was drenched in sweat, and yet his crazy school wouldn't let them turn on the air conditioning before June. Annoyed, Jokyu-chan decided to skip class, but Choi Gun stopped him. He didn't remember much, but she said something that pissed him off. It was hot as hell that day, so he swung his fist and hit Choi Gun. Jokyu-chan sat in front of Na Wanjin, recounting it like a great achievement. He even quoted a famous former boxer. "The greatest punch of my life was the one that sent my own wife flying." Jokyu-chan felt the same way. He was extremely proud of the punch he threw that day. He even described the sound of bones shattering and his homeroom teacher's body folding over. Jokyu-chan recalled it with glee. He said, if he closed his eyes, the scene was still crystal clear, like it's in full HD with no blur. What was even more terrifying was that Jokyu-chan didn't have a single shred of remorse. He blamed it on the hot weather that day. If the school had turned on the AC for the students, if his homeroom teacher hadn't gotten in his way, if she hadn't died from a single punch, then he wouldn't be here. Na Wanjin's face grew darker the more he listened. Seeing his chance, Jokyu-chan pushed further. He shot up and told Na Wanjin to tell the prison that it wasn't his damn fault at all. His teacher just had bad luck. Na Wanjin couldn't take it anymore and threw a punch right at Jokyu-chan. A while later, Na Wanjin went outside for a smoke. The Minister of Education came to check on him. He said he thought Na Wanjin would have been arrested for stabbing the guy. Na Wanjin took a drag from his cigarette. He said he had no right to do that to someone who was already paying for his sins. If the minister had been in there, he would understand. Even with his sworn enemy right in front of him, with that bastard still mocking his victim, he couldn't do a thing. He could only clench his fists and suppress the rage inside him. 2 years ago, after Choi Gun's death, the minister was the one who woke Na Wanjin up. He came to his house and dragged him out of bed to create an organization to catch all the delinquents who dared to exploit juvenile law or self-defense laws to evade punishment. At the time, he thought it was an absolutely insane idea. That thought hasn't changed even now. However, Na Wanjin now saw that it had a little bit of meaning. He asked, "So which school is next?" The sports news was on TV. Today's report was about the promising sister duo of the women's basketball team, Kang Soo-yeon and Kang Jae-yeon. Both were the youngest faces to be selected for this national women's basketball team. The two were students at Seungyeon High School. A practice match organized by the prestigious Kangyang University's Women's Basketball Association was currently underway. The commentator enthusiastically covered the sisters' match. In the end, the Kang sisters' team won. They were interviewed on television. Kang Soo-yeon was known as the queen of high school basketball with her tall frame and striking looks. Her Beyondgram account had attracted over 200,000 followers, and she was beloved by many. After the interview, the Kang sisters returned to the locker room. The younger members of the team greatly admired them and greeted them enthusiastically. Kang Jae-yeon and Soo-yeon walked straight inside. When the two of them opened a locker door, their true faces were finally revealed. Locked inside the locker was another female student, Eun-ha. She was bound and gagged with tape. A piece of paper was stuck to her body reading, "The Kang sisters Soo-yeon and Jae-yeon are school bullies." Kang Soo-yeon looked at Eun-ha with utter contempt. She told her that no matter how loud she screamed, no one would come to help her. Outside, Lim Hazim had arrived at the front gate of the high school. "Sung Rayon, get ready to work." 13 days ago, Lim Hazim had handed over the female students from Min Ji-won's group to Hanjeri. Then she asked Na Wanjin for permission to go to the basketball school first. She had just received intel that the situation seemed very serious. If she didn't hurry, things would end badly. Inside the Seungjeon school dormitory, the student Eun-ha was tying a rope, intending to do something drastic. In 7th grade, she was already over 175 centimeters tall. Back then, a coach from a sports club came to her house every single day. Before finding the sport that brought her real joy, Eun-ha had tried many like baseball, volleyball, and judo. She had a reason for choosing basketball, and that was Kang Soo-yeon, a senior from a neighboring school who was 1 year older. At the time, Soo-yeon was known as a basketball prodigy in middle school due to her outstanding talent. Eunha fell for Kang Soo-yeon's confident demeanor and her super cool one-handed shot. Because of that, she had wanted to wear the same uniform as Kang Soo-yeon. After 2 years of relentless effort, Eunha finally made it onto the women's basketball team at the high school where Kang Soo-yeon was a student. However, just like in other sports clubs, life here wasn't easy. We assemble in the morning, we assemble at noon, we even assemble after training. It's just one assembly after another all day long. At the beginning of the semester during new member training, we were always punished for the most minor mistakes because this kind of military-style discipline is quite common in the sports world. So Eunha could try to endure it. But as a new member, Eunha was very jealous of Jason because she was able to suck up to Kang Soo-yeon to get herself exempted from punishment. That girl was a real pain, always acting on a whim. On move-in day, she first said she wanted the top bunk, but then said she wanted the bottom bunk. Eunha had to switch beds several times because of her. And that wasn't all. Jason never lifted a finger to clean or organize her clothes. She just made a mess and was always ordering Eunha around to do all sorts of trivial things. At first, Eunha happily did as she was told, but now she was sick of it and didn't want to do it anymore. Eunha realized that if she kept listening to Jason, she would be the only one losing out. When Eunha refused, Jason flew into a rage, grabbing a box cutter and holding it to Eunha's neck, threatening her. However, Eunha easily subdued Jason. Her second best sport after basketball was judo, so there was no way she was going to lose to a girl like that. The price for daring to touch the ace's little sister was steep. From that day on, no one passed the ball to Eunha. Whenever they gathered, she was blamed for everything, and people started to isolate her. Her role in the club was reduced to just giving massages to the Kang sisters Sujeon and Jajeon. Even when she switched classes, the situation didn't improve at all. To this day, Eunha still hasn't been able to touch the ball even once. Every day her punishment was to constantly massage those two sisters. Everyone asked her why she didn't just quit basketball. It's easy for outsiders to say, but she's been playing sports since middle school. Giving up wasn't easy for her at all. Then one day the coach announced that the two sisters Kang Soo-yeon and Kang Jae-yeon had been selected for the national team. They were to participate in the Asian Games next year. Eunha bitterly realized how unfair the world was. They had bullied her so terribly that she'd even considered giving up on her dream, and yet a bright future was waiting for them. When reporters came to the school, Eunha risked everything to tell them about the situation. But she failed. That day, right before she did something reckless, she was bullied again, and the bullying was only getting worse. Her last hope was the Education Authority Protection Bureau, but in the end, they never came. Just as Eunha was about to jump and end it all, she heard a loud voice from outside calling her to assemble. There was a new coach today, so they had to gather 30 minutes early. Eunha temporarily postponed her plan to check out of this world and went to the court. The two Kang sisters were also out there. They were complaining about the sudden change in coaches. Lim Hanjin walked out carrying a stick and introduced herself as the new temporary coach. When Kang Soo-yeon saw Lim Hanjin, she gave her a contemptuous look and said, "So you're just some commoner, huh?" She stared at her with a defiant look. Lim Hanjin was a full head shorter than Kang Soo-yeon, but her presence was just as strong. She glared at Kang Soo-yeon and told her off. "How dare you say those words to an adult?" Kang Soo-yeon knew when to back down and proactively bowed her head to apologize. She said it was her first time meeting such a tiny basketball coach, so she slipped up. Kang Soo-yeon then jabbed, asking Lim Hanjin if she could really handle coaching her with such a small frame. Lim Hanjin swung her stick, holding it close to Kang Soo-yeon's neck, and asked, "Are you looking down on me?" She said she'd let it slide this time. "But don't even think about it next time." Of course, Kang Soo-yeon wasn't scared. A moment later, the basketball team started practice. Lim Hanjin noticed that Eunha didn't go onto the court and was just warming up on the sidelines. She approached Eunha and asked why she wasn't practicing her shots and just doing jumping jacks. She told Eunha to get on the court and practice. Kang Soo-yeon came up to Lim Hanjin and told her to just ignore Eunha. She said it was a special order from the head coach. Eunha's stamina is a bit low, so the head coach told her to do this for a week. Kang Soo-yeon then said, "I'll be in charge of the practice, so you can just stand by and watch Lim Hanjin." Of course, Lim Hanjin wasn't that stupid. She said the head coach must have no eyes. "Eunha has been doing jumping jacks for an entire hour without a break, and you're telling me her stamina is weak." Hanjin turned and pointed out the other weak ones who had already crawled into a corner to drink water after only a few throws. Kang Jae-yeon, having been called out, flinched. Lim Hanjin, holding her stick, demanded that Eunha get on the court and practice. Of course, Kang Soo-yeon couldn't just stand by. Her face darkened as she grabbed Lim Hanjin's shoulder and told her to stop. "This is the training system that the head coach and I agreed on. A newcomer like you shouldn't interfere. Lim Hanjin grabbed Kang Suyeon's wrist and yanked it off. She knew right away that this girl was the one who told Eunha not to practice. She gripped Kang Suyeon's wrist tightly and said, "A temporary coach is a substitute who has the authority to exercise all the powers of a head coach. That means I'm no different from the head coach. Therefore, I have every right to intervene in the training." Kang Suyeon, her wrist caught, tried to pull away, but couldn't. Lim Hanjin threw her stick aside and called Eunha over so she could pass her the ball. She tossed the ball into Eunha's hands. The girl, surprised and emotional, caught the ball and shot it. The ball fell perfectly through the hoop. Eunha's eyes filled with tears. Lim Hanjin praised her. "That was great," and asked why she was crying. Watching this scene, Kang Suyeon's face turned thunderous. After practice, Kang Jajon and Suyeon's gang dragged Eunha to a corner and beat her up. Jajon grabbed Eunha's hair and yanked it as if venting her anger. Kang Suyeon told Jajon to stop. She then came closer, feigning concern, and asked Eunha if she was tired. She put her hand on Eunha's shoulder, forcing her down. She brought up the past back when Eunha, as the team captain, was about to talk to the reporters. She said she'd given it a lot of thought, and that now she wouldn't bother Eunha anymore. She told her to get the hell out of the team. Kang Suyeon threatened Eunha. "Promise to never open your mouth about what happens here again, and not one person will dare to touch you, not even the kids in your class." Eunha's eyes widened. A moment ago, she had been planning to end her own life, not just quit basketball. But she realized she couldn't give up on basketball. Eunha lowered her head, affirming that she still wanted to keep playing basketball. Kang Suyeon flew into a rage, grabbing her by the hair and dragging her away. She ordered her lackeys to open a door. Kang Suyeon pinned Eunha against it while another one grabbed her arm. She yanked Eunha's hair and said, "Why are you so dense? I've been sending you signals for the past year." Kang Suyeon told her crony to shut the door. Jaehyun obeyed, closing the door with the intent to slam it on Eunha's arm and break it. But Lim Hanjim stopped it just in time. Her face was dark and grim. Lim Hanjim told the others to get the hell out of the way as she stepped inside. Kang Suyeon huffed and flipped her hair. She tried to claim it was Eunha's fault for not listening, so she was going to teach her a lesson. Lim Hanjin wasn't having any of it. She swung her fist and punched Kang Suyeon right in the face, bloodying her nose and mouth. Seething with rage, Lim Hanjin warned Kang Suyeon, "I already told you, didn't I? I won't tolerate this a second time." Kang Suyeon's nose was bleeding, but she wasn't scared. She stood up and signaled to her lackeys behind her. They surrounded Lim Hanjim, completely underestimating her because of her small build. It was obvious what they were up to. Kang Jaeon swung from behind, aiming to land the first blow on Lim Hanjim, but she was as fast as lightning. She ducked and swept one of the girl's legs out from under her, sending her tumbling to the ground. Lim Hanjim then propped herself up with one hand and kicked another girl in the chin, sending her flying. Kang Jaeon couldn't even process what she was seeing. She was met with Lim Hanjim's elbow straight to her face. 3 tall female students were taken down in an instant, leaving only Kang Suyeon. She was terrified as she watched Lim Hanjim advance towards her. She got close, then raised her foot and stomped down right beside Kang Suyeon's head. "If you know what's good for you," she said, "you'll listen to the new orders from the head coach." Lim Hanjim sent everyone on the basketball team home. Kang Suyeon was puzzled. The summer sports festival is coming up soon, and we're not going to practice. Lim Hanjim didn't seem to care. She said that a good team will do well regardless. There's no need for any more team camps. Team camps are where all the trouble starts. The Ministry of Culture, Sports, and Tourism has already banned them. But this school is still holding them anyway. Even if the Olympics were happening, there would be no team camps. After saying this, Lim Hanjim sent all the students home. She didn't let a single person stay. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Kang Jaeon was gathering the new recruits and forcing them to practice. She was screaming at them, and when one girl got on her nerves, she raised her hand to strike the girl, but was stopped by Lim Hanjim, who appeared behind Kang Jaeon like a ghost. She strictly forbade her from gathering members on the court without permission. Later, Eunha bumped into Kang Suyeon while moving. Both of them fell to the ground. Eunha politely apologized first, and even kindly offered to help Suyeon up. But Suyeon in return gave her a dirty, resentful look. Lim Hanjin shouted from the sidelines to Eunha, "What are you apologizing for? That was Kang Suyeon's fault for the collision. During practice," she told Eunha, "don't worry about your seniors, just play to your full potential." She didn't forget to take a jab at Suyeon either. "Why wouldn't you let someone who can block a national team player onto the court?" Kang Jaeon photoshopped a realistic-looking wound onto Kang Suyeon's face. "I have to admit my sister's skills are top-notch," Kang Jaeon thought with a sly smile. She had been planning to let it go. But Lim Hanjin went too far. "I'll make her pay." Kang Jae-yeon posted that photo on Kang Soo-yeon's Beyondgram, which had over 200,000 followers along with a caption. Tomorrow is so scary, and what comes after? I don't know what other pain I'll have to endure. Can I keep going on? The post immediately received a lot of reactions. Below, there were many comments exposing Lim Han-jin as the one who hit Kang Soo-yeon. What's even crazier is that they were spamming. Demands to call the Board of Education. Of course, Lim Han-jin also saw the post. She scoffed sarcastically, calling the kids adorable. The next day, a celebrity named Bom So-hee came to Kang Soo-yeon's school to livestream. She was a huge clout chaser. Today, she insisted on covering the topic of school violence with the head coach and the two sisters Kang Soo-yeon and Kang Jae-yeon as the main focus. Bom So-hee showed Lim Han-jim's picture. She even added an effect that barely concealed her face, criticizing Lim Han-jim for using violence against Kang Soo-yeon. The topic quickly started trending on social media. Netizens jumped in one after another to criticize Lim Han-jin. Kang Jae-yeon was feeling pretty smug. She was sure Lim Han-jin was done for. However, just as public opinion was siding with the Kang sisters, it suddenly shifted. Yesterday, an anonymous account leaked text messages from Kang Jae-yeon, and it became a hot topic. The messages showed Kang Jae-yeon cursing at Eunha, forcing her to do laundry, and also threatening to send a picture of her tied up to her mother. Along with that were several other screenshots of Kang Jae-yeon's vulgar messages. When Kang Jae-yeon saw this news, her blood ran cold, but it didn't stop there. Someone from the graphics industry claimed that the image posted on Kang Soo-yeon's account had been photoshopped. Public opinion shifted to criticizing Kang Jae-yeon as the true ringleader of this school violence incident. Furthermore, Lim Han-jin's identity was also revealed. She was an inspector from the Educational Authority Protection Bureau sent to investigate this very school violence case. A few days prior, she had caught the culprit of another incident, a teacher who had done something foolish. The reason no one knew her real identity was because she had confiscated all the other students' phones during that time. When Kang Jae-yeon heard the news, she was shocked to her core. She couldn't believe it. Lim Han-jim from the Education Authority Protection Bureau strode into the classroom, confirming all of Kang Jae-yeon's suspicions. The color drained from that girl's face. Lim Han-jim asked Kang Jae-yeon to step outside to talk. Jae-yeon tried to bolt, but Lim Han-jim, with a bat resting on her shoulder, smirked and advised her not to go outside just then. Kang Jae-yeon ran down the hall as if she were being chased, and wherever she went, judgmental eyes followed her. When she saw Eunha, she went berserk and charged forward to bully her. But out of nowhere, a milk carton fell and landed squarely on Kang Jae-yeon's head as a group of male students watched from the second floor. They looked at her with contempt and told her to go take a piss and look at her own reflection. If you think you're so great, don't you dare talk so big around here. Immediately, a crowd of other students chimed in, demanding that Kang Jae-yeon apologize to Eunha. For the first time in her life, Kang Jae-yeon was being criticized this harshly. Her face was plastered all over social media with headlines exposing her history as a bully dating all the way back to the first grade. There were also posts speculating about who was pulling the strings. Could it be Kang Soo-yeon? This story even made it onto the 7 p.m. news, which exposed the person behind this school violence incident to be none other than Kang Soo-yeon. Last night, a former middle school teammate of Kang Soo-yeon appeared on the Bomb 20 YouTube channel. She revealed the entire truth about Kang Soo-yeon's school violence, stating that everything was orchestrated by her. This video garnered over 1 million views in just 1 hour. After that, more credible information began to appear in the comment section, and the situation took a completely new turn. Kang Soo-yeon was at home watching the news. She was completely cornered with no idea what to do. Kang Jae-yeon wasn't doing any better. She was being attacked on all fronts on her Beyondgram account. It was flooded with threatening messages. She sobbed, not knowing how she could possibly go on living. Kang Soo-yeon stood up and comforted her sister. "Don't be sad. It's because we're so exceptional that those people are acting this way." She said with forced positivity that in 1 or 2 months, everyone would forget, and everything would go back to the way it was. Kang Soo-yeon glared and told Kang Jae-yeon to film an apology video while looking as pathetic as she did right now. She prepared a script for her sister, forcing Jae-yeon to film a video, admitting to the bullying, stating she would leave the national team and give up basketball. Kang Soo-yeon made Jae-yeon confess that everything about her was slander, that everything was Jae-yeon's fault. In short, she forced her little sister to take all the blame. Kang Jae-yeon snapped, saying there was no way in hell she'd do it. She only hit Park Eunha because her older sister told her to. Kang Soo-yeon mercilessly grabbed Jae-yeon's hair and ripped a chunk out. She told Jae-yeon that if she had any sense, she'd get a grip on the situation. If she didn't do this, they would both be ruined. Jae-yeon was seething, but there was nothing she could do. She had to grit her teeth and endure it. In the end, she had to post a video apologizing to the victims. She admitted that everything was true. She also cleared Kang Soo-yeon's name, claiming that her sister had nothing to do with any of it. Below the video, a flood of comments defending Kang Soo-yeon appeared. She submitted Jae-yeon's withdrawal form to Lim Han-jim. Lim Han-jim gave a wry smile, tucked the form into her pocket, and didn't forget to taunt Soo-yeon for being the type to throw her own sister into hell just to save herself. Kang Soo-yeon whipped around and told her to just finish her investigation on Jae-yeon. She said she didn't want someone with no expertise in basketball like her holding the position of coach. Lim Han-jim pulled out a pen and paper and simply wrote a few words. She said she would leave when she wanted to, and that she had already decided on the starting lineup. Lim Han-jim showed the paper to Kang Soo-yeon. Eunha's name was on it. Kang Soo-yeon screamed in anger. She refused to accept someone who knew nothing about basketball, like Lim Han-jim coaching her team. And she sure as hell wouldn't accept Eunha in the main lineup either. Lim Han-jim smirked. She asked in return, Kang Soo-yeon ever wonder why I only released Kang Jae-yeon's text messages because that was the greatest punishment that I could give to Kang Jae-yeon. But for you, Kang Soo-yeon, I feel that punishment isn't fitting. A person like you needs to have her conceited pride completely destroyed. Lim Han-jim said something that instantly shattered Kang Soo-yeon's facade. The reason you've been bullying Eunha all this time is because she's better than you. Having been hit where it hurts, Kang Soo-yeon snapped and began making excuses. Lim Han-jim told Eunha to go and warm up. She was going to have Eunha play against Kang Soo-yeon one-on-one to prove it. The two quickly changed their clothes and went onto the court. The rule Lim Han-jim set was that there was no score limit. The first person to lead their opponent by 5 points would win. Kang Soo-yeon told Lim Han-jim that she better keep her promise. If she won, Lim Han-jim would have to leave the Ministry of Education. Lim Han-jim just shrugged in agreement. Kang Soo-yeon had the ball. There was no way in hell she thought she would lose. She told herself she just needed to play her best. After all, how could Eunha, who hadn't even been training properly, possibly overcome her? The two traded moves for a while, but neither could secure a victory. The other members of the basketball team watched in astonishment, unable to believe Eunha's skill level was so high. Kang Soo-yeon was getting extremely frustrated. She remembered the past 2 years ago at the National High School Basketball Competition. That was the first time she had met Eunha. Eunha's performance was on a completely different level compared to her sister Jae-yeon. Even the coach had to praise how well the girl played. Kang Soo-yeon saw it too. She saw that Eunha was a formidable talent. When Eunha had shown up last year, she was just a rookie, but unbelievably she had developed her skills. To this extent, in just 1 year. Soo-yeon realized that if Park Eunha made it to high school, she would become a player who would stand in her way. If Eunha went to a different school, she would become her rival. So that woman told the coach to recruit Eunha just to keep her under her thumb. Ever since Eunha joined the school, her talent was so outstanding that it even swayed the coach. He said he would nominate Eunha immediately. He was ecstatic because Kang Soo-jeon, Kang Jae-yeon, and Park Eunha would be their school's power trio in this year's national competition. However, Kang Soo-jeon wasn't so happy. With Eunha around, her insecurity grew and grew. Park Eunha wasn't just some student. She was perfectly suited to become a professional player. They were the same age from the same school. If Eunha went pro alongside her, Kang Soo-jeon would be compared to Eunha for the rest of her life. Soo-jeon told the coach not to let Eunha on the team. The coach found this hard to understand. Kang Soo-jeon told him that since he already took money from the other kids who were chosen this year, he should just let them play. If not, she would expose the whole thing. Kang Soo-jeon decided she would crush Eunha. Right from the start, she had her cronies bully and beat Eunha up after hours. The coach, on the other hand, did a complete 180, forcing the poor girl to do handstands. Kang Soo-jeon prayed that Eunha would give up. She waited and waited for the day she would quit basketball. But she waited and waited. And that day never freaking came. And now here was Eunha standing right in front of her, facing her one-on-one. She had just stolen the ball from Kang Soo-jeon. Soo-jeon gritted her teeth in frustration. No damn way. How could someone who hasn't even been properly trained like Eunha be playing on the same level as her? This is insane. How can this be happening? Eunha woke up at 4:30 every morning. Back then, Kang Jae-yeon would still be sleeping like a log, not knowing a damn thing. She went out to the court and practiced basketball by herself. Every single day. That's why she was able to steal the ball from Kang Soo-jeon and get past her. Soo-jeon couldn't take it anymore. She was losing her mind. Seeing Eunha about to shoot for the basket, she pulled another dirty trick. She lunged forward, grabbed Eunha's hair, and yanked it back. Her true colors were finally showing. She confronted Eunha, asking why she didn't just give up. If you had quit, everything would have been so much better. But this time, Eunha refused to be bullied any longer. She grabbed Kang Soo-joon by the collar and threw her to the ground. She stood over her, staring down at Kang Soo-joon. She asked her, "Does it feel good trampling on other people's dreams?" This time, she wouldn't hold back. She was going to fight. Eunha stepped on Kang Soo-joon's right arm and grabbed her hand. Soo-joon recognized the familiar stance. It was like she was about to break her arm. Eunha looked coldly at Kang Soo-joon. This was a completely unfair match. While Kang Soo-joon knew nothing about Eunha's basketball abilities, as she had always been observing her. Her scoring posture, her techniques, even the way she timed her fakes to trick opponents, and her training methods, Eunha had committed it all to memory. Every single one of Kang Soo-joon's plays. She asked her, "Why did you do it?" Eunha applied pressure. Kang Soo-joon felt a sharp pain. She thought Eunha was getting revenge, but then Eunha told her that she actually really admired her basketball, even if she didn't like her as a person. But she had also learned so much from her basketball. Kang Soo-joon once said that basketball was only for serious players, so she tried her best to train hard, hoping to one day be acknowledged by her. But you betrayed basketball. Now you're just garbage. With that, Eunha turned and walked away. Kang Soo-joon gritted her teeth in silence. Lim Ha-jin approached her and said, "This isn't the punishment Eunha wanted, you know? That girl said that because Kang Soo-joon is the treasure of the girls' basketball team. She had only one wish, to play alongside Kang Soo-joon and the team, even if it was just once." Lim Ha-jin looked at Kang Soo-joon as if she were a dead woman walking. Even if Eunha forgave her, she herself could not let this go. Now she was certain of one thing: Kang Soo-joon had no right to participate in the national competition because she had dug her own grave. The next day, Lim Ha-jin announced the results of the investigation to the press. Kang Soo-joon was the perpetrator of the school violence within the Seoyeon High School girls' basketball team. The Korean Basketball Association has received the results of the investigation and has decided to revoke the national competition eligibility of the two sisters, Kang Soo-yeon and Kang Ja-yeon. Currently, the juvenile court is deliberating to issue a verdict for both on the charge of school violence. After summarizing this investigation, Lim Ha-jin added one more statement. To all those who harbor dreams of becoming professional athletes, a player's duty is not to try and show off their own style of play, but to bring joy and inspiration to the audience through that play. At home, Kang Soo-joon watched the news so bitter she couldn't take it anymore. She threw her phone, shattering the screen. At the 20th National Girls Basketball Competition, all the teachers felt it was a shame about Kang Soo-joon. Even though her personality was rotten, they couldn't deny that she had the looks and the skills of a professional player. This time, Eunha got to play on the court. She had just scored an amazing three-point shot. Lim Ha-jin watched from high up in the stands. She smiled with satisfaction. The news about Lim Ha-jin's investigation was broadcast publicly on social media. Somewhere in a corner, another female student found her demeanor completely irritating. This Lim Ha-jin woman? What an eyesore. How can someone in the education field wear such heavy makeup and have hair dyed bright red like that? Is this hag even a teacher at some school? Seeing Lim Ha-jin looking so carefree made her absolutely livid. She was swamped day in and day out, as busy as a dog, having to do a million things, uploading reference materials, then editing them, writing reports on academic performance, and career guidance to send to the parents. In cases of unruly students, she would have to intervene indirectly. Lim Ha-jin returned to the Bureau of Educational Rights Protection. In the room, Na-won-jin had his feet kicked up on the desk, watching the video of her interview. She was so embarrassed, she didn't know where to hide. Na-won-jin was even considerate enough to cover his mouth as he howled with laughter, which only made her more embarrassed. Lim Ha-jin tried to brush it off, but Na-won-jin just kept teasing her, pretending like he was about to play the video again. Next up are 5 truths about Lim Ha-jin. She couldn't hold back and lunged at him. The minister, seeing the two of them screaming and shouting, told them to get back to work. He asked Na-won-jin if he had decided on his next school yet. He said not yet, he was still choosing. The minister tossed him a file, telling him that if he hadn't decided, he should take a look at this. Na-won-jin opened it, and his face darkened when he saw how serious the situation was. The document summarized that within the classroom there are special students, those who have not been well disciplined at home. They tend to disrupt the main class atmosphere, so when there are unruly students, the teacher must indirectly create an atmosphere of isolation for them. These are psychological measures to make them lose their self-confidence. The document on psychological measures to prevent the deterioration of the educational environment and classroom atmosphere was attached below. The minister then pulled out another file and threw it to Lim Ha-jin. He said that when he was young, the thing he was most dissatisfied with at school was the nation's anti-communist ideology and the glorification of the military dictatorship. Therefore, he could not accept the brainwashing of children who are considered the future of the country at a certain elementary school. A hag of a teacher was forcing a female student to kneel at the back of the class holding a sign that read, "I am a discriminator." She was using the student's punishment to make an example out of her for the others. She declared she couldn't accept Choi Kong-seok becoming the Minister of Education, and that if he had any guts, he could come and arrest her. The child's father, Shin Sumi's dad, happened to read his daughter's diary. He had to immediately request time off from work to handle the problem. In the diary, his daughter wrote that she couldn't understand the words her teacher said. During class, the teacher called her different and told the other students to discriminate against her. From that moment on, Sumi was ostracized by everyone in the class. Shin Sumi was getting her hair pulled and shirt tugged by the other students. They all took turns cursing at her, calling her a discriminator. Yet her teacher made no move to stop it. In fact, that hag was the one enabling it. It's unbelievable that this is happening in an elementary school. No Wonjin and Lim Hanjin are now speeding on their way there. Lim Hanjin couldn't help but let out a stream of curses. How could an educator have such reactionary ideas? Inciting students in the classroom, what a crazy bitch! She wanted to beat that hag to a pulp right away. Now Wonjin told her to calm down, that patience is a virtue. If they shake the tree, the rotten apples will fall on their own. He was reading a message sent from a parent whose daughter is in the 3rd grade at Shinlabion Elementary. The father didn't know what the homeroom teacher was teaching, but his daughter came home and suddenly tore up all her fairy tale books, claiming they were outdated ideas using vulgar curses that he couldn't even repeat. He had complained to the teacher many times, but she paid no attention, so he was very worried about his daughter. In the faculty room, the teacher Sang-hee was preparing materials for her students. But what kind of teaching materials? Were these out of 6 sentences, more than half were just curses like damn it and fuck. She hit enter, saved it, then stretched as if her work was done. This morning, suddenly, Sang-hee received a message from a teacher named Jin-mi. She said it seemed like their school's education website was down. The internet is in an uproar right now. The school temporarily shut down the site, but the Blue House, the National Assembly, and the Ministry of Education have all been notified. Sang-hee stood up and called out to Charlie across from her, asking if they were also at fault. Why would they need to send a message like that? Charlie nervously said that because they were conducting brainwashing education, they needed to be careful. Sang-hee cut her off, arguing that it wasn't brainwashing, they were striving and trying hard for a world without discrimination. As Sang-hee went outside, she ran into Na Wanjin and Lim Hanjin. The two cheerfully held up their IDs, introducing themselves from the Bureau of Educational Rights Protection. When Sang-hee saw the two of them, her face went pale as a sheet. She stammered and asked what they wanted. Na Wanjin, still cheerful, said that while teaching students, he had a debate about gender discrimination. And he heard that Sang-hee was an expert in this field, so he came to seek her guidance. Flattered, Sang-hee was overjoyed. She was on cloud 9 as she enthusiastically led the two on a tour of a classroom. Lim Hanjin whispered into Na Wanjin's ear, "How could this teacher be fooled so easily?" "I was speechless when I first heard your plan." Na Wanjin just smirked. Sang-hee led the two into a classroom to sit and watch her teach. A student stood up to read from a textbook, but the content was some seriously questionable stuff. After hearing it, everyone was shocked and stunned. Sang-hee said that the views in fairy tales have become outdated in this era. Therefore, her school has replaced them with modern perspectives to teach the students. Lim Hanjin scratched her chin. She thought that introducing modern viewpoints into fairy tales could be a good educational method. But because fairy tales are oral traditions, shouldn't they still teach the students the originals first? 3rd graders can still handle the original versions. But when Kang Sang-hee heard this, she scowled. She adamantly insisted that those works were outdated and would do nothing to help the students' future. Kang Sang-hee then taught another lesson, and this one was even more of a head-scratcher. She pointed to a statistical chart of male and female soccer teams on the board. She said this was clear proof that the soccer field is the exclusive property of men. She then showed the students another advertisement. She said men wear pants and women wear skirts, which means the media is unconsciously reinforcing gender roles for us. Sang-hee made the male students line up and bow their heads to apologize to the female students for looking down on girls. She insisted that children are very innocent, but because of that very reason, sometimes they don't realize their mistakes, so they need to be re-educated. Now Wanjin saw a student wearing a sign that said, "I am a discriminator," and turned to ask Sang-hee why the student had to wear it. Sang-hee replied that Shin Sumi had previously rejected her class, so she needed to use strong measures to get the girl back on the right track. Lim Hanjin's eyes were opened. This hag teaches about discrimination, yet she acts like this herself. When the students don't listen to her, she already knows why. This hag has once again foiled Na Wanjin's plan because she is completely unaware of how contradictory her own words and actions are. Sumi's father stood outside the classroom door, seeing his daughter have to endure this. Unable to take it anymore, he stormed into the classroom and furiously confronted Sang-hee. So everything his daughter wrote in here was true. A teacher can actually encourage students to discriminate like this. Sumi's father demanded that Sang-hee apologize to his daughter immediately and get rid of that lesson plan. Sang-hee coldly told Sumi's father to get out because they were in the middle of class. Sumi's father flew into a rage. If you're in class, then you should be teaching the students normal curriculum. Right. How can you publicly criticize such a bright and intelligent child like that? Sang-hee pushed up her glasses. She said she has her own teaching method. She retorted, asking what right Sumi's father had to judge whether her teaching was normal or abnormal. Because you don't even know how to be a parent yourself. Sang-hee accused Sumi's father of secretly reading his daughter's diary. She said it was an invasion of the girl's privacy. Sang-hee didn't stop digging into the fact that Sumi's father was divorced and raising his child alone, asking how he could possibly be both a father and a mother. Hearing Sang-hee say that about her father, Sumi became absolutely furious. Her father raised his hand to slap the woman, but Na Wanjin stopped him. He told Sumi's father that if he slapped her, it would be an infringement on educational authority. He said to just leave this to them. The moment he finished speaking, Lim Han-jin landed a slap across Sang-hee's face that sent her reeling. Sang-hee, confused, asked what the two of them were doing. Na Wanjin scoffed and stated why he was there. He had received reports that Sang-hee was conducting extreme brainwashing of her students. In other words, her teaching method was far too dogmatic. Furthermore, she showed an attitude that crossed the line when criticized by parents for it. Sang-hee trembled with anger. She bent down to pick up her stack of documents. She admitted she did have a bad attitude toward Sumi's parent, but she would not accept people saying that she brainwashes students. She would not accept Na Wanjin's insult, calling the educational method she pursues brainwashing. He retorted, asking if she really thought her teaching method was completely normal. She adamantly insisted that it was. Na Wanjin smirked. Even though he had only attended class this morning, it was more than enough for him to understand everything. He and Lim Han-jin decided to cosplay as new transfer students in teacher Jang Sang-hee's class. She was furious, but couldn't do a thing. The atmosphere among the students was quite normal. There were some lovely, sociable children, but also some sullen, dark ones who were impossible to read. As Jang Sang-hee walked, she wondered if maybe the school's website had a data leak. Could that be why the Bureau of Educational Authority Protection came to investigate this brainwashing education? She thought this was a great opportunity. She would use this occasion to get her educational method accepted and chosen by the Ministry of Education to become the official method in schools. When Sang-hee entered the classroom, she saw two students arguing. She went over and asked what was wrong. One of them quickly snitched, saying the other had commented on student Jumi's appearance. Sang-hee glanced at the male students and without asking anything berated them. "How dare you do that?" The male student timidly explained that they had only complimented how beautiful Jumi's skirt was. Sang-hee didn't care. She made them go to the back of the class and hold up their hands. Na Wanjin stood up, walked over, and applauded Sang-hee's 10 out of 10 educational method. His praise was accompanied by a few sarcastic remarks, which of course Sang-hee noticed. Her face hardened as she said the issue wasn't as simple as it looked. When children grow up, they'll receive more compliments on their hairstyle or clothing. From that, they'll start to think that if they're more beautiful, they'll receive more compliments. Thanks to that, the female students will gradually learn to be more feminine. Sang-hee firmly believed that helping students emphasize gender roles through everyday stories was not brainwashing. Na Wanjin approached the two children, patted their shoulders, and told them that all that matters is that they like it themselves. He argued that someone wanting to be more beautiful has nothing to do with gender. It's their personal preference. Although teaching students basic values is a very important matter, they can't allow the children's individual perspectives to be destroyed just like fascism did. Na Wanjin bent down and asked Jumi, "You like to dress nicely, don't you?" The little girl happily replied, "Yes, I do." Sang-hee was speechless. When class began, Sang-hee lectured at the podium while Na Wanjin and Lim Han-jin flipped through the kids' textbooks down below. She told the students to open their textbooks to page 57, then scowled and cursed that this world truly has many problems to discuss. She pointed at the textbook. She told the students to look, saying pilots, doctors, and police officers were all men. She deliberately skipped over the female teacher profession, not even mentioning it. She said this was an old and outdated notion about gender stereotypes in professions. During her lecture, she didn't forget to insinuate how good it would be if people connected to the Ministry of Education paid attention to this. Nawanjin smirked without saying a word. A male student in the class boldly raised his hand to share his opinion. The boy said that male police officers would be stronger, because boys are physically strong and run faster so they can catch criminals more easily. Hearing this, Sang-hee's face turned black as thunder as she gritted her teeth. Never before had students dared to talk back to that woman so bluntly. Even so, she had to swallow her anger and patiently explain that while it's true, men are physically stronger than women, every profession needs the contributions of, women. She turned to Lim Han-jim and asked if that was right. She said she'd seen on YouTube that Lim Han-jim was from the Special Forces and demanded she explain the role of women in the military to the kids. Lim Han-jim just scoffed, stood up, and took off her outer jacket. She tied her hair up, went to the podium, and without a word got down and started doing push-ups. When the students saw she was doing them with only one hand, they erupted in excitement, exclaiming how amazing she was. Lim Han-jim said that during the Special Forces selection, she had passed the physical fitness test designed for men, while the number of people who met the standard could be counted on one hand, especially someone who was top-ranked in the military for one-on-one combat. As far as she was concerned, in the military, there is no role for women. There is only the role of a soldier. Lim Han-jim looked at Sang-hee's beet-red face and told the students as much as to the woman herself that she believed all professions are the same without any distinction. In the following lectures, whenever Sang-hee said anything, Na-won-jin and Lim Han-jin would take turns refuting it, and the students in the class would happily agree with them. After class, Sang-hee was practically losing her mind. She tore at her hair and crushed a plastic cup. During the lunch break, Sang-hee ate with some students who complained that the school has been a complete mess lately. The students are all giving the teachers a hard time and only suck up to those people from the Ministry of Education. These kids eating with Sang-hee were all rude brats, so young yet so ill-mannered. They even wished Na-won-jin and Lim Han-jin would just disappear for good. The school's teacher group chat was also buzzing with discussion about this issue. They were a group of reactionary teachers who supported the method of brainwashing students. Sang-hee also messaged boldly declaring she would make the Ministry of Education recognize this educational method. The others in the group enthusiastically backed her up. Knowing she couldn't back down now, Sang-hee gave a cunning smile and spoke to the students she was having lunch with. A student named Shin Sumi raised her hand to express her opinion. The girl argued that if all bathroom signs were the same, it would be very difficult for people to tell them apart. It would be harder for people to distinguish the restrooms when they're in a hurry, which is why the signs are made to help people recognize them more easily. Sang-hee was furious and about to yell at Sumi, but was warned by Na-won-jin not to interrupt a student while she was speaking. He kindly added some knowledge for Sang-hee's narrow mind, explaining that the nature of pictograms is to appeal to the visual sense, and since academics haven't yet reached a conclusion about what to prioritize on bathroom signs, it would be better to let the students discuss it freely. He told her that would help the students better absorb the knowledge the teacher was trying to convey. Sang-hee instantly changed her tune, telling the class they could have a free discussion. She then asked if anyone had a different opinion from Sumi. A kid from Sang-hee's faction stood up to give their opinion. They said it was pointless to always draw a skirt on the sign for women and asked why it always had to be red. Only stupid people like Sumi wouldn't be able to tell them apart. That student sarcastically mocked Sumi for not knowing Hangul yet. Sumi couldn't take it and stood up to retort, "There are still many people who don't know Hangul." The other kid just ignored Sumi and called out to the class asking who agreed with their opinion. Immediately, 3 other kids exchanged mischievous glances and stood up. All alone, Sumi couldn't argue against the 4 of them. They all ganged up on her, laughing and making the little girl burst into tears out of frustration. Sang-hee even encouraged it. She gave the misbehaving students a half-hearted reminder not to speak ill of their classmate like that. Then triumphantly turned to Na-won-jin and thanked him, saying this was a great teaching method. During recess and in the following classes, those troublemakers continued their antics. They obeyed Sang-hee's every word, and she was incredibly smug, grinning from ear to ear. Sang-hee looked at Na-won-jin and Lim Han-jin mockingly. "You two have no right to object now because this is the educational plan you proposed, and I'm the one who stops the students when they cross the line. Normally I have to listen to all the powerful people in this society. But in this classroom, as long as all the students here listen to me, there's nothing the two of you can do." Just as her face was screaming with triumph, Sumi suddenly raised her hand again to voice her opinion. The little girl said that she thought the policy was too sensitive, confidently expressing her point of view. Sang-hee wasn't listening to a single word. She glared daggers at the little girl. The troublemaker, acting as her mouthpiece, stood up, walked over, and shoved Sumi, screaming that it was because of her that discrimination still exists. That girl cursed at Sumi, telling her to just drop dead. "What's the point of you even breathing and eating?" Sang-hee panicked because her pet student had gone too far. She moved to intervene, but another boy threw a shoe right in Narang's face. The boy yelled that she was disgusting and that Narang's idiotic logic was only for brainless people. No matter how arrogant Narang was, she was still just a kid. Her face turned red with anger as she screamed. The other kids in the class couldn't stand it anymore and got out of their seats. They couldn't bear to look at Senna's smug face. What now? The two student factions started brawling. The situation was complete chaos, and that woman Sang-hee couldn't do a damn thing to stop it. Nawanjin stood up from his seat. He swung his arm and shattered a desk in half. Seeing that, of course, every single kid went pale. Nawanjin then shot a death glare at Sang-hee. This class has also been split in two. The only thing they know is how to tear each other apart when they disagree with someone else. What a worthless, garbage educational method. Sang-hee's face was as dark as a soot-covered pot. This wasn't what she wanted. She remembered the past. At first, everyone at school was simply a group helping one another teach. She had been won over by the passion of her colleagues who were always striving for a true education, all with a love for the students. But she didn't know when the topic of their conversations started to change to words of hatred about gender discrimination. She had joined a long time ago. Sang-hee was the one who worked hard and dedicated herself completely to creating a society free of discrimination, guiding her students toward what was right, all while being recognized by her colleagues. That was all the motivation she needed for her work. She believed that what she was doing was absolutely right. No one could deny it. She flew into a rage, screaming at Nawanjin, blaming him for everything, saying it was because he stuck his nose in how she educated her students that they became this way. Nawanjin shot back that it was because he could never agree with her way of thinking. In the future, the children here will continue to meet people with different opinions just like me. As they grow up, everyone will establish their own values with absolutely no special treatment for others. But Sang-hee's educational method teaches them to think they are superior, that they can lecture others as they please. They'll belittle and slander people if they don't go along with them. Gradually, they'll pull in the entire group to attack others, to force everyone to admit they are right. The ones who are attacked will then seek their own power to retaliate. And that's how you create a South Korea that is constantly at war with itself, divided into factions and cliques. He asked her if that was the kind of society she wanted to build. Sang-hee was a crying mess, tears and snot running down her face. She let it slip, saying, "The values that we are pursuing." Nawanjin immediately seized on that point. He pressed her, asking, "Are the others also teaching like this?" She was flustered and quickly denied it. Teacher Chan-mi stood outside, nervously biting her nails and looking into the classroom. Nawanjin didn't press any further. He said that he himself had no thought of denying the value of gender equality that this school is pursuing. It's just that the way she teaches is wrong. Nawanjin placed a hand on Sumi's shoulder and told her to show Sang-hee the right way to communicate the message. He told the girl to be brave and say everything on her mind. Filled with new motivation, Sumi held her paper and stood at the podium, clearly stating her own thoughts on the issue of gender equality. The basic foundation is that men and women are equal in all fields, and they deserve to be treated with kind words. As Sumi spoke, Lim Han-jim also wrote on the board. First, everyone should let go of the idea that girls have to be weak, and that boys have to be strong. Second, you shouldn't tease people for wearing what they like. Third, you don't need to join a male or female fan club just because you're a boy or a girl. Follow what is right. Fourth, don't discriminate between males and females when talking about future dreams. Fifth, respect everyone's hobbies. Sixth, clearly distinguish the difference between male-female differences and discrimination. Finally, when Sumi got to this part, she couldn't hold back her tears. She said her parents divorced when she was in first grade. Dad was tired, and Mom was tired too. Mom thought she was right, and Dad also thought he wasn't wrong. Their fights always started with screaming. If only they had stayed calm and talked to each other, then Sumi's family would be just like any other family right now. So the last thing she suggested was, don't get angry and scream when you have a different opinion from someone else. Everything would be better if they stopped arguing right now. The students in the class and Sang-hee listened and fell into a contemplative silence. Nawanjin praised her speech as wonderful. He had no objections at all, pursuing correct and neutral values without causing conflict that is true education. Sang-hee stood up and walked to the podium. Lim Han-jim thought she was going to bully Sumi, so he quickly moved to protect the girl. But she just went to the podium, took out her phone, and took a picture of the 7 points that Lim Han-jim had just written on the board. That night, Sang-hee sent the picture to her education group. She praised Sumi and said she empathized with the girl a lot. She said she was thinking about how to incorporate it into her teaching materials. After Sang-hee expressed her opinion in the group chat, the people in the group left one by one. They kicked Sang-hee out of the group so they could continue to carry out the educational mission that they believed was right. Sang-hee was frozen. She watched as person after person left the group until the very last one. She closed her laptop and sighed. The next day, Lim Hanjin brought Kang Sang-hee's resignation letter to Na Wonjin to see. Clearly she did it. Had to cut off their investigation after Na Wonjin had called her out on the word "we" yesterday. Lim Hanjin muttered curses under his breath. Na Wonjin opened the resignation letter to read it. He told him not to jump to conclusions. Inside the envelope, there was also a USB drive. A period of silence passed. The news station started broadcasting information about that incident. After 2 weeks, the Bureau of Education Rights Protection revealed the results of an investigation that sent shockwaves through the public about a group of teachers carrying out a brainwashing education plan on elementary school students. Specifically, yesterday morning, teacher Kang of S Elementary School submitted her resignation along with an SD card containing all the information about this teacher group's website to the Bureau of Education Rights Protection. Just looking at the file names saved on it, I'd like strategy for winning over parents, method for controlling student groups, countermeasures for investigations, and response to legal issues is enough to send a shiver down my spine. Each school would have about 10 to 30 people participating, and each elder would directly manage their members. They often reported information like, a member at school C is very worried about students constantly disrupting classes. I hope the teachers can help. Or, I hope everyone will check this month's operating costs in detail. Another person even planned for contingencies. I've already posted how to respond if information on the website is leaked. Elders, please review it and share it with your members. Another problem is, because they don't all operate in the same region. Even a veteran like Teacher Jang couldn't possibly know every single member, like who was from School C in Seoul or School B in Daejeon. The members of the chat group were teachers from all over the country. At the same time, the Ministry of Education and the police formed an investigative team to clarify the case. Jang Sang-hee realized how corrupt their ideology was and decided to resign. While carrying her supplies out of the school, Jang Sang-hee didn't forget to say goodbye to her colleague. Stay well, Ms. Charlie. Even so, Ms. Charlie paid her no mind, continuing to clack away at her keyboard as if she hadn't heard a thing. Ms. Charlie furiously typed 3 words onto her screen. Traitor. Seeing this, Jang Sang-hee didn't say anything more. With firm resolve, Jang Sang-hee walked out of the staff room. At that moment, a hand reached out to help her with the heavy pile of boxes. Nagajin flashed a bright smile, unlike his usual gloomy expression. He said softly, "Let me help you." The two of them left just like that, neither saying a word. Nagajin was the first to speak. I hope you don't think this is meddlesome of me. I just wanted to help you." Hearing that Jang Sang-hee was silent for a moment before admitting in a low voice, "Until now, I had never once doubted my teaching methods, because everyone around me kept whispering to me that my way of teaching was right, so I used that method on my students." Thinking back on how she was, Jang Sang-hee felt she was nothing more than a crazy woman. She realized sadly, I really was a teacher who brainwashed her students. Then Jang Sang-hee added, please don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say I'm a victim. She simply felt regret for what she had done. If an adult like me feels this way, then what must the children be going through? Jang Sang-hee said with a grim expression. After I realized that, I hated myself so much that I just wanted to die. They reached the parking lot. Nagajin helped Jang Sang-hee load her supplies into the trunk. When they finished, Nagajin asked softly, "Today is your last day. Don't you want to say goodbye to your students?" Jang Sang-hee replied sadly, "What right do I have?" After a pause, she added, "The only thing I can do for them now is to disappear from their lives forever." Seeing how negative and heavy Jang Sang-hee felt, Nagajin glanced into the distance and spoke up. "Perhaps you..." Behind Jang Sang-hee at that moment were Shin Su-mi and Sena Jang. Seeing them, Nagajin continued, "Need to learn a few more things from your students." Seeing the two of them, Jang Sang-hee asked in surprise, "You two?" Before she could finish, Shin Su-mi spoke up. "You're quitting, miss." Sena Jang at her side held out a piece of A4 paper towards Jang Sang-hee. "This is for you." At this, Jang Sang-hee could only stare wide-eyed in astonishment. Sena Jang added cheerfully, "The whole class made it together." Inside were countless messages from the children for teacher Jang Sang-hee. Sena Jang added, "Although some kids wrote some not-so-nice things in here, but since you're leaving, I didn't have time to erase them. As she scanned their childish scrawls, Jang Sang-hee couldn't hold back anymore. Tears streamed down her face. Looking down, Jang Sang-hee saw Shinsumi's message. Because of you, I've thought a lot about equality. Thank you, miss. Thank you. Jang Sang-hee hugged the two children tightly and whispered, I'm so sorry, you two. She was so filled with regret she could barely speak. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Sena Jang and Shinsumi gently patted their teacher's shoulder to comfort her. At that moment, Nagajin was very satisfied with this scene. Considering Jang Sang-hee's cooperation with the investigation and her sincere attitude in acknowledging everything, her superiors rejected her letter of resignation. Instead, the school held a disciplinary hearing and decided to suspend Jang Sang-hee from her duties for 3 months. After that, the Ministry of Education conducted a large-scale survey of all students and parents to grasp the specific reality of this brainwashing education. The children held these papers in their hands with a certain excitement at being able to express their own thoughts. Because the full activities of the website had not yet been brought to light, the Ministry of Education decided not to punish the teachers mentioned in this survey. However, the notice sent by the ministry to the teachers also clearly stated that if similar cases arise in the future, the ministry will take decisive action. Charlie became extremely anxious reading this. She nervously bit her nails, not knowing how she would face the situation. In addition, a portion of teachers and citizens who disagreed with this resolution held a protest right in front of the Ministry of Education. They claimed that the website was created to deceive the public and that Jang Sang-hee had used it to get a lighter sentence. At the same time, they also heavily criticized Minister Choi Kang-seok on the grounds that he was obstructing gender equality education and infringing on the educational rights of teachers. And so Minister Choi Kang-seok went to face the protesters. He raised his voice saying, "Hey, I'm also hoping that story isn't true, you know." Minister Choi Kang-seok ended the whole thing with just one sentence. "But damn it, I have to start investigating to find out if it's true or not." The image of him shouting so loudly was broadcast all over the mass media. Choi Kang-seok, cursing, "Damn it," again, watched the news from his car. Lim Han-jin asked worriedly, "Do you think they can uncover the truth?" Nagajin chuckled and said calmly, "That old geezer is at it again. The police said their servers are located overseas, so it's not easy to investigate." Nagajin added in a low voice, "This case is already known to the public, so they won't have the motivation to continue." Hearing that, Lim Han-jin felt somewhat relieved. Suddenly, Nagajin exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, a convenience store." Then he said quietly, "Pull over for a bit, will you? I need to buy a pack of smokes before we get on the highway." "You know they don't sell cigarettes at the rest stops there." Lim Han-jin immediately replied, "Got it, sir." Before leaving, Nagasaki didn't forget to ask, "Do you want me to get you anything?" Lim Han-jin quickly replied, "Banana milk, and remember to get a straw for me, please." Nagasaki entered the convenience store with a dead serious expression, looking like he was about to rob a bank. He wandered through the aisles looking for the banana milk. Nagawajin looked around wondering, where is it? He accidentally bumped into a little boy who was squatting down. Surprised, Nagawajin turned, "Huh." Seeing the stuff that had fallen, Nagawajin immediately bent down to help pick it up. "Oh, shoot. Sorry about that." Just then he noticed something wasn't right. The face of the boy in the hoodie was covered in bruises big and small as if he'd been abused. After a moment, Nagawan found the banana milk and went to the checkout counter. He told the clerk, "I'll take this and 2 packs of Embro medium." The clerk looked around confused. Embro medium." Losing patience, Nagawin said, "Not that way. Up there on the right." The clerk pointed to one brand and asked, "This one?" "Right." Nagawin replied, "No, the red one next to it." While the two were distracted, the boy from before grabbed some items and bolted. The clerk shouted, "Hey!" Seeing this, Nagasaki said, "Hey!" to the clerk. Then he held out a 50,000 won bill and said flatly, "I'll pay for what the kid took." Outside, having gotten away with the theft, the boy was hunched over laying out his loot. Hiding behind him, Nagasaki watched as the boy just kept stuffing all sorts of snacks into his mouth, chewing noisily. Just then his phone suddenly vibrated. It was Lim Han-jin on the other end asking loudly, "Sir, I only asked you to buy banana milk." "What's taking you so long? They have parking enforcement cameras here." "I'm going to get a ticket," Nawajin said in a low voice. "Sergeant Lim, you head back to the base first." Hearing that, Lim Han-jin couldn't help but be surprised. Sir Nawajin quickly made up an excuse. "Something came up." "No, something extremely serious just happened." At the same time, the boy was still trying to shove food into his mouth. The sound of his frantic chewing filled the air. He couldn't swallow fast enough and started to choke. Gag cough. Just then, a carton of banana milk appeared in front of the kid. Nagasaki said gently, If you keep eating bread like that, you're going to choke. Then he smiled warmly, his eyes crinkling. Here, drink this. It's okay. Seeing that Nagasaki seemed trustworthy, the boy started gulping down the banana milk. Nagawa watched this pitiful sight and pondered for a moment. He asked softly, Don't they feed you at home? Then Nagawa moved closer and continued to ask, Who did that to your face? Seeing the boy panic, his face turning pale, Nagawa said gently, It's okay, you can tell me. It's all right, I'm here to help you. Suddenly the boy fearfully bolted without saying a word. Nagasaki, bewildered, wondered to himself, Was I too direct? Man, talking to kids is really tough. Then he hurriedly chased after him. A guy dressed in all black chasing a kid. He looked just like a kidnapper. Suddenly, Naojin came across a woman with short hair. She was gently asking the boy, Oh my, you're Minseo, aren't you? Seeing the boy's blank expression, the woman continued to ask, Do you remember me? Just then, Naojin stepped forward and spoke up. Excuse my intrusion, but what is your relationship to this child? Sensing that he looked dangerous, the woman immediately put her guard up. I'm his preschool teacher. After they talked for a bit, the little boy was calmly resting on her lap. The woman gently stroked Minsel's head and said sadly, I can't believe that things like this still happen in the world. Her heart ached for the little boy. It seemed Michelle was still living in that agony. Seeing this, Nagasaki said in a serious tone, Please tell me what happened to him. He asked bluntly, Was this child being abused by his family? The woman began to explain what had happened. Minseo was a student in my class until the beginning of this year. At his age, most children play together innocently, but Minseo would always sit all by himself in a corner. He was the least active child and had the most trouble fitting in with his friends. Because of that, I always had to keep an eye on him. Then one day during lunch, the boy let out a few strained coughs. Cough, cough. I asked worriedly, Minseo, are you choking? Here, drink some water quickly. However, Minseo just kept coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Then he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Cough, cough. Extremely worried about my student's health, I called his parents. Hello, is this Minseo's mother? This is Minseo's teacher. Minseo suddenly started coughing up blood, so I'm planning to take him to the hospital right away. Unexpectedly, the mother coldly replied, Going to the hospital won't change anything. Just leave him there. I'll come get him. However, the person who came to pick the boy up was a tall man with bleached white hair and dangling earrings. Seeing him, I felt a little scared. It was always Minseo's mother who picked him up. But that day, Minseo's father came. I bowed to greet him. Hello, Minseo's dad. This is the first time we've met. Without even listening to me, he aggressively grabbed Minseo's hand and yelled, Hey, let's go. Seeing the boy quietly put on his shoes and run after his father, I couldn't help but worry. I had a very bad feeling about it. A week later, Minseo didn't come to class. I was so worried that I went all the way to his house to check on him. As I was about to ring the doorbell, a loud shout suddenly erupted from inside. You son of a bitch! I told you not to bother me while I'm playing games. From the room I heard the boy's choked-up voice. Sob, because I'm so hungry. The heartless father cursed. Damn it, don't you have a brain? What are you trying to explain, huh? Hearing these cruel words, I was horrified. But it didn't stop there. The father continued to shout, What's the point of you even growing up, you idiot? After that day, I searched all over the city to find the pediatric ward where Minseo had been admitted. The doctor suspected that Minseo had been abused, leading to a ruptured intestine, which was the real cause of him vomiting blood. The pediatrician and I immediately reported the case to Child Protective Services. After that day, Minseo never came back to school. 3 or 4 months went by just like that. One day, while I was walking down the street, I suddenly saw Minseo and his father. Oh, it's the preschool teacher, isn't it? Seeing the boy's face beaten to a pulp, I was utterly shocked. The father calmly said, We've met before. Long time no see. He continued in a cold voice. Our family has had some issues, so the boy couldn't go to school. Running into you like this, I actually have a favor to ask. Noticing me staring in shock at Minseo, the father shot me a death glare. Then he moved closer to me, sneered, and said, Seeing you so surprised. Proves you're the bitch who reported me, isn't that right? He growled, threatening me. Go ahead. Report me again if you've got the guts. If you do, I'll really kill you. At that moment, I could only stand there, frozen to the spot, my whole body trembling uncontrollably. It turned out that after being notified, Child Protective Services had only met and spoken with the parents. They didn't take any punitive action at all. I was furious. How could they do that? The proof that the boy was being abused was right there. Hearing this, Nagasaki said softly, Because in this case, the boy wasn't attending school, so he couldn't explain to them himself what he had been through. So they had no choice but to rely on the parents' testimony. He continued, Furthermore, Child Protective Services don't have any special authority, and the working environment there is incredibly harsh. So within just 2 years, they've become severely understaffed because so many employees have quit. Also, even though it's a professional agency due to a lack of experts in assessing and handling these situations, they're forced to handle their cases that way. Mr. Nagajin knew the law so well. The teacher asked in surprise, "How do you know all that? Is it related to your job? And you look really familiar." Nawajin then handed her his business card and said, "This is who I am." Glancing at the information, the teacher couldn't help but be amazed. "The Bureau of Educational Rights Protection. I've seen it on the news. You're from the agency that specializes in handling issues related to school violence, aren't you?" Then the teacher grabbed Nawajin's hand and pleaded, "Please, you have to help Michelle. She was..." Nawajin carried the boy on his back through the streets as night began to fall. He was still tormented by the fact that this was completely outside the jurisdiction of the Bureau of Educational Rights Protection. So Nawajin decided to call 10072 to help resolve the situation. But then, he suddenly froze his eyes, glaring with fury. After that, Nawajin put his phone away and decided not to call the authorities. He carried Minseo home. He then rang the doorbell repeatedly. The father, annoyed, yelled, "This damn son of a bitch! If you're going to ring the doorbell, at least take it easy." Seeing the man carrying his son, he asked loudly, "Who the hell are you, and where do you get off pulling a disrespectful stunt like that?" Nawajin replied in a cold voice, "I'm from the Bureau, no." Changing his mind, he continued, "I'm just a citizen who was passing by." Seeing Nawajin's murderous glare, the father got flustered and asked, "A citizen?" "No, that's not what I meant." He saw his son sleeping soundly on a stranger's back. He was extremely irritated. The father yelled, "Go Minseo!" Nawajin quietly asked, "This is the boy's house, isn't it?" Then he calmly said, "I saw the kid walking alone on the street, so I asked the neighbors for his address and brought him home." At this, the father, furious, gritted his teeth and snarled, "You little bastard, when did you sneak out?" He grabbed the boy by the head and dragged him violently inside. "Get over here, you're dead." Just then, Nawajin spoke up softly. "The kid has a lot of bruises on his face, you know." This statement made the father freeze. Nawajin continued, "I bought him some bread and he scarfed it down as if he'd been starved for days." The father slowly turned his head, his eyes aggressive. Then he yelled, "Hey, you motherfucker, what are you trying to imply?" The father, making his attitude clear, raised his voice and asked, "What are you, a cop? Or are you from that damn child protection agency? They come here every single day telling me that a father can't do this or that." Nawajin calmly replied, "It's a citizen's duty to report any criminal activity, especially suspicious cases like child abuse." Hearing this, the father's expression grew even darker. He looked at his son and asked in a low, threatening voice, "Hey, Go Minseo, have I ever hit you? Have I ever starved you?" Faced with these questions, the boy's heart was filled with bitterness. Minseo stammered in reply, No. Then the boy lowered his head and added, "That's never happened." The father, delighted, yelled, "Did you hear that, you bastard?" He even acted indignant as if he'd been falsely accused. "Who's abusing a child here?" The father coldly shut the door, not forgetting to add a few words of warning. "Don't you stick your nose in my business again. If you do, I'll kill you." Just then, Nawajin stuck his foot out, blocking the door. He raised his voice and said, "That's right. If they were insulted like that, most people would just choose to stay out of it." Then Nawajin grabbed the door and growled, "But I'm not like that." The furious father shrieked, "God damn it, you son of a bitch!" Then, he slammed the door shut, leaving Minseo inside. The father moved in close to Nawajin and said, "All right then. Let's just say I've hit him 100,000 times. He poked a finger into his chest as if challenging him. "So what the hell does that have to do with you, huh?" The father yelled, "I brought him into this world. I can do whatever I want with him. What the hell did you come here for?" Nawajin remained silent. Seeing this, the father pressed his advantage. "If you dare report this, I'll beat—" Before he could finish his sentence, Nawajin landed a punch as powerful as a thunderclap on the father's face. The force of the blow sent him flying backward. The father couldn't keep his balance, staggering a few steps before collapsing right by the door. Nawajin irritably picked at his ear. "Why do you keep talking so casually as if we're old buddies? You're only about 25, 26 years old. You're 80 years younger than me, you know." A moment later, Nawajin opened the door and found Minseo trembling all over with fear. He was carrying the father over his shoulder and said cheerfully, "Looks like your dad was so tired he suddenly started snoring. Just listen to him." Nawajin tossed him onto the bed, then turned to Minseo and said softly, "He'll probably sleep until morning." Nawajin took a look around the house, seeing the mountains of trash. There were instant noodle packets, beer, and liquor. The kitchen counter had a pile of dishes that looked like they hadn't been washed in 8,000 years. Next to a laptop were coffee cups and piles of cigarette butts. He could see the house was not cared for or cleaned. Nawajin spoke up and asked, "Where's your mom?" Minseo stammered, "She's at work, sir. She comes home very, very late." Hearing this, Nawajin fell silent for a moment. Then he gently patted the boy's head and said, "Don't worry, I'll come visit again." His business finished, Nawajin suddenly stepped outside. The teacher saw him and jumped, bumping into him. Nawajin asked in surprise, "Oh." Not understanding why the teacher was there, he watched as she explained nervously, I was so worried, so I came to check." The teacher then scratched her face and said, "You're really like a martial arts master from a kung fu movie. I can't believe you could take down a grown man with just a single blow." It seems the teacher had managed to witness the scene. Hearing that, Nawajin smiled faintly. He turned to leave and stated with absolute certainty, "Nothing is going to happen between now and tomorrow morning. It's late, you should head home too." The teacher followed behind him and asked softly, but what you just did. "Will that actually solve the problem?" Nawajin replied calmly, "Of course not." Then he added, "He's about 25 or 26 years old. That pale face tells me he's a jobless loser who's always cooped up at home. He doesn't even bother to bathe and just takes his frustrations out on his son. You could say this is a textbook case of domestic abuse." Nawajin stated, "I'm sure of it. I bet he starts beating that kid the second he opens his eyes. That's what domestic violence is. If that house isn't under close surveillance, we can't solve this problem at its root." Nawajin let out a calculated smirk. That is, if it's not under close surveillance. The next morning, sunlight streamed in, heralding a new day. Inside the room, the father groaned wearily. Ugh. He sat up in pain and wondered, what the hell? What happened? Seeing Minseo occupied in a corner, he walked over and snarled, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Minseo was so startled he dropped the piece of meat he was about to eat. Trembling, the boy said, The man, he bought me a pork cutlet yesterday." Hearing this, the father's face twisted in annoyance. Minseo added in a small voice, "He bought one for you too, Dad. We can eat it together." There was a note on top of the food container. Seeing it, the father kicked the whole thing away. He asked furiously, "Where is that bastard?" Minseo was now so frightened he began to cry. The father raised his foot, aiming to kick the boy's head. "I asked you, where is he?" Suddenly a strange sound rang out. The father looked around bewildered. What is that? What damn bastard is playing their music so loud? A bizarre song began to play. How to make the heart obey, what joy is there in tormenting one another once the world has gone mad? Puzzled, the father opened his door. Is it coming from next door? I thought this place was empty. Did some new bastard move in? He slammed his fist on the door next to him and yelled, "Hey, you goddamn bastard, turn that music off!" The song continued playing. There are things for which the heart once captivated turns soft. The room next door was in fact occupied. Its resident greeted him, "Hello, sleep well?" Seeing his neighbor, the father was so scared he nearly pissed his pants. Nawajin stood there, his body covered in bulging muscles and pockmarked with scars. With a cigarette hanging from his lips, he asked, "Did you eat your pork cutlet?" The white-haired man stood at the door, his face pale with fright. How the hell did you move in here?" Nawajin, shirtless and showing off his rippling muscles, replied coldly, "What's with all the hows? I paid the landlord and I moved in. Simple." He took the half-smoked cigarette from his lips, a forced, mocking smile spreading across his face. Squinting, he continued, "It's because of all the good deeds you've been up to that I decided to move in here, for about a year. Lucky for me, the rent here is pretty cheap, so I got promoted from a random passerby to your next-door neighbor." He continued to taunt him, what a great turn of events, right? I never expected to see housing prices drop in this chaotic real estate market." The white-haired man's face scrunched up in a rage. He immediately lunged, aiming to throw a hard punch to vent his fury. As he charged, he yelled, "Are you insane?" But contrary to his anger, Nawajin calmly smoked his cigarette, one hand in his pocket, looking completely relaxed. He didn't seem to regard the man before him as a threat at all, even as a punch flew toward his face. He quickly dodged to the side, successfully evading the critical strike. He then grabbed the man's forearm in a tight grip. With a sudden jerk, he pulled him forward. Caught off guard, the white-haired man stumbled. Crash. Nawajin's move was lightning fast, leaving him no chance to defend. His arm now tightly held, he was slammed flat against the door. His face smashed into the hard surface, and it looked extremely painful. With the cigarette still hanging from his mouth, Nawajin growled, "Still trying to solve things with your fists without a single thought in your head." The white-haired man lay pinned, his face twisted in agony, seemingly trying to break free but unable to. Nawajin then growled, enunciating each word, "You've got way too much energy, don't you? Jongseon." Upon hearing his name, the white-haired man, who had been struggling just a moment ago, froze solid. Terrified, he shot a sideways glance, staring at him as if he'd seen a ghost. Jongseon stammered, How do you know my name?" Still holding him in an unbreakable grip, Nawajin sneered, "Of course I have my ways of finding everything out." "That son of a bitch." Nawajin broke into the most punchable smile imaginable and taunted, "Right, Jongseon. Go on, say it. Also, I'm very sensitive to noise between floors and the sound of toilets flushing," he continued, "and especially the sound of a crying child. If I hear a child cry, I'll snap your neck right then and there. You'd better pay attention to me, got it?" Jongseon's face went pale, clearly furious. But knowing he couldn't win a fight against him, he let out a curse to vent his feelings. That son of a bitch. At that moment, someone was playing a game. On the screen were three figures, one with angel wings holding a bow shooting at a female character wielding a large sword. Charging in for a melee attack from the side was another female character with a handful of iron spikes, apparently also a melee fighter. All three characters were fighting a monster covered in holes. It looked like the surface of a star. A closer look revealed it was Jongseon. He was playing and cursing loudly. "You think I charged in because I was scared the match has already started? What other choice did I have but to charge in?" He laughed like a madman while playing. "Just you wait." In a dark corner nearby, a small child was tied up. He couldn't make a sound. This man had the heart of a wild beast. Fearing the child's cries would bring Nagajin down to deal with him, he had tied the boy's neck tightly. The kid, his face pale and struggling to breathe, tried to pull the rope loose. The sound from the rope echoed in that room full of evil, along with Jongseon's excited gaming shouts. "If I catch you, you're dead meat!" The little boy tried to speak. "Dad, I can't breathe." But his small whimpers were drowned out by Jongseon's yells. "Whoa, you're really on a roll this time, huh? You managed to take on 7 guys at once." The kid kept trying to ask for help. "I can't go outside now. Dad, can you?" But Jongseon was completely absorbed in the game before him. Oh, here they all come. "Get him, get him, get him!" he screamed, clacking away on his keyboard and moving the mouse, desperate to win. The match seemed to be nearing its end. He had just shouted in triumph, "Got him!" But before he could finish, something went wrong. His eyes bulged like a frog's, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. He stared at the reality unfolding on his computer screen. On it, 2 huge lines of white text appeared on a splotchy blood-red background. Annihilation failed. All resurrections used. Jongseon was stunned into silence in front of the screen, unable to utter a word. As the room fell quiet, the child's weak whispered cries for help could finally be heard. "Dad! Dad!" But the response was a furious scream. "Son of a bitch!" After that, Jongseon slammed his hands on the keyboard as if to vent all his anger. Then he turned and glared at the child. He growled word by word. "You little shit, are you insane?" Seeing this, the boy's face turned deathly pale. Clearly, the person in front of him wasn't his father, but a savage demon in human form. A real father would never treat his own child so brutally. Both of Jongseon's eyes were ice cold, the veins on his forehead bulging with rage. "Didn't I tell you? When I'm gaming, especially when I'm in the middle of a match, you're not supposed to say a word." Jongseon's cursing continued. "Why do you keep whining in my ear? You're making me lose focus. See, you got me killed." Sominsel was terrified. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his deathly pale face. Suddenly, a loud banging erupted from outside the door, followed by a shout. "Jongseon, how could you do this?" Hearing the sudden noise, both Jongseon and Sominsel turned to look. The door banged loudly and repeatedly. "You died because of your own damn fault. Why are you blaming the kid for it? And another thing, you bastard. I told you I'd break your neck if I heard a kid crying. Are you deaf?" Jongseon immediately recognized the voice and roared in fury, "Shut your damn mouth, you bastard! My son's at school!" Hearing this, Nawanjin absolutely didn't believe it. The doorknob was being twisted so hard the screws were about to come loose. After a moment of struggling, he burst into the room, glaring furiously at Jongseon. "So this is what you call at school, huh?" He stared at the scene in front of them. Jongseon was so scared his face went pale and he froze in place. "What do you think would happen if I took a picture of this and showed it to everyone? This is just child abuse, isn't it?" Jongseon was terrified. "But I locked the door. How did you—" Nawanjin casually put a hand in his pocket and replied, "Oh, really? I had no idea." He tossed a metal bar to the ground, clearly the tool he'd used to get into the room. He said jokingly, "You probably didn't lock it right." Jongseon trembled and stammered, Wait, you saw him, right? This kid?" "He went out on his own," he continued to ramble. "So I was just punishing him a little. When he does something wrong, I have to teach him a lesson so it doesn't happen again." The more Jongseon talked, the more furious he became. His face twisted, his already intimidating expression turning ferocious. Before Jongseon could finish his sentence, he shot a hand forward and grabbed him tightly by the neck. The move was so fast that Jongseon couldn't even react. He growled, his voice a low threat. "Teach him a lesson. You do this to fix his bad habits. I'm all too familiar with that worn-out excuse that trashy parents like you use to justify yourselves." Jongseon, choked by the grip on his neck, struggled and gasped for air. He leaned in close to Jongseon's ear and said coldly, "Listen carefully. Education is for children. Punishing a child just to make your own life easier? That's not raising a kid, that's raising livestock." As he spoke, he tightened his grip, causing Jongseon to shut his eyes and gasp for breath, his mouth hanging open. After that warning, Jongseon was now sitting at the dinner table with Sominsel. The boy ate as if he'd been starved for days, burying his face in his food like a little animal so frantic that rice scattered all over the table and floor. The sight made Jongseon's blood boil. He looked like he was about to hit the boy as a warning, just like he always did. He slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "Hey, you're starting to piss me off." He snarled, "How many times have I told you not to make a mess when you eat?" The boy trembled, trying to pick up the spilled grains of rice and put them in his mouth, hoping to clean up his mess and calm his father's anger. But no matter what the boy did, in Jongseon's eyes, it was all just provoking him. "Damn it!" Jongseon screamed. "Put your hands down. You don't deserve to eat anymore." Just then, a loud roar echoed from outside. It made Jongseon freeze on the spot. "Jongseon, he's only 6 years old. Spilling food is normal. You were the same way when you were 6, weren't you?" Nawajin banged on the wall. "Hey, kiddo, it's okay. It's all right to be a little messy. That's not how you judge whether someone's a good person, because this uncle here knows a certain 36-year-old comic artist who still makes a mess when he eats." Hearing this, Jongseon trembled with rage, but So-min-sel smiled overjoyed that someone was comforting him. Just as Jongseon was about to hit his son, it was as if the man outside already knew. He immediately yelled a warning, "Jongseon, don't you dare!" Another time, just as he was chasing his son to hit him, the voice rang out again, "Jongseon, stop!" On another day, Jongseon was sipping a beer by the window. He was about to light a cigarette when suddenly Nawajin's voice drifted up from below. "Jongseon, why are you smoking with a kid in the house?" Then he waved him down a cigarette dangling from his own lips. "Come on down and say hi, I'll be keeping a very close eye on you." Realizing the guy below was watching his every move, Jongseon gritted his teeth in fury. "Hey, since I'm being so nice about it, you should probably drag your ass down here." Furious, he slammed the window shut, not even bothering to argue anymore. He screamed in agony inside his room, "Ah, damn it, that bastard!" "What am I supposed to do about that son of a bitch?" Suddenly a voice spoke up. "Take care of him." That voice came from the showroom. The little boy was playing with his toys and mumbling, "Take care of it now, clean it up, tidy up now, hee ah, so funny." Jongseon stood frozen, tearing his hair out. He stared at So-min-seo, who was giggling happily. "Clean up now, tidy up now. Make it nice and clean." It seemed he had thought of something. Jongseon let out a terrifying laugh, "Ha ha!" Then he started to walk off laughing and muttering, "Now even this little brat dares to look down on me," as if reading his father's actions. So-min-seo's face suddenly turned pale. It seemed the boy understood what he was about to endure. Jongseon walked over to a cabinet and opened it. Inside were carpentry tools like a hammer, nails, screws, and other things. He turned his head to look at the boy and said, "So-min-seo, you listen to me carefully. I'm not coming back here anymore." Hearing this, the boy's face went white with fear. So-min-seo looked at his father holding the hammer and asked with a trembling voice, "Dad, where are you going?" Just then a voice shouted from outside the door, "Jongseon, I've been waiting for a while now. Why haven't you shown your face yet? Get out here. I need to talk to you." He muttered, "That's right. I'm going far away. I won't be back for a long time." His face became incredibly cruel as he gripped the hammer tightly in his hand. "Because I'll have to do a few years in prison after I kill that son of a bitch." Outside, Na-Gawon was trying to open the door. He finally got it open and entered the room. The moment he saw Gawon's face appear in the room, Jongseon immediately swung the hammer hard at his head. The hammer flew quickly towards him, but things didn't go as expected. Jongseon's eyes flew wide open, completely shocked by what was happening. Gawon had somehow already equipped a baseball glove which had helped him block the fatal blow from the hammer. His face contorted with rage. A voice as cold as hell itself said, "You pathetic wretch!" Choi Kang-soo laughed cheerfully and waved hello. "Nahwakjin, light me another cigarette." Suddenly noticing the person sitting in the chair was Sergeant Lim Han-jim, he wiped the smile from his face. "Huh." Meanwhile, Sergeant Lim Han-jim, who was organizing documents, saw him arrive and smiled in greeting. "Chief, you're here." He immediately asked, "What's this that kid didn't come to work? Or is he hiding somewhere?" She replied, "Yes, sir. Didn't you know?" Then she explained, "Mr. Na already requested leave. Although he said he doesn't know how long he'll be gone for, now he's taking about 2 weeks off." Hearing this, Choi Kang-soo's face soured. He yelled, "Who the hell dared to approve his leave?" Lim Han-jim replied, confused, "Huh, weren't you the one who approved it, Chief?" "What, I signed the approval? There's no way that happened." Back in the other room, Na-Gawon growled sarcastically, "You pathetic piece of trash. How dare you do something like this in front of a child?" With a furious expression, he said, "Get out here and talk to me, now." Jongseon was so scared he could have pissed his pants. He didn't dare make a sound. Suddenly, Gawon dragged him downstairs to the park and put a baseball glove on him. Jongseon just stood there staring at the glove, completely clueless as to what was going on. While he was spacing out, a baseball smacked him right in the face. Gawain waved his hand dismissively, taunting him. Hey, I threw it that softly and you still couldn't catch it. Tisk, tisk, this is what you get for staying cooped up inside playing games all day. Provoked, Jong Seon flew into a rage. Holding his poor nose with one hand, he bent down and picked up the ball with the other. He put all his strength into throwing the ball back at Gawain. It was an act of revenge, but Gawain caught the ball effortlessly as if it was nothing. Gawain continued to taunt him. Oh, you missed again. Can't you do anything right? Jong Seon, furious, yelled back, How am I supposed to catch it when you throw like that? Nearby, So Min Seo had also been dragged down to this baseball battle. The boy silently observed the two men standing before him. One of them was his cruel father. Their argument echoed throughout the playground. What's wrong, Jong Seon? Are you angry? By now, Jong Seon had gotten into the spirit of the game, catching the ball while cursing, Catch this if you're so good. Tran Nawajin turned and said to So Min Seo, That won't do, kiddo. Then he continued to throw the ball, smiling as if he had accomplished his goal. So Min Seo reached out and caught it. His face a little surprised, but he seemed overjoyed. Seeing this, he looked at Jong Seon and teased, Oh, the kid caught it on his first try, huh, Jong Seon? He's better at this than you are. Hearing the praise, So Min Seo blushed shyly. Nawajin continued to tease, Well, now why don't you try throwing it to your dad? Hearing that, Jong Seon flared up, Damn it, what the hell do you think you're doing? I'm busy with my game. Hearing his father, So Min Seo looked toward him, clutched the ball tightly, and then with all his strength and courage threw it to his dad. The ball flew fast, hitting Jong Seon's hand. Nawajin, who had just taken off his baseball glove, shouted to the father and son, Keep going, the weather is just too beautiful today. Seeing Nawajin just casually watching Jong Seon was fuming, but Nawajin didn't care and continued his rambling, Playing catch outside is still better than sitting in a jail cell for attempted murder, right? So Jong Seon and his son continued to play catch. So Min Seo happily threw the ball for his dad to catch until he was breathless while Nawajin leisurely walked away. On the field, Jong Seon's cursing could still be heard, Hey you, don't you know how to throw? Meanwhile, Nawajin silently sat down on a nearby bench, putting his hand in his pocket to get something. He pulled out a white pack of gum. Nawajin took a stick and put it in his mouth, his eyes still following the father and son. On the field, So Min Seo was laughing happily playing with his dad. In contrast, Jong Seon's face was pale with exhaustion as he tried to catch his son's throws, cursing as he did, Are you training a dog or something? I told you to throw carefully. Despite the cursing, he still played along, unlike his hateful attitude from before. Seeing this, Nawajin broke into an amused smile. Jong Seon annoyed saw Nawajin, and So Min Seo laughing their heads off and got extremely irritated. What's so damn funny that you're grinning like that? After they finished playing baseball, the three of them went to a toy store. He bought the boy a new toy set and even pulled Jong Seon down to squat with them. After that, the three of them went to a food court. Nawajin was smiling the whole time while So Min Seo ate everything in sight like a small, starved animal. Jong Seon turned pale seeing his son eat so ravenously. This was probably So Min Seo's happiest day after long, dark days of being abused by his father. A happy smile blossomed on the boy's face. Afterwards, the three of them headed back. Jong Seon asked, Kids just don't get it. Why doesn't he just stuff his face and then sleep? Nawajin smiled. Don't you find it miraculous? Jong Seon was confused. What's so miraculous about it? Normally in that kid's eyes, you're a demon who only knows how to hit and curse. But today he smiled so happily and called you dad because you played with him. Jong Seon scowled. Anyone would be if they were called a demon? Nawajin stroked So Min Seo's head and cut in, When I'm talking, you listen. Don't interrupt me. That's just how kids are, Jong Seon. Even if you're a piece of trash, he has no choice but to rely on you because you're his parent. To a child, their parents are their entire world. So no matter how you treat them, they can't bring themselves to hate their parents. That's the reason I've let you live peacefully until now. Hearing this, Jong Seon's face went pale with fear. Nawajin continued in a cold voice. When I saw you ignore your own son while he was choking a few days ago, I had to hold myself back from smashing your face in. So right now, I really want to break all your bones and dump your corpse in front of the police station. The more he listened, the paler and more frightened he became, as if recalling his own beast-like actions. After speaking, Nawajin started to walk away, leaving his words behind. But like I said before, parents are a child's everything, even if you're a terrible person. But if you were to suddenly disappear, this child would be terrified, so it's best that parents like you change themselves. This is your last chance, and it's also my warning to you. He shot a sharp glance back, threatening, If I hear a child crying one more time, then even if it means wronging the little one, I will act the way I always do. So just pretend I'm begging you. Don't ever do it again. With that, he walked away. He's your own son." Hearing these words, he turned his head to look at the son he was carrying on his back. Later that night in his apartment, Jong Seon was drinking beer and scrolling through his phone. On the screen was a picture of Somin Sel as a newborn. He swiped across the image. A mix of chaotic emotions swirled within him. Next was a picture of Somin Sel, a little older-looking, incredibly adorable and innocent. Then a picture of Somin Sel when he had learned to stand. He was hugging a ball, smiling cheerfully at him. The next picture was of Somin Sel in the present, hugging a toy, sleeping soundly and happily. He stared intently at the image. It was unclear what he was thinking. He just looked on in silence. Suddenly he glanced up at something. In front of him was a blonde woman. It seemed to be Minseo's mother. She exclaimed, "Honey, I'm home." Hearing these words, Jong Seon's expression filled with disgust. It was clear he despised this woman. Then, he threw a beer bottle against the wall right next to the woman, making her flinch and cover her head in fear. Jong Seon stood up and cursed, "God damn it, you bitch!" The woman, terrified, covered her head with tears streaming down her face. "I told you," Jong Seon raged, "to never show your face here again." The woman, pale with fear, could only cover her head and sob. Then she cried out, "Honey, I was wrong!" Jong Seon swore back, "What were you wrong about, huh?" In his room, Nagawan could hear every single thing happening in the room next door. He let the shower water run over his face silently, listening to the argument. Jong Seon's curses echoed relentlessly. "Get the hell out before I beat you to death!" The shower water continued to pour over his face, but Nagawan didn't move. The curses were mixed with the woman's pleas. "I'm begging you, please!" As if he couldn't take it anymore, he turned off the water, muttering, "This is tough." While drying his hair, he continued to mumble, "I guess people really can't change who they are, can they?" Minseo's mother, with tears streaming down her face, knelt and clasped her hands together, begging for his mercy. "I'm so sorry, honey. I won't do it again." In contrast to her pitiful state, the bastard's face, twisted with rage, looked even more loathsome. As Minseo's mother tried to plead with him again, at some point Minseo had woken up. The innocent boy called out, "Mommy!" to her astonishment. She immediately rushed to him, crying out, "Minseo!" Minseo's mother hugged the boy, sobbing as she said, "Minseo, my son." The child hugged his mother back and asked innocently, "Mommy, why did you come home from work so late?" Minseo's mother bowed her head, apologized to him, and promised she would never come home late again. Outside, Nagawan, who was just about to knock, had accidentally overheard the entire story. His eyes suddenly grew pensive, as if he were contemplating something. Minseo's mother's apologies continued to echo outside. His clenched fist slowly relaxed, as if he had made a decision. The next morning, at the boarding house where Minseo's family lived, the family scene was the complete opposite of yesterday, unusually peaceful and harmonious. Minseo's mother smiled as she put some food from her plate onto his. She said, "Here you go. This is the fried egg that you love so much." Minseo was so happy his eyes crinkled. The boy stuck his kid's fork into the piece of egg, brought it to his mouth, and said, "This is so yummy, so yummy." Minseo's mother suddenly turned pale. She glanced warily at the boy's father and stammered, "Minseo, Daddy doesn't like it when you make a mess while eating." But contrary to her expectation that he would fly into a rage and become violent, Minseo's father's expression remained calm. He just replied lightly, "It's okay, it's normal for kids to make a mess when they eat." He continued asking her, "Are you going to work after you finish eating?" Minseo's mother replied, "But it's Sunday today, dear." Minseo's father lowered his gaze and said, "That's even better. After we eat, take him outside to play. He just got a new remote-controlled car, so he'd be happier if you took him to the park to play with it." Hearing those words from her husband, Minseo's mother was too shocked to speak. Suddenly, a voice from outside repeatedly called out, "Hey, Jongseon, good morning." The voice loudly urged Minseo's father, "If you still want to eat buddy, get your shirt on and come out here. I've got a great opportunity for you. If you don't come out, you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Accompanying that booming voice was the sight of his own face turning purple with rage. Minseo's father muttered, "Oh, it's this bastard again." Later, at some construction site, he suddenly found himself forced into a military-style uniform. As a welcome that sounded more like a military command, two big, tough-looking guys stood with their arms crossed and declared, "You have now become an intern at our Special Ops furniture store, so we sincerely welcome you." Minseo's father, with a dazed look on his face, asked, "Why all of a sudden?" Before he could finish his sentence, the brown-haired guy cut him off, shouting, "Rule number 1, presentations must be short and concise, and you will add 'sir' at the end of every sentence." "Got it." Minseo's father's face flushed red with anger. He clenched his teeth, trying to suppress the rage that was about to erupt while the other two were busy drilling him. Meanwhile, over here, Lee Jinshin, a reserve first lieutenant from the Special Forces, was leisurely smoking a cigarette and commenting on the guy. He reeks of a common thug from head to toe. But how could I refuse a request from the esteemed Captain Nagawan? Nagawan stood to the side watching them and thought helplessly, but that uniform, my God, do you guys really have to act like you're in the army? Lee Jinshin then seemed to remember something and asked Nagawan, but all the guys at the store are ex-special forces. You think that guy will be able to handle it? Nagawan smiled. He calmly replied to Lee Jinshin, even though he's not a special forces soldier, he's a father. The rumbling sound of a toy car was heard. Minseo happily chuckled, pressing the remote to make the car go while he chased after it. Minseo's mom saw him and realized how rarely she got to see him laugh so freely. She felt happy for him, too, and called out to the child, Minseo, did your dad really buy you such an expensive toy? Minseo innocently replied right away. It wasn't Dad, Mom. The uncle from the room next door bought it for me. He's really nice. Ever since he came, Dad doesn't hit me anymore. Dad has become a lot gentler. Minseo beamed at his mother, and it was true the boy's father had changed. That entire day, he had been incredibly diligent following the orders of others without a single complaint. Minseo continued happily. I'm so happy right now. It would be great if every day was like this. Minseo's mom smiled hearing her son's words. She bent down, patted Minseo's shoulder, and said, That's right. It's such a relief that your dad has become gentler, isn't it? Meanwhile, at the construction site, the sky was beginning to turn dark. Minseo's dad gripped his hat, his body covered in sweat as he panted continuously. The brown-haired man crossed his arms and said in a voice as loud as a cannon, You've worked hard. You did a better job than I thought. You've been a great help to me. I'll see you again tomorrow at 8 a.m. That brown-haired man handed an envelope of money to Minseo's dad and said, Here, take your wages for today. With a slightly surprised look on his face, he nodded repeatedly, thanking the other man. From a distance, Lee Jinshin, who was observing Minseo's dad, spoke up. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Nawajin replied, You see it too, don't you? Even though his stamina isn't outstanding, he really knows how to work. I'm sure he can make it in this construction business. For at least another 2 or 3 years, that is. Minseo's dad took the money from the envelope and exclaimed excitedly, Whoa, I got a full 400,000 won. This is awesome. Nawajin came up from behind a pack of cigarettes in his hand and glanced at the ecstatic look on Minseo's dad's face. I told you, didn't I? This is a good thing I've brought to you. The man chuckled and replied, If I'd gotten paid this much back in the day, I'd still be working at a construction site right now. Nawajin bit down on a cigarette and reminded him, Buy some fried chicken on your way home. When I was little, there was nothing happier than when my dad bought me fried chicken. Minseo's dad chuckled and took a cigarette from the pack Wajin offered him. Wajin flipped open his lighter and lit the man's cigarette. Wajin voiced the suspicion on his mind. But seeing how skilled you are, it means you must have done interior design work before, right? The man cursed and replied, Interior design, my ass. For 3 years, I did whatever job anyone would hire me for. We had Minseo when I was in high school, and Minseo's mom was in middle school. At that age, what could we do besides manual labor? You just do whatever people hire you to do. Minseo's dad shrugged and said, Fuck, life was so goddamn hard back then. Minseo's mom, it would have been better if she had just told me a little sooner, but she tried to use cloth to wrap her stomach and hide the fact that she was pregnant, but in the end, it was discovered. If we'd gotten an abortion, this damn country would have branded me a traitor. We were expelled from school and kicked out of our homes. At the time, he had told Minseo's mom, It's okay, I'll take full responsibility. And honestly, I was just saying whatever came to mind. The next thing I said, just trust me, was only because at the time I thought it sounded cool. And the price for that came crashing down on me real fast. Manual labor during the day, delivery jobs at night. Thinking back on it now, I still can't believe I was able to work both jobs at the same time back then. Until one day, while Minseo's dad was hauling cement at a construction site, he ran into his old classmates. They laughed and mocked him. Hey, go dong chill, get over here. Look at him now, he's a father. At that moment, his heart was filled with resentment. He asked himself why he had to live like this, and truly seeing those trashy friends again and hearing their bullshit words was like a massive slap to the face that woke me up to this harsh reality, because I couldn't go to school and couldn't get into college. If I hadn't made that mistake back then, I could have had a normal 20s. Just like everyone else. As he finished his sentence, Minseo's dad was suddenly smacked across the head so hard, his damn eyeballs nearly popped out. Wajin, with his hands in his pockets, walked briskly ahead and said, That word mistake. You must never ever say that in front of the kid, because it will be etched deep into his heart for the rest of his life. He turned his head and looked at him with a sharp, cold gaze. Parents might see their children as a mistake, but to a child, their parents are their destiny. Even if your life has become miserable, I know you have the kid, but you can't use him as an excuse. After silently taking the lecture for a while, Minseo's dad finally spoke up. Hey, old man, I know you think I'm just some bastard who takes his anger out on his kid, but I still love him like crazy. In a trash can in the corner of the room, sticking out was something red. It was Minseo's brand new toy car. The fact that it was smashed to pieces partly explained why the man had hit the boy. Nagawan lit a cigarette. You had a reason to hit him, he sneered at Yongson. What are you talking about? The man simply avoided his fierce gaze. Nawajin reluctantly gave in. All right then, talk. His eyes radiated a murderous aura warning the man. But you're probably just going to spout a bunch of nonsense anyway. Yongson looked at him terrified and shrinking back in fear. Afterwards, the two headed back to the apartment building. Nagajin warned him, don't be late tomorrow. That director is known for being a real demon. While he's still in charge. Suddenly a scream cuts them off. Yongson rushed in. What's going on? He opened the door to find a woman consoling a loudly crying Minseo. Damn it, what the hell happened? Why is he crying? Jongson roared. The woman stammered. Well, it's just... Minseo was playing with his car and crashed it into the wall, so... It broke. I tried everything, but I couldn't get him to stop crying. The man snapped at the boy. You broke it yourself, and now you're crying your eyes out. This is why you deserve to be hit. Noticing a pair of sharp eyes watching him, he quickly changed his tune. Ha! Really now? Hey, Minseo, don't cry anymore. His voice softened. Dad has a job now. I'll buy you a much nicer one later, okay? He then gave the bag of chicken he'd just bought to the boy. Look, Dad bought fried chicken for you. Go on, eat. The boy immediately stopped crying, took the bag with both hands and cheered, Wow, fried chicken! Nagajin watched for a moment, and seeing that everything was okay, he left relieved. The woman his wife asked in bewilderment, How did you suddenly get a job? Were you actually looking for one? Jongson handed his wife an envelope. Here, take this. His wife opened the envelope. It was a stack of cash. Her jaw dropped. Wow, you made 180,000 won in one day. Jongson, wearily changing his clothes, said, I have to go back to work tomorrow. So take him to daycare. Ugh, I'm covered in dirt from working at the construction site all day. His wife gave a small smile, then said something strange, setting the stage for the drama to come. Honey, we're just like our old selves, aren't we? Jongsun, not paying attention, glanced at his phone and replied dismissively, Is that so? Yeah, I guess we are. The corners of his wife's mouth slowly curled into a creepy smile. The next day at daycare, Minseo was playing with toy cars just like the other kids his age. Vroom, vroom. You silly. An excavator doesn't go vroom, it goes rumble, rumble, another kid exclaimed. Minseo laughed innocently. Hee, oh really? The teacher watched them from afar. Thank goodness, Minseo is doing so much better now. It's all thanks to that man from the Office of Education. She thought happily of Nawajin. Looking at Minseo's bright smile, she wondered, how on earth did he do it? I'll have to learn his methods. Just then, the director came over. Ms. Yu, the snack delivery is here. Can you help me bring it in? She immediately stood up. Yes, director. As she was about to leave, Minseo said, I'm going to be a cop now. Trade with me. The kid with the police car refused. No, I like the police car. You just keep playing with the excavator. Minseo begged him, but I already have an excavator at home, so I'm sick of it. Please just let me play with the police car for a little bit. But what the other kid said next made Minseo fly into a rage. Doesn't your dad work at a construction site? That means you'll have to drive an excavator for the rest of your life. What did you just say? The teacher walked back in only to be horrified by the scene. Minseo was on top of the other boy, punching him in the face over and over, yelling, You bastard! You bastard! You bastard! The teacher dropped the food tray and rushed to pull them apart. Minseo was still clutching the toy excavator, and the other child had a large bruise on his forehead. It looked like he had used it to hit the other kid. The incident was so serious that both children's parents were called in. The other boy's mother screamed at Minseo's mother, How do you raise your child? If you let this continue, he's going to grow up to be a criminal. But why would a little kid know to hit with a toy instead of just their bare hands? The babysitter standing next to them tried to calm the child's mother down. It's my fault for not watching the children carefully. But even so, she just ignored me and kept making snide remarks. Now that I look closer, I see his mother is still so young. No wonder she doesn't know how to raise her child. I wonder if she had him by mistake. A single mother and son holding hands under the setting sun. Minseo's mother. The teacher called them back. She bowed and apologized. I'm truly sorry. This all happened because I wasn't paying close enough attention to them. Minseo's mother just glanced back with a cold look. I know I might be overstepping my bounds, and it may be rude of me to say this. But the teacher hesitated. But But children who experience violence at home often have a higher tendency to attack their peers, so if the family could stop criticizing Minseo... The teacher couldn't finish her sentence before Minseo's mother cut her off. She put on a smile. It's all right, teacher. Minseo's dad is much gentler now. Thinking she had gotten through to Minseo's mother, the teacher felt relieved and said goodbye to them. Oh yes, thank you for understanding, Minseo's mother spoke. Isn't that right? Minseo, your dad is much gentler now, isn't he? The boy's face went pale. It seemed he knew what was about to happen to him. She flashed a psychotic smile. But if Dad is so much gentler now, then why have you become so naughty, huh? Hey, you little brat, when are you going to get your ass back to work, huh? Choi Kang-soo's voice yelled. Nagajin, folding his clothes, answered, sorry, sir, don't be mad. I still have a whole week of vacation left. Oh, is that so? So you plan to just eat and sleep for the entire 2 weeks, is that it? Even if you hadn't said anything, I was planning on coming back to work tomorrow. That's more like it. I've already deducted all of your vacation days, so if you don't show up for work tomorrow, I'll consider it an unexcused absence. Nagajin was so shocked he went pale. How can this agency be so unethical? Are public servants not allowed to take a break or something? I guess I don't need to say goodbye to them, huh? He thought, taking out a cigarette. If they knew I disappeared, Dongseon would probably go right back to being a total wreck. Thump. A man's voice roared as he hit him in the face. You fucking bitch, didn't I tell you if you did that one more time, I'd kill you fine? Then I'll just kill you, die. The man kicked his wife. You're going to die here today. And then I'll die too. Damn it, today everyone in this house is going to drink poison and die. Meanwhile, Minseo was gasping for air in a puddle of water on the floor. It looked like the boy had been held underwater. Nagajin burst in to see only Dongseon standing there amidst 2 bodies sprawled on the floor. Nagajin assessed the scene for a moment, then stepped forward. The bastard died without any regret. No, that's not it. Nagajin checked the boy first. Did you call an ambulance? The man was a bit dazed that Nagajin hadn't attacked him immediately. The kid's fine. Luckily, he's still breathing. This has happened before, so I know he'll probably wake up soon. Nagajin checked Minseo's heartbeat, ignoring the man's excuses. He dialed a number. Hello, I have a patient who needs immediate medical attention. Dongseon immediately panicked. He'll open his eyes any minute now. Why are you? Nagajin continued. The boy's mother has been assaulted and the boy was held underwater. They're both unconscious. He brushed the man's hand away. And the child's father is in mortal danger. Nagajin landed a punch. How could the man's emaciated, addict-like body possibly withstand that blow? He collapsed to the floor. I can understand that you were panicking and didn't think to call an ambulance. Nagajin's temper flared, his fists clenched. But why did you try to stop me when I was calling for help, huh? Were you afraid that if you went to the hospital, your child abuse would be exposed? Damn it, is that shitty father mentality? So deeply ingrained in your brain. Dongseon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and staggered to his feet. This is all your fault. The man lunged. If I were the bastard, the kid wouldn't have been held underwater like that. Nagajin grabbed the man's head and slammed it to the floor. You're in the wrong and you're still running your mouth. Even now you're still making excuses. You're truly a lost cause. Just as he was about to bring his fist down to punish the man, he yelled, Wait! It wasn't me. It was her. He frantically pointed at the unconscious woman. I didn't do anything to the boy. She was the one who held him underwater. The man rambled on. The time before, when Minseo coughed up blood, that was her too. And the RC car you bought for Minseo that got broken. All of it was caused by that woman. Then a memory from his past. At 20 years old, my life had come to a complete dead end because of this child. And I'm not the only one who thought that way. Even though I've hit my own kid a few times when I couldn't control my anger, what Minseo's mom did, she really crossed the line. She was mercilessly beating her own flesh and blood. Why won't you listen to me? Why? Jongseon couldn't stand it anymore and warned her, You bitch, you're making Minseo cough up blood. Even if you're pissed off and want to hit him, you should have just hit him once or twice. Do you actually want to kill him? She just casually said, It's fine. It's not like that's enough to kill him. Before he could process what was happening, she lifted her hair, revealing a scar on the back of her head. See, I'm still alive and well. Compared to my old man, I'm still going easy on him. It was then that I realized my wife had been abused since childhood, and the reason we were kicked out of her family's home was because of her father. My wife, after finding out the truth about our daughter's pregnancy, grabbed a knife and threatened to kill them both. Jongseon froze. Then he put his hands on her shoulders. All right, then let's do it this way. From now on, don't you lay a finger on him again. If you get angry with him, just tell me. I'll discipline Minseo in your place. What followed was a series of things that man did to his own son. If Minseo spilled rice, the man would flip over the food tray and forbid the boy from eating. While he played video games, the boy wasn't allowed to move a single inch, not even for a second, despite his body being covered in all sorts of bruises. Even when the boy clasped his hands and begged, the man would just say, "I have no other choice. I have to discipline Minseo like this before his mother kills him for daring to annoy her. It's the only way I can keep this family together." After hearing the man's sickening story, Nawajin immediately punched him. "I knew you'd spew some bullshit to justify hitting that boy, but I never imagined you'd come up with a story that absurd. It's fucking ridiculous. And you still have the nerve to call that keeping your family together, torturing him, and you still dare call that a family." He grabbed the man by the collar. "If you really gave a damn about your family, you wouldn't have done all that fucked up shit just because you decided to sacrifice a child. I know why you chose to do it that way. You just see them as a nuisance. Because beating a weak, defenseless child is just easier than dealing with your adult, depressed wife, isn't it? It's the path of least resistance for you. Haven't I told you this before? When parents abuse their kids for their own convenience, that's not parenting, that's raising livestock." Nawajin punched him again. "You people have no right to raise that boy." A moment later, the paramedics arrived. "Where's the injured party?" All they saw was one man punching the victim. And so Nawajin was thrown behind bars. Tisk, tisk, tisk. "You pathetic kid." Mr. Choi Kong-soo had arrived. After seeing Hansel and Gretel return home, the father said, "Children, please forgive your father." The caregiver's gentle voice narrated the end of the story to Minseo, who was lying in his hospital bed. And so Hansel and Gretel returned to their family, and they all lived happily ever after. But the little boy didn't seem too enthusiastic about the story. He sat up and asked her, "Miss, when are my mom and dad coming?" His innocent, naive eyes looked up at her. "I don't hurt anymore. I can go home now." "So why haven't mom and dad come to pick me up yet?" The caregiver just gave a small smile and stroked the boy's head. "Minseo, for the time being, your mom and dad won't be able to come." Her face was filled with sorrow for the innocent child. "Because they aren't ready to take care of you yet, Minseo." The day Minseo's family was taken away in the ambulance, the doctor discovered signs of abuse on the boy and immediately notified the police. At the station, Minseo's mother didn't say a word. Meanwhile, Minseo's father confirmed to the police everything he had done to the boy. Minseo's parents were temporarily detained on suspicion of abuse. The two of them were held in separate facilities awaiting a verdict from the court. In the meantime, at the office of the director of the Education Management Bureau, Kid, Mr. Choi Kong-soo handed Nawajin a pack of cigarettes and sighed. "I can't believe you got so lucky, kid. It's a good thing the victim agreed to an unconditional settlement so we could handle this quietly. Do you plan on getting involved in every single problem in the world? Reporters have a damn good sense of smell, so you better watch yourself." Nawajin simply replied, "A lot of people already see our Education Rights Protection Bureau as a thorn in their side. Either way, this line of work was never going to last long." He looked at Mr. Choi Kong-soo. "Isn't that what you said from the very beginning, Director? That our Education Rights Protection Bureau wouldn't be able to last? Because all it would take is one slip-up for this whole organization to get shut down and disbanded. So we shouldn't care what the world thinks, but just go ahead and do whatever you want." This left Mr. Choi Kong-soo speechless, but this case falls under another department's jurisdiction. Nawaji quickly admitted it his fault. "I know I overstepped my bounds. Up until now, I've always handled things by giving those at fault a second chance. If they still don't change, then they face the appropriate punishment. But this case, the abusers are the victim's entire world." Minseo was screaming and crying for his parents, which put the teacher in an awkward position, not knowing what to do. Nawajin lamented, "So it's very difficult. Truly very difficult." 6 months later, the husband and wife appeared at their trial together. The wife, Won Seo-jeon, was sentenced to 1 year and 4 months in prison, while the husband, Go Jong-cheo, was sentenced to 6 months. He was given a 1-year suspended sentence, and at the same time must comply with temporary measures for child abusers. The trial ended in a somber atmosphere. Minseo can now run, jump, and play freely with his friends. The bright smile on his face could melt the winter's cold, but Jong-cheo could only watch him from afar. Then he turned his back and walked away. Minseo suddenly noticed a familiar figure, or perhaps it was the instinct running through his blood that made him recognize his father. The boy ran after him even as the man tried to walk faster. "Dad, don't go!" The boy fell and burst into tears. Jong-cheo couldn't help but turn back and ask the boy, "Go, Minseo, is it better here than at home? You have lots of friends here, and you don't get hit by mom and dad. I've been so wrong to you, Minseo, and yet you still want to follow me." The boy nodded blankly. "Minseo, I'm a really bad father. I shouldn't even be appearing in front of you anymore. If anyone saw me with you like this, then I'd have to go back to jail." Then the man took off his mask and hat and said with a firm voice, "So, if I become a better father, and the state allows me to raise you, Minseo, then I will definitely come and get you. I promise. The two of them made a pinky promise and smiled happily. Nagasaki, watching from a distance, could finally leave with peace of mind. In another scene, a mother knocks on her son's bathroom door. Son, how long are you going to be in there? Hurry up and come out for dinner. What's wrong? Is he still not done showering? That's right, and he's not answering me anymore. Move, let me go check. The door was locked. Hand me a toothpick. Hey, Lee Sang-wook, when your mother calls, you need to answer. The two of them opened the door to find the bathtub filled with water and blood spilled all over the floor. The two frantically told each other to call an ambulance. In the room, the computer screen lit up and streams of messages appeared continuously as if demanding the recipient's life. The parents' chaotic voices called out to the boy. On a piece of paper were the words, "The devil will return," signaling that something terrible was about to happen. At this moment, Lee Sang-wook was sitting alone in an empty room, surrounded by four walls with a TV mounted on the wall in front of him. Perhaps he was so worried that his whole body was trembling. His face clearly showed the anxiety and fear inside, so much so that he broke out in a cold sweat. His gaze became vacant, staring into the empty space. A moment later, a female teacher opened the door and called to him. "Student Lee Sang-wook, it's time." She kindly guided him into the room. "Go on in." Hearing this, he got up and followed her. Just moments after stepping through the door, he could feel its suffocating, breathless tension. In front of Sang-wook now were many people, giving him unfriendly looks. The Deliberation Committee on School Violence Countermeasures, Scene Change. Rock, paper, scissors is the fairest game in the world. A memory floods back. Sang-wook is playing this game with another boy. Unfortunately, he lost and was slapped hard across the face without hesitation. And so Sang-wook kept playing with them. Rock, paper, scissors. The other guy threw rock while he threw scissors. The win went to the other side. That guy once again struck Sang-wook in the face. With each following round, the hits got harder and harder. He looked to be in extreme pain. The next time, the other guy yelled, "Rock, paper, scissors!" But this time was different. Sang-wook won. He threw paper while the other guy threw rock. He slowly pulled his hand back and said in a low voice, "Oh, I lost." Seeing this, he replied fearfully, "That's right. Rock, paper, scissors is a game I can win and I can also lose." The atmosphere grew more suffocating and tense, not like what Sang-wook had expected. He thought that if the other guy lost, he would stop hitting him. But this guy's nature said otherwise. He relentlessly beat him up, knocking Sang-wook to the floor. If I lose, I get slapped. If I win, I get punched. His face looked extremely terrifying as he got close. His smile was losing its humanity, and his eyes looked like he wanted to eat you alive right then and there. But why don't I feel happy when I lose to you, huh? Rock, paper, scissors is not a fair game in the relationship between me and Hong Seol-hak, and this unfair game, it didn't just happen to me. Another male student was in the classroom engrossed in a game. However, that moment of fun didn't last long before it was cut short by Seol-hak. He snatched the gaming device in an instant, held it up, and said bluntly, "I'm borrowing this for 35 years, okay? The boy didn't resist at all, just sat there and watched him take it. Suddenly, another bigger male student dared to stand up and speak his mind. "Hey, Hong Seol-hak!" His voice caught the bully's attention. The boy's face was filled with indignation. "Stop getting pissed off for the other students he bullies. Why the hell do you dare bully your own classmates, you son of a bitch?" He continued, "Aren't you tired of playing this bullying game since middle school?" Even though he'd hit a nerve, Seol-hak's expression showed no remorse at all. He just kept that emotionless look on his face, thinking he was so cool as he smirked. But no one at this school could lay a finger on him because he would brazenly declare, "If you've got the guts, then fight me." Just as he finished speaking, another guy with curly hair came from behind him, raising a chair to smash it straight over his head. Then the inevitable happened. He was smashed in the head with the chair by that guy. He screamed horribly in pain. Seol-hak grinned with delight. The boy fell to the ground, crying out as he clutched his head, his whole body trembling amidst his screams. Then came the harsh laughter of Seol-hak's other lackeys. One of them said, "What kind of fight is this, a screaming contest to see who's louder? Psycho." Then they started kicking him relentlessly. "Kick him to death." They are Kim Won-hong-mun Tae-soo and Han Sang-jin, the three loyal dogs who blindly obey Seol-hak's every command. Even so, many people still sided with me, because our suffering continued even after school let out. The sky began to turn a dark blue, and lights started to come on in the buildings. At a rest stop, Selhack's gang and a few party girls were sitting around laughing and joking with each other while their seats were other bullied male students. A girl in a pink jacket with brownish blonde hair said excitedly, "Ah, this chair is so comfortable." Selhack always brought us along when he went out to hang out. Someone else said, "Hey, is yours a massage chair? Why is it shaking so much?" The friend who was called a massage chair was probably so exhausted from their inhumane, violent torture that he was sweating buckets and trembling uncontrollably. Especially when he went out with girls. They wouldn't hesitate to try their twisted games on the bullied victims. Now it was a point-based boxing game. The girl with the tan skin cheered as she landed a kick to his stomach. Yes, a 10-point combo. He jolted. The pain was excruciating. He used us as tools to show off to girls. We lived like toys for them to humiliate. And we couldn't speak up about the school violence. They would laugh mockingly, despising the students they bullied as if it were just some entertainment for them. But the most terrifying thing I had to endure was this. The scene changes to the classroom. Selhack, with that gaudy pink hair, casually sat on Sangok's desk. He was joking crudely with his loyal dogs. "Hey, I met a virgin yesterday." The words he spat out were unbelievably disgusting. Then he bragged, "That chick was fucking hot." It made every single one of his loyal dogs drool with excitement. Sangok, sitting at his desk, couldn't bear to hear the words they were saying. What these scumbags were capable of was truly beyond his imagination. We were just messing around. Suddenly, he slammed his hands hard on the desk. He yelled, "Right, Gook!" He looked like an addict then, with his high cheekbones and dark circles under his eyes. He said, "Virgins are the best, right?" The words he just uttered were so horrifying it scared Sangok to death. Then he lowered his voice, ordering him softly, "Come on, repeat after me." As if possessed by a demon, his behavior, which was already despicable, became more vile than ever. He repeated the phrase, then screamed, "Virgins are the best!" He didn't dare say a word, his lips sealed tight. Trin is my mother's name. Under his intense pressure, he finally had to say those horrifying words. "Virgins are..." Then he forced a smile to get through the moment. It was then that I resolved to kill him. You ask if I thought about reporting it to the school. Don't you watch the news? Even if I told the teachers, they would just end up burying the incident anyway. He opened the news on his computer and read it, shocked. I thought as much. On the screen was information about the abolition of each school's autonomous committee on school violence and the establishment of a school violence countermeasures deliberation committee. He read it on his computer, his feelings a tangled mess. Last year, the Act on the Protection of Teachers' Rights was amended so each school's autonomous committee on school violence was abolished. In its place, a school violence countermeasures deliberation committee was established under the management of the Office of Education Support with experts like lawyers and so on. Seeing this news was like finding a glimmer of light in his life. This committee isn't under the school's control. If that's the case, then I can give it a try. In his hand at that moment was a paper recording the crimes and punishments for all those who had bullied him all this time. Sangok read it aloud, his voice full of disbelief. Only the ringleader Hong Seo-hyuk received a 5-day suspension. The rest only had to write apology letters and receive special education. That's it. So this is the disciplinary standard of the new deliberation committee. Hong Seo-hyuk's cruel acts were only evaluated at 10 to 12 points by the committee. A moment later, Sangok was confronted by the bullies. They came up to him and threw the apology letters in his face. There wasn't a hint of remorse. He froze on the spot. The others chimed in, "Here's your apology letter, sorry, for treating you like a dog all this time, okay?" Then they all burst out laughing, treating it like some hilarious joke. And Selhack turned back, giving him the look of a demon. He only got 12 points when the maximum was 20. It's like you scoring 60 points on a test where the maximum is 100. He was so helpless he could only stare at them. Wide-eyed, his face ashen as if all the blood had drained from it. Just glue those graders to their seats right then and there. They've graded my suffering, too. Now I understand why this country has so many perpetrators like Hong Seo-hyuk and victims like me. Because to the adults, this is just a matter of 60 points. Even though I reported this to the Education Rights Protection Bureau before I died, they probably wouldn't pay any mind to this 60-point incident. Sang-wook in a listless state. Exhausted and pale, lying in the hospital bed, he slowly opened his eyes and saw the image of his mother crying right beside him. His mother said, "Sang-wook." Crying, she threw her arms around her poor son. "Why would you do this?" Why? 2 streams of tears flowed endlessly down the mother's face. She whimpered, "If something was wrong, you should have told me." It was only much later that I learned if you want to die, you have to cut your wrists vertically and soak them in water for 8 hours, not horizontally. The expression on Sang-wook's face as his mother embraced him was cold, detached, and emotionless. His lips were chapped, and his eyes stared into the empty void, utterly depressed. Even as my mother held me, all I could think about was suicide. His body looked utterly lifeless, no different from a withered, dying tree, withered from lack of water. After a moment, he regained some composure and said to his mother, "Mom, my phone." His mother gave him the phone and said, "Stay here, sweetie. I'll go get the doctor." On Sang-wook's phone, the search bar only showed the words, "Ways to die." He was scrolling for a while when suddenly a message arrived. He opened it and his expression changed instantly. His eyes widened as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Finally, he called out to his mother again, "Mom!" Without realizing it, tears started streaming down his face. "I won't do it again." His face soaked with tears and snot, he choked out, "I won't try to kill myself anymore." He was so overjoyed he didn't even notice his tears dripping onto the phone screen. He began to cry even harder as the image of the text message appeared. Someone had sent him a picture of that bastard Seo-hyuk, the one who relentlessly bullied him, beaten to a pulp by some pretty older sister, along with this message. The Student Protection Agency came to deal with Hong Seo-hyuk. Finally, he got what he deserved for all the heinous acts he'd committed against so many students. The homeroom teacher handed Hong Seo-hyuk a stack of documents and said to him, "Well, starting today, your suspension is over, right? Hong Seo-hyuk, you've reflected on your actions, haven't you?" The homeroom teacher, with a grimace, continued, "This is the special education guide and the terms you need to pay attention to." Hong Seo-hyuk took the stack of papers, reading them as he listened to the teacher's lecture. "If you do this one more time, you'll be charged with school violence. At that point, it'll be all over for you." Hong Seo-hyuk's eyes crinkled into a smile as he replied in a firm voice, "You don't need to worry about that anymore, sir." Thwack, thwack! The sounds of a whip repeatedly struck the faces and bodies of two male students kneeling on the ground. Hong Seo-hyuk stood behind them, smoking a cigarette while watching his lackeys perform the training session. Somewhere on the rooftop, the vow he had just made to his homeroom teacher echoed, "I won't bully them anymore." As expected, a dog is always a dog. It can never fucking become human. Just one look at Hong Seo-hyuk's giddy, drugged-out face was enough to know he'd completely forgotten his bullshit promise. But that vow continued to echo, as if to highlight what a scumbag he was, because I've already reflected on my actions. Sometime later, as Gong Cheol-hui was about to beat his son Nawajin as if he had eyes in the back of his head, shouted from inside the house, "Jong Seon, stop!" At that moment, Nawajin was holding his phone to his ear with his shoulder, while opening a bottle of Coke with both hands. The person on the other end of the line heard him mention the strange name, and asked, "Jong Seon, who's Jong Seon?" Just as Nawajin was about to answer, "Oh, he's..." The clear voice from the phone cut him off and launched into a long spiel. "Anyway, I've selected the important cases and emailed them to you. I'm so sorry to bother you during your leave, but I really don't know which case to choose. So could you give me a suggestion?" Lim Han-jim was swamped busy with the stacks of case files that had been sent over. To get through this pile, she'd need 3 heads and 6 arms. With every file she reviewed, Lim Han-jim grew more enraged. She cursed as she read, holding the phone close so Nawajin could hear. "This little punk is getting way too big for his britches, and this little shit too. I have to take him down. Oh my God, and I need to chain this bastard up and beat him for 3 days and 3 nights. Only then would I be satisfied." Her anger reaching its peak, she ripped the case files to shreds and screamed, "Ah! Why is South Korea so rotten? This is enough to make Satan himself cry a river. Because there wouldn't be enough room in hell for all these scumbags." But in contrast to Lim Han-jim's frantic rage, Nawajin just said calmly, "You decide." Nagoin closed his laptop, calmly explaining to his colleague, "To be fair, even though you were sent here by the military for this mission, in reality you're an official supervisor from the Bureau of Educational Rights Protection." He leisurely lit a cigarette and continued his advice. "So you have to know how to make your own judgments about the work. If you want my advice, all I can say is that the Bureau of Educational Rights Protection does more than just rescue suffering teachers and students." Word by word, Nagawan shared his honest thoughts with Lim Han-jin. "No matter how much authority a supervisor has with just the 2 of us like this, the number of people we can help is just a drop in the ocean. Therefore, our work isn't just about helping victims. We also have to show society the dark side that exists within the school system." Finally, he concluded, "That is our true purpose." Lim Han-jin was stunned. She turned off her device, then tilted her head back and looked at the ceiling. Pondering what Nagawan had just said, she repeated his words. "I have to show society no matter what kind of case it is." "How? That's so hard. I'm not that incredible." Kim Han-jin grew frustrated again, thinking of the mountain of files on her desk. She muttered to herself in discouragement, "Whatever you say." Why do these damn school violence cases keep happening so often? Back on the familiar rooftop, Seo Dung was caught in a chokehold. His face turned red, his eyes glazed over, but still the arm refused to release him. In front of them, Kim Won-hong recorded on his phone as Hong Seol-hyuk squeezed Seo Dung with all his might. To the side, Moon Tae-soo was timing the event on his own phone. Suddenly he shouted, "Over 40 seconds!" He continued his play-by-play like a sportscaster. Can contestant Hong Seol-hyuk break the 1-minute mark? Seo Dung's eyes were rolling into the back of his head. Only when he finally passed out from the lack of air did Hong Seol-hyuk let go. At that moment, Moon Tae-soo and Kim Won-hong burst into cheers. 51 seconds cut. Contestant Hong Seol-hyuk has set a new record. The one-sided fight is over. But Moon Tae-soo continued his commentary. But contestant Hong Seol-hyuk, it looks like you've gotten a bit weaker, huh? I'd say you're about 1 or 2 seconds slower than last time. Hong Seol-hyuk, putting a cigarette to his lips, cursed in reply. Shit, it's only because I haven't done anything all week. Suddenly, from a distance, some girl with her hands on her hips yelled right at him, "Hey, Hong Seol-hyuk, you're completely hopeless!" The girl pointed at Hong Seol-hyuk and shouted insults. "He passed out the second you let go. You're such a piece of trash. How could you do that?" Then, doing a complete 180, she ran over and plopped down on Seo Dung's body. Looking delighted, she said, "How dare you do that to my comfy sofa? Wow, this is so comfy. Just when you thought a hero had arrived, it turns out to be just another piece of trash." Even Hong Seol-hyuk looked at her with disdain, unsure what to make of her as he said, "You crazy bitch." The girly girl took a drag from her vape and asked, "Hey, Seol-hyuk, you got someone pulling strings for you. Sang-wook reported everything you did. So how'd you only get a 5-day suspension? If that were me, I would have been expelled." Hong Seol-hyuk gave the gruff smirk. "Protection, my ass. While my old man was bawling his eyes out, all I had to do was go before the disciplinary committee." He reached for his crotch. "Pretended to cower and—" Hong Seol-hyuk put on a shameless theatrical face and shouted in a mock voice, "I was wrong. I'll never do it again. I'll change, I promise." His 2 cronies saw this and burst out laughing. "Kick, kick, 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 kick." The girl sneered, "So lame." As if energized by the reaction, Hong Seol-hyuk continued his bullshit story. "All I had to do was spin around, bowing and shouting, 'I'm sorry,' and that was that." Hong Seol-hyuk then twisted his face into a caricature of the judge's expression. The investigation shows that the student inflicted physical and mental harm upon the victim sufficient to be considered an act of school violence. But Hong wasn't done yet. Seol-hyuk continued adding his own flair to the story. "Therefore, the committee has deemed this a very serious incident and proposes the following punishment for this son of a bitch. You will receive the severe penalty of a 5-day suspension. Ding, ding, ding." The vulgar comedic story made the girl roar with laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha." "Really?" the girl asked, still laughing. "A 5-day suspension? That's a really harsh punishment." "Ha ha ha ha." Hearing the girl, "Pock him." Hong Seol-hyuk cursed back, "What the hell are you laughing at? Of course it's a harsh punishment." The jeering bastard continued, "A good student like me can't come to school for a week, huh? Ha ha." The other girl chimed in, "I'm dying of laughter." K. But Seo Young-jung, lying face down on the ground, was filled with resentment when he heard them treating the punishment like a joke, but he didn't dare fight back. He could only hold it in, trembling and crying silently. In the school hallway, a group of students, both boys and girls, were laughing excitedly. Someone shouted, "School's out! Cell H is back!" "We've got to go all out," a cutesy long-haired girl asked sweetly. "Cell H, where are we going?" Her short-haired friend next to her quickly suggested, "Round 1 karaoke, round 2 the club, hee-hee." But Hong Seol-hyuk made a sleazy face and replied, "We have to go pick up our VIP guest first." The 2 girls had no idea what the hell he was talking about. Then Hong Seol-hyuk looked up to the floor above and called out in a disgusting voice, "Sang-wook, my gook, I miss you so much. I miss you so much I dream about you day and night." After saying that, he turned to his friends to show off, "That's right, that's how much I love gook." Everyone burst out laughing, saying, "Oh, cut it out, ha ha ha." From behind, a figure strode forward and barked, "Hey, Hong Seol-hyuk!" The homeroom teacher's brows were furrowed and his jaw was clenched. He pointed directly at Hong Seol-hyuk and yelled, "Didn't I tell you this morning? You're supposed to go to special education after school." The homeroom teacher continued to command loudly, "The instructor is at the athletic field. Now get over there. If you don't complete the special education, you'll have to pay a 3 million won fine. Is that clear?" Hong Seol-hyuk and his 3 cronies had to give up their fun and drag themselves to the athletic field. As they walked, Kim Won-hong grumbled, "We already wrote apology letters. Why do we still have to take this special education crap?" Han Sang-jin added indignantly, "South Korean education is a total pigsty." Moon Tae-soo seemed very bored with the whole thing. He yawned repeatedly. Yawn. In the distance, a figure was waiting for them. Seeing that the people she was waiting for had finally arrived, the figure spoke up to greet them. Hello? Hearing that voice, Hong Sel-Hak's bored expression vanished. He wondered to himself, oh, whose angelic voice is this? The owner of the voice turned around. Holding a bamboo sword, she introduced herself. I am Lim Han Jim, your special education instructor. She continued her introduction. The purpose of this lesson is to help you understand what you have done to your victim. But their eyes were focused on her full chest. They blushed and drooled. Whoa, so hot! Long live the Republic of Korea! Lim Han Jim didn't seem to notice their perverted gazes. They were now staring at her butt. She continued slowly, so that you don't commit school violence ever again. Finally, Lim Han Jim threatened, if you are uncooperative, I will extend the training time, so you'd better behave. Hearing this, Hong Sel-Hak smirked. Perhaps an idea had just popped into his head. Hong Sel-Hak approached Lim Han Jim and asked, Miss, I think you might have that wrong. He put on a punchable expression. Teasing Lim Han Jim, he said, ha ha ha, I'd gladly be a bad student if it means I get to spend more time with someone like you. It seems Hong Sel-Hak picked the wrong day to mess with someone. He had angered our badass lady. Her eyes filled with killing intent. Lim Han Jim ignored the words of that animal Hong Sel-Hak and thrust a fist right in front of him. Lim Han Jim gave a mysterious smile and said, since today is our first class, we'll play a simple game of rock, paper, scissors. Hearing that Hong Sel-Hak was delighted, he smiled gently. The game began. They both shouted, rock, paper, scissors! Hong Sel-Hak threw rock while Lim Han Jim threw scissors. The result was clear. Hong Sel-Hak pretended to be hurt, pulling his hand back and saying, I accidentally won. He really won't learn his lesson until it's too late. He nonchalantly continued, so what's my prize? Will you give me your phone number? Or maybe your 3 sizes? Lim Han Jim's face now looked as sinister as a wicked witch from a fairy tale. She recalled her phone call with Nawajin about her decision. The review board's punishment was light as a feather, Nawajin asked while eating his noodles. Is that why you decided to take this case? Lim Han Jim's voice explained over the phone. I thought about it for a whole day. Then she drew a parallel to something similar. It's just like bicycle theft. Nawajin was slightly surprised. Bicycle theft. Lim Han Jim, sitting on her bed, thought for a moment before explaining, our country's security is so good that you could leave your backpack on the street, and no one would take it. But why? Is bicycle theft still so rampant? She came to a conclusion. It's because people have a particular mindset about bicycles. Even if their own bike gets stolen, they still think it's not a big deal. Finally, she concluded, school violence is exactly the same. A sudden punch landed square on that bastard Hong Sel-Hak's face, giving him no time to dodge. His 3 cronies' jaws dropped at the unbelievable sight. Even the students walking nearby had to widen their eyes and turn their heads to look. Hong Sel-Hak, knocked to the ground, sputtered, ha, ha. What was that? He still couldn't figure out what the hell was happening. Lim Han Jim graciously approached to explain to him that the loser gets slapped while the winner gets punched. Then she grabbed Hong Sel-Hak's hair and yanked his head back, revealing a face covered in blood pouring from his nose and mouth. Lim Han Jim continued, the first lesson of special education is that you all must immediately reflect on your own mistakes. Clamping Hong Sel-Hak's neck in her arm, Lim Han Jim was determined. I'm going to smash that way of thinking of yours. That school violence can be easily forgiven. She used Hong Sel-Hak's own familiar bullying tactic to subdue him, not forgetting to glare menacingly. Next up is passing out. Right. Lim Han Jim tightened her grip on Hong Sel-Hak's neck, her eyes like daggers stabbing straight into her opponent. Hong Sel-Hak struggled in her tight embrace, his eyes filled with terror. He trembled, thinking to himself, is this bitch crazy? Why were students suddenly gathering around, whispering, hey, isn't that someone from the Education Rights Protection Bureau? Oh, you're right. That red-haired girl is Lim Han Jim. A few mischievous students cheered, awesome, she's here to deal with Hong Sel-Hak. I can't believe the Protection Bureau is even paying attention to that son of a bitch. Hong Sel-Hak's face turned pale. His eyes filled with fear as he looked up at Lim Han Jim. She's from the Education Rights Protection Bureau, he thought in astonishment, cursing under his breath. Damn it, since when does the Protection Bureau have female employees? Clearly this kid doesn't watch the news if he doesn't even know this. Hong Sel-Hak narrowed his eyes at Lim Han Jim. His face was full of suspicion. The Bureau for Protection Against School Violence. Don't tell me that bastard Lee Sang-guk ratted me out to them. With that thought, he took a risk and reached out to grab the arm that was holding him. Caught off guard by his action, Lim Han Jim paused for a moment, staring in shock at his arm. She thought to herself, this grip of his. An opportunity arose. He quickly reached out and grabbed her wrist, gloating, "But oh, you poor thing, if your family had any power at all for the past 3 generations, you wouldn't be in this miserable situation." He taunted with amusement, "That's why you had to rely on this woman." "Right, but life isn't a dream." Just when he thought he could break free from Lim Hanjin, she quickly tightened her grip on her opponent, giving him no chance to counter. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. No, wait a minute. He realized that if he really tried, he could still get out, but he suddenly gave up on the thought. He wondered in confusion, "Why do I feel so good?" He excitedly imagined various scenarios. Could it be? Is this the pleasure everyone always talks about? Lim Hanjin tightened her grip for a moment, then let go. Hong Seol-hak collapsed to the ground like a rag doll, motionless. She tiredly and coldly looked down at her opponent, then glanced at the arm he had. Just squeezed. Clutching her bruised arm, she let out a sigh, then smiled as she warned everyone around, "Look at him and learn your lesson." After a while, Hong Seol-hak was taken away. Elsewhere, panicked shouts rang out as everyone looked at him worriedly. "Hey, Hong Seol-hak, are you dead? Wake up, you idiot! Seol-hak!" His friends anxiously shook him. Annoyed by the noise, he groggily opened his eyes and burst out laughing. Hong Seol-hak clutched his stomach, rolling around. "Ha ha 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 ha! What is this? Why are you guys so swollen?" His friends replied helplessly. "We had to play rock, paper, scissors while you were passed out, so we all got beaten unconscious, too." That lady really doesn't hold back. Kim Won-hong, embarrassed, covered his face and exclaimed, "Man, does a girl's hand really sting that much?" Moon Tae-soo pouted and added, "When I won against her, I still got punched so hard my soul nearly left my body." Han Sang-jin, no better off, spoke up angrily. "The worst part is, those nerds filmed and took pictures of everything that happened to us in the gym." Hong Seol-hak shot up in surprise. His friends calmly continued, "People online are saying she's from the special forces." Son of a bitch. What are we going to do now?" Hearing his friends, Hong Seol-hak angrily yelled, "Idiots like you should just shut the hell up." "What for?" He arrogantly picked his nose and replied, "Special forces my ass. She's just a woman, isn't she?" After that, the whole group was discharged from the hospital and walked home together. They chatted as they walked. "You felt good being choked, are you sure?" Moon Tae-soo exclaimed in amazement, "Holy crap, you're a certified pervert!" Hong Seol-hak shyly rubbed his face. "You guys should try it once. I bet you won't be able to escape the temptation." I think I've been enlightened now." Suddenly, Moon Tae-soo's phone vibrated. He opened a message, read it, and couldn't hide his surprise, exclaiming, "Whoa, have you guys seen this?" The whole group curiously leaned in to look. Hong Seol-hak frowned his eyes, scanning the lines of text on the phone screen. Moon Tae-soo explained, "This is the second year's group chat, Hong Seol-hak," staring intently at the photo in the group chat along with these vicious messages. "The authorities came to deal with Hong Seol-hak. I knew that son of a bitch would get what was coming to him one day. She's the embodiment of justice. Kim Won-hong went from hiding to cursing him out. Those sons of bitches. Do they not realize we're in this group chat too?" Moon Tae-soo, why are you acting all annoyed? It's really pissing me off. Is this that lame duck everyone's always talking about? The phone screen lit up non-stop, a whirlwind of messages swirling around Sang-wook. "Sang-wook, you're our hero. Sang-wook, you did a great job. You don't have to put up with them anymore." "That's right, Sang-wook has suffered enough for too long." Hong Seol-hak smirked. He chuckled, amused. "That's right. They must be over the moon, huh?" The phone in Hong Seol-hak's hand vibrated non-stop. He angrily clenched the device in his hand and said, "If that's how they feel." And then the one who called the authorities Sang-wook should also strip naked and dance to liven things up, shouldn't he? The whole group looked at each other, stunned. Ugh, just thinking about it is sickening. Hong Seol-hak looked up, gloating. "Oh, just the thought of our dear Wook being so happy. I just can't stand it." Night fell and the city was submerged in a sea of lights. Amidst the rushing traffic, a green taxi sped through the bustling streets. Inside sat Sang-wook and his mother. She looked at him with a gentle gaze and spoke softly. "Sang-wook, you know you could have stayed in the hospital for a few more days." He replied dutifully, "I'm okay now, Mom." With a bright smile, Sang-wook said innocently, "Because now, I don't have to worry about anything anymore." His eyes shining, he boldly declared, "I'm going back to school tomorrow. I want to go back as soon as possible." His mom glanced over at him, a look of relief on her face as they drove on. The taxi stopped in front of an apartment building. The two of them got out. Sang-wook's mother suddenly remembered something, telling him, "I have to go buy something. You go on up ahead, okay?" He obeyed and stepped into the elevator. With some time to kill, he took out his phone, his finger gliding over the screen. His eyes focused on the words. The messages hit him immediately. "Sang-wook, thank you. And I'm sorry. You were so brave, but I just... Sang-wook's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He happily replied to the message. Not at all, Seo Yun-jung. You've been through a lot, too. It's all over now. From now on, let's have a happy school life together. Just then, the elevator arrived. A bell dinged once, and the doors slowly slid open. Hong Seo-hak's gang was already waiting. As soon as the doors opened, he spoke a cigarette hanging from his mouth. Well, well, well. Sang-wook's eyes widened in shock. He thought to himself, how did they get here? Instantly, a hand shot out, grabbing him by the neck and slamming him against the wall. They quickly forced him into the elevator and pressed a floor button. Hong Seo-hak smugly picked up the phone. That Sang-wook had dropped and asked in a mocking tone, "Where do you think you're going?" The chat screen with Seo Yun-jung was visible. Hong Seo-hak began to read it out sarcastically. Not at all, Seo Yun-jung. You've been through a lot, too. From now on, let's have a happy school life together. He mimicked the voice as he read, then burst out laughing. Heh 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 heh. Look at these psychos. Is this the ending of some cheesy teen drama or something? Overcome with fear, Sang-wook stood frozen to the spot, his body trembling. Noticing his terror, Hong Seo-hak got up excitedly, got right in his face, and taunted, Hey! It seems Sang-wook still doesn't quite understand what kind of person I am, huh? He put an arm around his shoulder, his hoarse voice hissing in his ear. I don't give a damn about protective services. And are the cops showing up for school violence? I don't care if I get expelled or thrown in jail. The air was suffocating, filled only with his heavy breathing. With such desperation and those hateful eyes, do you really think a piece of trash like you can mess with me? Damn it, I can't take this anymore. The elevator dinged and stopped on a floor. The metal doors slowly slid open, revealing a silhouette. Unaware of what was happening, Hong Seo-hak smirked, deliberately grabbing Sang-wook's hand to taunt him. Hey, why is your wrist all bandaged up? He laughed playfully. What is this the new trend? The figure of Lim Hanjin slowly came into view. Her eyes went wide with shock at the scene before her. Hong Seo-hak's friends jumped in alarm. Hey, why is she here? Instantly, Lim Hanjin dropped the paper in her hand and charged at them in a rage, landing a direct kick right into Hong Seo-hak's stomach. He cried out in pain. Thinking fast, Lim Hanjin reached out and pressed the button for the top floor. Her finger tapped the number 11. The elevator doors immediately closed. Lim Hanjin narrowed her eyes, her tone aggressive. I guessed you guys would come here for revenge, so I came to protect the victim. She shot them a hostile glare. But I never imagined that you would actually dare to do this. On the very first day,